world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Heavenly Pill obtained. Zhang Xiaoshan's jealousy of Lin Ming is not only because of the resources Lin Ming has obtained, but also because of Mu Qianxue's attitude towards Lin Ming. Even though Zhang Xiaoshan knows that Mu Qianxue will not have anything to do with him now or in the future, he is still jealous to the point of going crazy. If the mind is not clear, the heart of martial arts will be damaged. Everyone's mind depends on their heart. For example, Jiang Boyan and Qin Wuxin, these righteous people, pay attention to doing things with a clear conscience. If they are allowed to plot to harm others and betray their trust, their minds will not be clear. And the evil martial artists such as Hehuan sect and Nanhai demon realm pay attention to indulgence and satisfy all kinds of evil thoughts in their hearts. If they are allowed to be law-abiding and become monks, their minds will not be clear. For people like Zhang Xiaoshan who are extremely arrogant and narrow-minded, stepping on others and slapping others in the face is the most satisfying thing for him. If one day he is stepped on by others and is covered in dust, he will not be able to think clearly, his ki will not flow smoothly, and his practice will be hindered. Zhang Xiaoshan was in this situation at this time. He was trampled to pieces in public. Although the person who trampled him was Mu Qianxue, he also counted Lin Ming as one of the people. He hated Lin Ming, Mu Qianxue, and even Jiang Boyan. Wait, I will make you pay the price. Zhang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and was carried away. Lin Ming, this is for you. Mu Qianxue turned her hand, and a crystal clear pill bottle and a ring appeared in her palm. The pill bottle was made of beautiful jade and was as smooth as sheep fat. As for the ring, it looked much more clean and looked no different from an ordinary copper and iron ring. Lin Ming recognized it at a glance. It was a human level upper grade Zumi ring. Because Zumi rings are not easy to make, they are usually more valuable than treasures of the same level. The value of this Zumi ring, even if it is not as valuable as a lower level earth level treasure, is not far behind. Mu Qianxue said, inside the ring are the true essence stones for you, a total of 240 pieces, which are the cultivation resources given to you in advance. Hearing the number of 240 pieces, Lin Ming was delighted. The true essence stones that Mu Qianxue was talking about were naturally the middle grade true essence stones. 240 pieces were equivalent to 24,000 ordinary true essence stones. Moreover, it was not easy to exchange middle grade true essence stones, so the real value might have to be increased appropriately. Using middle grade true essence stones to cultivate is a treatment that even the core disciples of the 7 mysterious valors cannot enjoy. These 240 true essence stones will be used for daily cultivation. As for the ordinary true essence stones I won from the gambling, I will use them as currency to buy items. Lin Ming thought about it this way, but he still felt that the true essence stones in his pocket were tight. If he continued to cultivate with middle grade true essence stones, 240 pieces would not be enough. As for those ordinary true essence stones, if he really wanted to buy some top level materials, he was afraid that they would be used up soon. Thank you, Saint Lady. Because Shi Zhongshan was still there, Lin Ming did not show that he knew Mu Qianxue. He took the pill bottle and the Zumi ring with both hands and said respectfully, this Sumeru ring is also for you. I see your Sumeru ring is still of low quality. It's time to change it. Mu Qianxue said lightly. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but still did not refuse. This was also a valuable gift. He had previously robbed 3 human grade middle grade Sumeru rings from Hua Gong, Gao Yangdehe, and Zhang Fengxin, the president of the United Chamber of Commerce. However, these rings were not worn because they were not allowed to be seen in public. With this human grade upper grade Sumeru ring, those rings obtained by killing and robbing can be destroyed. The internal space capacity of a human grade upper grade Sumeru ring is more than the total of all the Sumeru rings Lin Ming currently has, and the space is more stable, enough to last for 1,000 years without collapsing. After Mu Qianxue gave a heaven entering pill, Shi Zhongshan also took out a vermilion pill box. After opening it, there was a crystal clear emerald green pill inside, the size of a langan. The pure and incomparable vitality continued to emanate from the pill. It was another heaven-entering pill. This was the reward for the martial arts competition of the main sect. Shi Zhongshan had promised to give it to Lin Ming in advance, and now he took it out. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He got to heaven rising pills at once. This was something that ordinary warriors would not dare to think about. Just look at how much Qianxue paid to get one heaven rising pill, and you can imagine how precious the heaven rising pill is. With a thought in his mind, Lin Ming asked, Master Shi, if the heaven rising pill is taken during the condensation of veins stage, will there be any side effects? When Shi Zhongshan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. This kid really planned to take the heaven rising pill during the condensation of veins stage. It was simply a waste of heaven's gift. For many warriors, taking the heaven rising pill is the most grand and solemn event in their lives, and they even prepare for it for 10 years. Only when one's cultivation reaches a point where one's cultivation base can no longer improve a bit, and when one's various kin heart and sword heart cultivation bases have reached bottlenecks, will one retreat and swallow the heavenly heart pill. If Qianxue had not been too old and wanted to break through the Xianshan realm before the age of 50 in order to achieve greater success, he would not have rushed to swallow the heavenly heart pill, which resulted in a lack of a step in the kin heart. Most warriors swallow the heavenly heart pill by choosing an auspicious day, bathing and burning incense, and then retreating to refine it for a year or two without wasting any of the medicine. But Lin Ming, who was at the condensation veins stage, took the heavenly heart pill as a tonic. If those warriors who were stuck in the acquired realm for their entire lives, because they lacked a heavenly heart pill, knew about this, they would probably beat their chests and stamp their feet, and vomit 3 liters of blood. Shi Zhongshan coughed and said, Lin Ming, although there will be no side effects if you swallow the heavenly pill in the condensation vein stage, because your cultivation is not enough, it is inevitable that a lot of the medicinal power will be wasted. You can consider waiting until the acquired stage to start swallowing it, and the effect will be better. I understand. Lin Ming only paid attention to what Shi Zhongshan said about no side effects. As for the waste of medicinal power, it was not within his consideration at all. What he wanted first was not to impact the acquired stage, or even the innate stage, but to impact the marrow tempering stage. If he could open the 8 gates of Dunjia and the Dao Palace 9 stars, he would be much stronger than the innate stage or the Zuandan stage. I can swallow one of these 2 heavenly entry pills now to see if the heavenly entry pill meets the minimum requirement of the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, and help me enter the marrow tempering realm above the condensing veins. If it doesn't work after taking one, I will spend a lot of energy to draw a medicine inscription talisman that can be engraved on the heavenly entry pill. Then try the heavenly entry pill with the medicine inscription talisman to see if it works. As Lin Ming's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, his level of inscription skills has become out of touch. Practicing the inscription skill requires a lot of time and energy. At the beginning, Lin Ming had a meager fortune and had to invest time in practicing the inscription skill and rely on inscription talismans to exchange for cultivation resources. Now, as his status is getting higher and higher, he no longer needs this time-consuming way of exchanging resources and can devote all his time to cultivation. The last time Lin Ming used the inscription skill was to exchange for materials for the body inscription talisman. At that time, Lin Ming only drew inscription talismans for the condensing veins and postnatal stage warriors of Xianan country to engrave their human level mid-grade weapons. Drawing inscription runes that match the middle grade treasures of the human class, Lin Ming can only be regarded as a middle grade inscription master of the human class. Now, the level of the heaven entering pill is roughly equivalent to the earth grade medicine, which has jumped to levels at once. If Lin Ming wants to draw an inscription medicine rune that matches the heaven entering pill, he needs to reach the lower grade of the earth grade in the inscription art, which will consume a lot of time and energy. However, if he can really find a way to step into the marrow tempering realm, it is worth it. At this time, Shi Zhongshan asked again, Lin Ming, have you chosen your earth grade treasure? Not yet. Lin Ming shook his head. Liu Zuan didn't take you to the treasure pavilion? No, it's just that the guns in the treasure pavilion are not suitable for me. Lin Ming considered the words and said euphemistically. Shi Zhongshan laughed. What is not suitable? To put it bluntly, Lin Ming looked down on the Earth-grade treasure guns of their Seven Profound Valley. Shi Zhongshan saw Liu Zuan, who was in charge of the treasure pavilion, and he had been standing in the corner of the square waiting. After bringing Lin Ming over, Shi Zhongshan smiled and used his true essence to transmit a sound to Liu Zuan. Liu Zuan, what's wrong? Can't your refining sect's treasure pavilion even produce a good gun? Liu Zuan smiled bitterly. As a congenital master, he had excellent hearing. Shi Zhongshan did not deliberately conceal the content of the conversation. Liu Zuan heard the previous conversation between Lin Ming and Shi Zhongshan clearly. Their Qixuan Valley did not make guns, so where could they get high quality earth level treasure guns? Liu Zuan had no choice but to tell the truth. Junior brother Lin wants to play the gun. The 3 guns in our treasure pavilion are all hard guns, and the quality is also relatively ordinary. However, junior brother Lin said that he can provide the materials for making guns, and we will help make them. Liu Zuan said, and looked at Lin Ming with some suspicion. In Liu Zuan's opinion, Lin Ming's background and age determined that he was unlikely to understand refining, let alone refining earth-level treasures. He probably took some materials of ordinary quality and thought he could refine earth-level treasures. However, it was none of his business anyway. Since Shi Zhongshan asked, he told the truth. Liu Zuan was actually a little upset with Lin Ming. The treasure pavilion was equivalent to their refining sect. How many disciples dreamed of going in and choosing a treasure, but Lin Ming was still complaining about this and that, and he didn't even like the earth-level treasures. You know, many warriors didn't have a suitable earth-level treasure when they first entered the Xianshan realm. Oh. Shi Zhongshan raised his eyebrows. Lin Ming actually had the materials to make a shotgun? The materials that were qualified to make an earth-level shotgun were quite difficult to find. What materials do you have? Just the materials for the gun barrel. I don't have the gun head. The gun barrel is enough. The shotgun depends on the gun barrel, but the materials for the gun barrel of the earth-level shotgun are extremely rare. Lin Ming, do you really have it? Shi Zhongshan believed Lin Ming more. He knew that Lin Ming must have experienced a great opportunity. It's a piece of bamboo, Lin Ming said, and pulled out the purple electric bamboo from the Zumi ring. The 9-foot 9-inch purple electric bamboo was purple all over, and it was shining with electric light. Liu Zuan was confused on the spot. What is this? Chapter 302, Spearmaster. In fact, it is not Liu Zuan's fault that he is shallow-minded. First of all, the purple lightning bamboo is extremely rare. It only has a small chance to form in the special environment of the land of 10,000 years of thunder. The residents of Nanjiang at the foot of Thunder Mountain know much more about the purple lightning bamboo than the Middle Earth. In addition, Liu Zuan is an instrument refiner. His main business is to forge swords and knives. He knows more about various top-grade metals. He never uses things like bamboo and wood. However, although Liu Zuan does not know the purple lightning bamboo at all, it does not prevent him from seeing the power and terror of this section of bamboo. As soon as the bamboo appeared, the extremely rich power of thunder emanated. The lightning forced Liu Zuan to take a step back subconsciously. He felt that the hair on his body stood up. Even through his body protection, this effect could be caused. It can be seen that the thunder force field is powerful. And what surprised Liu Zuan the most was that he actually noticed that the thunder energy between heaven and earth flowed into this section of bamboo, forming an invisible energy vortex. Can it absorb the energy of thunder on its own? This is incredible. If a thunder warrior can get this piece of bamboo, he can continuously absorb the energy of thunder from heaven and earth to replenish himself during the battle, which will not only make his moves more powerful, but also make the battle more durable. Realizing this, Liu Zuan's Adam's apple twitched slightly. This bamboo is definitely what thunder warriors dream of. Among the 3 people, the one who knows Thunder Mountain best is naturally Mu Qianxue. She recognized the purple lightning bamboo at a glance, and naturally knew where Lin Ming got this bamboo from. I didn't expect that Thunder Mountain actually gave birth to a 1,000-year-old purple lightning bamboo, and he got it. He risked his life to enter the dragon cave, and he really reaped a lot of rewards. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue smiled and shook her head. All the belongings accumulated by the Thunder Dragon were emptied by Lin Ming in one day. Shi Zhongshan's knowledge is not as good as Mu Qianxue. After seeing the purple lightning bamboo, he thought for a long time before remembering that he had read about this kind of bamboo in the classics a long time ago. Is it the purple lightning divine bamboo? Shi Zhongshan asked. Lin Ming nodded. The purple lightning divine bamboo grows 1 inch every 100 years. This one is 10 feet long, right? Is it a 10,000-year-old purple lightning divine bamboo? 9 feet and 9 inches. The purple lightning divine bamboo is 9,900 years old. It has also produced a 900-year-old young bamboo, which is also on my body. Lin Ming did not hide anything. 9 feet and 9 inches, the same length as the heavy profound soft silver spear, but the heavy profound soft silver spear also counts the spearhead. If the spear is made of purple lightning divine bamboo, plus a 1 foot long spearhead, the total length will reach more than 10 feet, which is actually a bit long. After getting Lin Ming's affirmation, Shi Zhongshan took a breath of cold air. This kid actually got this kind of thing. The purple lightning divine bamboo can only be born in the land of thunder, and the only thunderland nearby is Thunder Mountain. It is said that there is a thunder dragon on Thunder Mountain. Not only is its cultivation profound, but also its strength is unfathomable because of its sacred beast bloodline. In addition, there are a large number of thunder lizards on Thunder Mountain to help. Even if the great elders of their 7 profound valley go to Thunder Mountain, they may not be able to escape unscathed. How could Lin Ming get the purple lightning divine bamboo on Thunder Mountain? Shi Zhongshan found it unimaginable. He unconsciously glanced at Mu Qianxue. Could it be that Mu Qianxue helped him? If so, Mu Qianxue was too good to Lin Ming. Shi Zhongshan pondered for a moment and unconsciously began to re-evaluate the relationship between Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming. They might not just know each other. Even the thunder spirit may have been absorbed by Lin Ming with the help of Mu Qianxue. Otherwise, how could he absorb the thunder spirit of suspected earth level grade when his cultivation was not even at the condensation vein stage? Shi Zhongshan felt more and more that the 7 profound valley probably could not keep Lin Ming. People like Lin Ming were already dragons in the abyss. The water in the 7 profound valley was too shallow to accommodate a real dragon. Moreover, Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue have a special relationship. It is only a matter of time before he joins Shenhuang Island. Thinking of this, Shi Zhongshan sighed. The feeling of worrying about gains and losses in his heart faded a lot. What is not his will never be his. Besides, Lin Ming is not a disciple of their Qixuan Valley. As a second choice, it is not bad to make friends with such a master. I want to use this purple lightning bamboo to forge a spear. Lin Ming held the purple lightning bamboo with both hands and said solemnly. Liu Zuan's eyelids jumped when he heard it. Use this thing to make a spear. This is really a shocking idea. If it is really forged into a ground level treasure spear, plus the purple lightning bamboo's own bonus to the power of thunder, it will become a top grade treasure spear suitable for thunder warriors. By the way, isn't Lin Ming a thunder warrior? Liu Zuan slapped his forehead and cursed himself for being stupid. He actually forgot that Lin Ming was a thunder warrior with a perverted high degree of compatibility with the thunder energy. Thinking of this, Liu Zuan's heart trembled. This is incredible. Lin Ming's strength has already become so abnormal. If he adds another top grade lightning spear, it will be even more powerful. Who in the younger generation can stop him? No wonder Lin Ming disdains the inventory of the refining sect. Compared with the top grade lightning spear made of the purple lightning divine bamboo, the things in the treasure pavilion can only be regarded as waste. Shi Zhongshan's eyelids also twitched. Lin Ming's strength is getting more and more terrifying. I'm afraid that in a year, Lin Ping of Peacock Mountain will not be Lin Ming's opponent. Maybe it won't even take a year. He turned to look at Liu Zuan and said, Liu Zuan, who has the best level of spear forging in the refining sect? When Liu Zuan heard this, he immediately showed a helpless look on his face. Although there are several elders in the refining sect who can forge spears, they can only forge human grade top grade treasure spears at most. It is a waste for them to use the purple lightning divine bamboo. Thinking of how he suspected that Lin Ming didn't know the materials for refining earth grade treasures before, now that he really took out the materials, but didn't know how to use them at all, Liu Zuan couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Shaking his head helplessly, Liu Zuan said awkwardly, "We can't forge an Earth-grade treasure spear at all. The most we can do is to forge the spearhead of an Earth-grade treasure spear, such as the Hanxing Iron spearhead. Hanxing Iron is considered to be the top-level metal material for forging Earth-grade treasure weapons. There are too many requirements for forging Hanxing Iron. The technology of Qixuan Valley in this regard is a secret skill passed down from generation to generation in the sect and is strictly kept confidential. It is also their most impressive thing, so Liu Zuan would bring it out to show off." But Liu Zuan didn't expect that. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qianxue shook her head and said, "Hanxing Iron can only be used to forge low-grade Earth-level treasures, while the 10,000-year-old Purple Lightning Divine Bamboo is more than that. Using Hanxing Iron to make a spearhead is not worthy of the Purple Lightning Divine Bamboo, and, if the spearhead and the spear barrel are forged separately, the spear cannot be integrated into one, and the quality is greatly reduced." Mu Qianxue stated the facts very calmly. When Liu Zuan heard it, his face turned red. One of the most impressive inherited secret skills of the refining sect was belittled by Mu Qianxue in just a few words and was worthless. He opened his mouth and instinctively wanted to refute something, but in the end, he said nothing. There was no room for a rebuttal at all. This was the difference in the sect's foundation. They were a top-level 4th grade sect and simply looked down on their so-called secret skills. Mu Qianxue said again, "Lin Ming, I do know a spear forging master, whose cultivation is in the middle stage of Zuanden. If we find him, we can fully exert the power of the Purple Lightning Bamboo. Of course, the premise is to get other materials that are worthy of the Purple Lightning Bamboo to forge the spearhead." Spear forging master in the middle stage of Zuanden? When Lin Ming heard Mu Qianxue's words, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The master of the 7 mysterious valley refining sect was only in the late stage of Xianshan. Just from his cultivation, we can guess the casting level of this spear forging master to a certain extent. However, when he thought of what Mu Qianxue said, that he needed to get other materials that were worthy of the Purple Lightning Bamboo, Lin Ming felt a little frustrated. The value of this material can be imagined, and he couldn't afford it, even if he emptied his family, unless he asked Mu Qianxue for it. If Mu Qianxue was willing to pay a certain price, he would definitely be able to get it, but Mu Qianxue had no reason to give him such a valuable thing for nothing. Even if he was a genius, he hadn't grown up yet, and there was no reason for Mu Qianxue to pay such precious resources for him again and again. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Besides, he is not even a disciple of Shenhuang Island. Mu Qianxue seemed to see what Lin Ming was thinking. She smiled and said, "Lin Ming, don't you want to meet the master of spear forging?" "I do, but..." "Then follow me." Mu Qianxue clapped her hands and a strange wave of fire essence spread out from her palm like a tide. Then there was a high-pitched phoenix cry. A large red bird with a wingspan of 6 or 7 feet flew over the hall and landed in the square in front of the hall. The bird's head was raised high like a pheasant, the long neck was like a red snake, and the scales of burning flames were exactly Mu Qianxue's natal red bird, Hua. When Hua landed, an extremely hot breath of fire came to his face. Lin Ming, even Liu Zuan, who was in the early stage of innateness, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lin Ming had to activate the evil god seed in his body before he could stand firm in the scorching fire wave. This guy has evolved. Lin Ming remembered that when he first saw Hua, its wingspan was only 5 feet, but now it has 6 or 7 feet, and its fire essence is much stronger than the last time he saw it. At this moment, Hua was proudly stretching its feathers, slightly raising its phoenix beak, showing its style. It was very satisfied with the shock in Lin Ming's eyes. Hua naturally recognized Lin Ming, or to be more precise, the barbecue made by Lin Ming. "Let's go." Mu Qianxue tapped her toes lightly, landing on the back of Suzaku as lightly as a feather, and signaled Lin Ming to come up. Lin Ming was stunned. He was also standing on Hua's back. Would it be willing? Shi Zhongshan and Liu Zuan were also extremely surprised. The holy beast was so arrogant that not everyone could stand on it. Sure enough, Hua cried a few times in dissatisfaction, but it was just a few cries, and still allowed Lin Ming to come up. The main reason for this was naturally because of Mu Qianxue's order, but the barbecue Lin Ming made before also played a significant role. Lin Ming tapped the ground lightly with one foot and landed steadily on Huo's back. Liu Zuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw this. As a disciple of the weapon refining sect and also a fire type warrior, he was extremely envious when he saw Lin Ming riding on the fire type sacred beast in a dignified manner. Chapter 303, Triumphant Return. Fighting on Huo's back, Lin Ming could feel waves of heat surging into his body, replenishing the fire energy in his body, which surprised Lin Ming secretly. It was indeed a sacred fire beast. It could absorb fire energy from the heaven and earth, and then continuously replenish it to its master. Even if Mu Qianxue fought with others, Suzaku would not attack at all, which would be of great help to Mu Qianxue. If it grows to the Zuandan realm in the future and fights with Mu Qianxue, it would be even more amazing. Suzaku soared into the sky, and the scorching flames made Liu Zuan narrow his eyes. Seeing Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming disappear, Liu Zuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what is the relationship between Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue? If it was just an ordinary acquaintance, Mu Qianxue would not allow Lin Ming to ride her own natal Suzaku with her. Liu Zuan muttered in his heart, but he was very tactful and didn't say anything, but secretly regretted not taking the opportunity to get closer to Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue would not deliberately reveal her relationship with Lin Ming in front of everyone, and conversely, she didn't need to hide it. On the back of Suzaku, Mu Qianxue said that senior lives in seclusion in the mountains, and the nearest teleportation array to his residence is hundreds of thousands of miles away. If he rides on the Divine Wind Eagle, it will take 1 or 2 months to go back and forth. If it's Hua, it only takes 7 or 8 days. Lin Ming responded and said, I don't have the materials to make the gun tip. Well, I know that disciples of Shenhuang Island have the right to exchange some top grade elixirs or materials from the sect, but it requires the consumption of sect contribution points. Lin Ming smiled bitterly and said, I don't have sect contribution points. If you have to say that Lin Ming has made any contribution to Shenhuang Island, it was rescuing Mu Qianxue a few months ago. In fact, it can't be considered a rescue. If it weren't for Lin Ming, Mu Qianxue wouldn't be in danger of her life, but would just suffer a little. Moreover, in this matter, Mu Qianxue repaid the favor in exchange for helping Lin Ming absorb the purple dragon divine thunder. Yes, you didn't, but Mu Qianxue paused here and turned back to Lin Ming with a playful wink. I can allow you to owe it on credit, and you can pay it back later. As the saying goes, a smile can make you charming. Lin Ming, who rarely saw Mu Qianxue showing such an expression, was stunned for a moment. Debt for sect contribution. Although he didn't understand the internal system of Shenhuang Island, he could roughly understand it after thinking about it. The purple lightning bamboo is a natural treasure that even the thunder dragon values, and the material with the same value as the purple lightning bamboo must be something that even the innate masters would be tempted. It is conceivable that such a treasure requires sect contribution. At least only the innate masters can obtain it. As a disciple in the early stage of condensation, when will he have enough strength to repay? In the end, it was Mu Qianxue who was helping him for free. This kindness was very heavy. Lin Ming secretly remembered this favor and would definitely repay it in the future. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Xianan country after the martial arts competition of the main sect ended, Qin Ziya, Ling Sen, Sun Yaodao, Qin Xingsun, and Zhao Yu and Liang Long from the 4 major martial arts families flew back to Xianan country on the Divine Wind Eagle. Qin Xingsun had been selected as a disciple of the Sword Sect. As long as Qin Xingsun turned 16, he could enter the 7 Mysterious Valley and become a disciple of the Sword Sect. As for Ling Sen, although he had comprehended the killing field and his grades were ranked in the top 100, he was only selected as an outer disciple of the 7 Mysterious Valley due to the poor comparison between his age and cultivation. In the 7 Mysterious Palace of Xianan City, looking down from the air, the entire 7 Mysterious Palace Square was decorated with lights and colors, as festive as the new year. The bustling crowd gathered in the square, waiting to welcome Qin Ziya and his party. Almost all the disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley gathered here. In addition, there were also princes and nobles of Xianan City and various martial arts masters. In the entire Xianan City, all the masters above the condensed vein stage came. The Grand Marshal Qianxue came in person, and 3 of the 10 generals of Xianan country also came. The other 7 were really busy with military affairs, and could not come. Prince Yanglin would naturally not be absent. He wore his thick purple gold cloak, a golden crown on his head, sat on an unmu chair covered with tiger skin, and closed his eyes to rest. In fact, Yanglin was not as calm as he appeared. He had lived in the 7 Zuanwu mansion for the past half month, and had never left. He was waiting for news, waiting impatiently, and unable to sleep day and night. During this period, the long-distance sound transmission array of the 7 Zuanwu mansion was only used once, and it was not lit again after that, because the consumption of opening the array was too large. It was not only a problem of true essence stones, but also the life of the array itself would be reduced. The people of the 7 Zuan Valley did not have the ability to build a sound transmission array that could span hundreds of thousands of miles. Once the sound transmission array was scrapped, it would be necessary to ask the disciples of the array sect of the main sect to repair it. It would cost a lot of money, and it would also be very troublesome to owe favors. Therefore, after the end of the Zhangzhang Washu contest, the final results of the competition did not need to be transmitted through the teleportation array, and could be brought back by Qianxue himself. Snow was still floating in the sky. This winter was particularly cold, and the snow did not melt, piling up layer by layer. The clouds were thick, the sun was not visible, and the cold wind froze the bones. The group waited in the snow for a full hour, but no one showed impatience, not to mention the warriors and generals. For warriors, the difference in strength determines the difference in status. Qianxue's strength is enough for them to wait respectfully. As for the princes and nobles, they also had to buy the face of Prince Yanglin. Everyone knew what the result of this Zhangzhang Washu contest meant to Yanglin. The possibility of the prince's successful ascension to the throne was increasing. This was a great opportunity for them to flatter and show their sincerity. The maids brought fire basins one by one. Yanglin looked at the dancing charcoal fire. His eyes were a little dazed for a moment. What ranking can Lin Ming get? If he can enter the top 50, he should be selected as an inner disciple of the 7 Mysterious Valley. If he really becomes an inner disciple, it will be almost no less than the status of the 7 mysterious envoys and the 7 mysterious martial palace masters. As the crown prince of Xianan Kingdom, Yanglin's fate is closely related to the general martial arts competition. He has roughly understood the situation of the general martial arts competition. Over the years, the top 20 places have basically been controlled by the core disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley. Occasionally, a place that is leaked also falls into the hands of the 16 martial arts families. As for the 36 countries, it is considered good to have one person in the top 50 in a general martial arts competition, and such people almost without exception come from Jingchen Kingdom and Hualuo Kingdom. In the past 2 or 3 decades, Xianan Kingdom has not had anyone in the top 100. The 4 major families around it have had a Mu Qianxue who entered the top 100, but that is also a disciple from another family. This wait lasted another half an hour, until dusk, when a small black dot appeared under the clouds in the distant sky. Yanglin stood up immediately, and his cloak fell off. The princes, ministers, and warrior generals also stood up one after another. Some people with advanced cultivation had already seen clearly that the small black dots were Qianxue and his group riding on the divine wind eagle. Here they come. Everyone left their seats. The palace maids who had been waiting for a long time rubbed their sore and frozen legs and prepared flowers and ribbons. The editors of the Xianan City Gazette took out paper and pens to record everything that happened on the scene. These days, under Yanglin's instruction, the Beijing Gazette has launched a carpet-style propaganda for the Zhangzhang Wuhu. I don't know how many imperial edicts have been posted, and the Gazette is also available as much as it can. Now, even the auntie selling tea eggs on the street knows about the Zhangzhang Wuhu, and can even tell the significance of the Zhangzhang Wuhu to the Xianan Kingdom's martial arts world. Puff, puff, puff. 6 divine wind eagles landed one after another, stirring up large pieces of snow. Qianxue landed on the eagle's back with a faint smile on his face. Seeing this smile, Yanglin's heart was already half relieved. It seemed that Lin Ming was in the top 50. He went to greet them together with the Grand Marshal Qianxue. Qianxue smiled and said, "Congratulations to the Lord of Qin Mansion on his triumphant return. Everyone, Thank you for your hard work. Qin Zhi cupped his hands and said, thank you Marshal Qin and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for waiting for a long time. Fortunately, you have fulfilled your mission. This time, the martial arts competition of the general sect has achieved very good results. Hearing Qin Zhi say this, Yang Lin's heartbeat accelerated a few times. He scanned the 6 people, but there was no shadow of Lin Ming. Where is Lin Ming? He was about to ask, but Qin Zhi had already laughed and pulled his granddaughter's hand. Xingxun, how many places did you get? 169. Qin Xingxun took Qin Zhi's arm and said a little embarrassedly, she just barely passed the mountain gate and was eliminated in the first round of the group stage. However, even so, her ranking is already very outstanding compared to her age, otherwise she would not have been selected as a disciple of the 7 Mysterious Valley. Sun Yaodao stroked his beard and smiled. Marshal Qin, you have a good granddaughter. Xingxun has been selected as a disciple of the Sword Sect by Elder Wenhu. Elder Wenhu has been in the Xianshan realm for many years and his strength is unfathomable. Xianshan? Qin Zhi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. If he had no idea that the total sect ranked 169th, he would have been shocked by the Xianshan elder. He has been stuck in the postnatal period for many years and has a deep understanding of what the Xianshan realm means. The Xianshan bottleneck is an insurmountable gap for him. In the 80 years since the reconstruction of Xianan country, there has never been an Xianshan master. Qin Xingxun can be accepted as a disciple by an Xianshan master, and her future can be imagined. Haha, good. Qin Zhi was pleasantly surprised. He was worried that the Qin family would decline after his death. Now with Qin Xingxun, the Qin family will continue its glory for hundreds of years. At this time, Yang Lin couldn't wait to ask, Master Qin, where is Lin Ming? What is his ranking? Yang Lin was more excited than Qin Zhi at this time. Qin Xingxun became an inner disciple at the age of 169, let alone Lin Ming. Qin Zhi took a deep breath, and the smile on his face gradually faded. After a full 5 breaths, he said solemnly, Lin Ming, challenge for the top spot. What? Yang Lin was stunned. For a moment, he didn't react to what position he was in. Or rather, he reacted but didn't dare to believe it. Sun Yaodao took over the conversation and said with emotion, Lin Ming challenged for the top spot in the main sect martial arts competition and has become one of the direct disciples of the 7 Mysterious Valley. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Venomous Snake. Sun Yaodao took over the conversation and said with emotion, Lin Ming has won the main sect martial arts competition and has become one of the direct disciples of Qixuan Valley. Winning the main sect martial arts competition? Direct disciple? Yang Lin muttered to himself, Sun Yaodao's words echoing in his mind, and he didn't react to what this news meant for a while. Yang Lin has been looking through the information of the main sect martial arts competition these days, and naturally knows what the direct disciple is. The disciples of Qixuan Valley are divided into 4 levels. The lowest is the miscellaneous disciples, followed by the outer disciples, followed by the inner disciples, and the highest is the core disciples. The core disciples have gone through 2 main sect martial arts competitions, which is once every 6 years. There are only 10 core disciples in each branch sect, and the first among the core disciples is the direct disciple of the sect master. 7 branch sects, a total of 7 direct disciples. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all enter the top 10 of the main sect martial arts competition. This is the position that many Qixuan Valley disciples dream of, and they can get the full training of the branch sect. It can be said that, as long as the direct disciples do not perish, they will definitely step into the innate. Their status in the 7 Mysterious Valley is higher than that of the outer sect elders. And what is the status of the 7 Mysterious Valley elders? At the beginning, Bao Yangdahe was able to run rampant in Xianan City and succeed the 7 Mysterious Envoy because he had an uncle who was an elder in the sect. Because of this, even the Emperor of Xianan Kingdom had to be very respectful when he saw Bao Yangdahe, not to mention Yang Lin. as a prince of Xianan Kingdom who was in danger of losing his position. Dao Hyangdahua never looked at Yang Lin straight in the eye. Lin Ming is already on the same level as the elders. Yang Lin swallowed his saliva and was a little dazed. He had expected that Lin Ming would bring him a generous gift this time, but he never expected that it would be such a huge surprise. First place in the general sect martial arts competition. Become a direct disciple. Any one of these is enough to enter the history of Xianan Kingdom again. Before this, have you ever heard of a disciple from the 36 countries being able to become a direct disciple? Have you ever heard of a disciple from the 36 countries competing for the championship in the general sect martial arts competition? Not to mention competing for the championship, even the top 5 have never happened. Not only Yang Lin, but also Qin Zhao, the 10 generals, and all the warriors were completely stunned. As warriors, they could better understand how shocking this news was. This meant that Lin Ming would definitely become an innate master in the future. An innate master, for mortals, is a legendary figure. For a moment, the whole square fell silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing the silk ribbons. Yang Lin opened his mouth several times to speak, but he could not calm down the waves in his heart, and even could not calm his voice. After Lin Ming became a direct disciple, as long as he supported himself a little, not to mention that he was the crown prince of the dynasty, even if he was an unwelcome bastard of the royal family, he could get the throne of Xianan Kingdom. The throne. Thinking of this, Yang Lin had the urge to cry. For many years, he had been worried day and night, and couldn't sleep or eat well. Once the throne was taken away, then he, including his mother and sister, would be doomed. Qin Zhao saw Yang Lin's excitement, and he smiled and said, Lin Ming is still in the main sect, and there are many things to deal with, including the cashing of rewards, and a genius joint training plan to participate in, and then decide which branch sect to join. So we came back first. Qin Zhao said this. Sun Yaodao laughed. Lin Ming is fought for by all the major branches, especially the sword sect and the Hehuan sect, who are arguing over this. Are several major branches fighting to make Lin Ming a direct disciple. Yang Lin exhaled lightly. Although he was not surprised, he was still shocked to hear Sun Yaodao say it. At this time, behind Yang Lin, the editor of the official newspaper was rubbing his hands in the cold wind, excitedly writing down news one by one. So many shocking things reported out, it would definitely shock the entire Xianan Kingdom. In fact, it was indeed the case. The next day, the news that Lin Ming was going to the main sect martial arts competition spread throughout Xianan city like a tide, and quickly spread to the entire country. In the Qixuanwu Palace, both new and old disciples were discussing the news excitedly. Being able to be in the same martial arts palace with a figure like Lin Ming was also a matter of pride. Decades later, they could brag to their descendants that their grandfather had been a fellow disciple of a congenital master when he was young. Especially those new junior sisters who had just entered the martial arts palace had already regarded Lin Ming as their supreme idol, or even their dream lover. The Lin family, who was far away in Qingsang City, also received the news on the same day. At this time, the Lin family was busy celebrating the new year. The New Year's Eve, the grandest festival of the year in Xianan Kingdom. The emperor would offer sacrifices to the heavens on this day, and receive envoys from various countries. All the prominent families would kill animals to offer sacrifices to their ancestors at the New Year's Eve, and hold cumbersome and lengthy sacrifices. As one of the top families in Qingsang City, the Lin family was naturally no exception. The news that Lin Ming had won the martial arts competition of the main clan, became a direct disciple of the main clan, and would even become a congenital master in the future. The entire Lin family was boiling. This means that the Lin family will prosper in the next few hundred years, and even become one of the top families in Xianan country. Whenever thinking of this, the head of the Lin family would laugh heartily. Every servant of the Lin family received a heavy red envelope. They naturally knew why the red envelope came from, and they all talked about this legendary young master. The Lin family also blew a lot of money in this year-end sacrificial ceremony. They took out the family's income for 2 whole years, 80,000 taels of gold, and held an unprecedented ancestor worship ceremony for the Lin family. The banquet was 160 tables, and the 4 heroes were invited to the banquet. It lasted for a full 9 days. However, what was surprising was that the 9-day banquet received a gift money of 150,000 taels. Many big families in the capital that the Lin family could not reach at all also specially sent their direct descendants to participate in the Lin family's ceremony and presented generous gifts. However, what disappointed them was that no matter what family they were from, they were unable to meet Lin Ming's parents. The couple seemed to have left the Lin family and their whereabouts were unknown. This little thing made some sensitive people feel that there seemed to be an invisible crisis behind this joy. On the day when Qianxue returned, the 10th Prince Yang Zhen also received the news at the first time. He locked himself in the room for 2 whole days. After coming out, he seemed to have aged 10 years. In the battle for the throne, either he ascended the throne, or he was doomed. At this time, he had no other way to go. If he ascended the throne, he would never let Yang Lin go, and he didn't believe that Yang Lin would let him go after he ascended the throne. Relying on the ZHU family and offending Lin Ming was the most strong move in his life, but he had already made it, and he had no room for regret. Now, he has fallen into a desperate situation. After thinking about it, there is only one last move left. This move may not help him to turn the game around, but if he doesn't make it, he will die. Late at night, Yang Zhen put on a black cloak and entered the residence of the 7 mysterious envoys without anyone noticing. This was where Aoyangdahua once lived. After Aoyangdahua died, Aoyangboyan came to Xianan country and lived here ever since, perhaps to see where his nephew had lived last. After a month of investigation and finding no clues, Aoyangboyan rarely went out and did not leave Xianan country. According to the circumstances of the murder, the person who killed Aoyangdahua must have at least innate cultivation, otherwise it would be impossible to kill Aoyangdahua silently and then retreat calmly under the watchful eyes of several masters and guards. Aoyangboyan believed that the murderer was most likely here to avenge himself, and Aoyangdahua was just a victim. He lived in the residence of the 7 mysterious envoys of Xianan country, just to wait for the murderer to come and seek revenge. However, after waiting for so long, the news that Lin Ming was going to compete in the martial arts competition of the main sect came. Yang Zhen pays respect to Elder Aoyang. Yang Zhen knelt on both knees and performed the ritual of kowtow respectfully. Originally, warriors did not pay attention to these rules of the court and the public. Even when meeting Shi Zhongshan, they did not need to kneel, but Yang Zhen still did so, to show his respect and piety. Yang Zhen. Aoyangboyan raised his eyelids and glanced at Yang Zhen. What's the matter? Elder Aoyang, I have a few words about the death of Master Aoyangdahua. I don't know if I should say it or not. Aoyangboyan suddenly laughed and said out of the blue, do you suspect Lin Ming? Yang Zhen's heart trembled, but he was not too surprised. He said frankly, 2 months before Master Aoyangdahua died, there was a conflict with Lin Ming. Aoyangboyan certainly knew the news that Yang Zhen said, but a conflict would not necessarily lead to a bloodbath. The most important thing was that Aoyangboyan did not think that Lin Ming would have the strength at that time. But now, if Lin Ming knew some special methods and had the help of the masters of Shenhuang Island, he would most likely kill Aoyangdahua under the eyes of the guards. At this time, Yang Zhen said again, Elder Aoyang, I have received accurate information. After Qianxue returned to Xianan City, he had secretly transferred Lin Ming's parents as soon as possible. I guess Qianxue was entrusted by Lin Ming. Really? Aoyangboyan's mouth was ferocious. If it was just a guess before, then now, after listening to Yang Zhen's words, Aoyangboyan has already moved his murderous intention. In the entire Xianan kingdom, the only person who can make Lin Ming so afraid is himself. If he is not guilty, how can he be like this? Now in terms of strength, Aoyangboyan is naturally far superior to Lin Ming, but in terms of status, he is not as good as Lin Ming. Lin Ming is not an ordinary direct disciple. According to the news from Qianxue, he has an unclear relationship with the top 4th grade sect Shenhuang Island. Compared to Lin Ming, Aoyangboyan's power was too weak. He had not thought of sacrificing his own life for his nephews, and was desperate to seek revenge on Lin Ming. He now needed to be patient and wait for an opportunity to kill Lin Ming quietly, find his parents, and kill them together, and secretly wipe out his family. Only in this way could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 305 Come back in 10 years. In one day, Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue had flown tens of thousands of miles and arrived at a teleportation array built on Shenhuang Island. Long-distance teleportation arrays are a kind of luxury facility that consumes a lot of resources. Usually, not only do they need to send experts to help, but each teleportation also consumes a lot of sinew and stones. Lin Ming, you just said that you need materials with fire attributes to make the spearhead? Mu Qianxue was a little surprised. Could it be that Lin Ming has a rare dual element system? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. He didn't intend to hide anything from Mu Qianxue. Besides, as the fire essence in his body grows, his fire ability will eventually be revealed. Can you control fire? Some. Lin Ming said as he flicked his fingers, and a wisp of flame jumped out. At this moment, Mu Qianxue's eyes lit up, and even her voice was a little excited. You have a dual element system? I guess so. Lin Ming had to bite the bullet and admit that he didn't have any dual element system at all. He relied entirely on the power of the evil god. You can control fire. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Qianxue said angrily. You didn't ask me. Lin Ming looked innocent. Don't you remember that I asked her for the vermilion bird feather last time because I wanted to use it to refine the flame in my body? When Lin Ming said this, Mu Qianxue remembered the scene when Lin Ming used barbecue to trick the vermilion bird feather. A little smile flashed across her eyes. Hua is still a child. You are so mean. Lin Ming touched his nose awkwardly. His behavior was indeed evil, just like a weird uncle who tricked a child with sugar pills. You can control fire. Tell me earlier. Shenhuang Island has two series of exercises. One of them is centered on fire, which is the one I'm practicing now. I thought you were not suitable for Shenhuang Island's exercises. If I had known this, I would have directly asked you to join Shenhuang Island when I first met you. Mu Qianxue shook her head slightly as she spoke. If that were the case, things would be much simpler. Now I'm also considered half a disciple of Shenhuang Island. Lin Ming couldn't tell which disciple he was. It's still a bit troublesome. If I force you to join Shenhuang Island, it will inevitably lead to gossip. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Are you willing to officially join Shenhuang Island? Lin Ming was slightly startled. Join Shenhuang Island? This is indeed a good choice. Shenhuang Island can provide very rich resources. With his current strength or inscription skills, he can't earn them at all. Just look at the materials used in this gun casting. If he collects them by himself, it will take a long time. However, perhaps because of the inexplicable self-esteem in his heart, Lin Ming doesn't seem to be willing to really join Shenhuang Island. The materials for gun casting can be said to be temporarily on credit. If he really relies on Mu Qianxue in the future, it will make Lin Ming feel like a gigolo. Mu Qianxue saw Lin Ming's hesitation, and the smile on her cheeks slowed down. She looked at Lin Ming for a while and asked, you don't seem to like owing favors to others. Lin Ming nodded silently, a little bit, because now, my favors are not worth much. From what you mean, in the future, your favors will be priceless. Mu Qianxue raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. She could feel the strong confidence that Lin Ming exuded when he said this seemingly modest sentence. Lin Ming did not answer. It was hard to say how much his favors would be worth in the future, but at that time, it would not be so easy for anyone to owe him a favor. Okay, let's not talk about this. If you want fire materials, I have 2 top-level fire materials. I guess you will be tempted. Lin Ming's heart moved. Something that Mu Qianxue said was a top-level fire material should not be worse than the purple lightning bamboo. What is it? The 10,000-year-old fire phoenix tree. According to legend, the phoenix is noble by nature. It will not drink anything other than morning dew, will not eat anything other than tender bamboo, and will not roost anything other than the 10,000-year-old phoenix tree. The phoenix here is the fire phoenix tree. The phoenix will only be reborn on the phoenix tree, and will draw the divine fire in its body to burn itself, and turn into a blazing flame together with the phoenix tree. The 10,000-year-old fire phoenix tree is a sacred tree, and its value is probably even greater than that of the purple lightning divine bamboo. The refining and forging of the gun barrel is naturally not as good as using 2 materials, if only a single material is used. The bamboo fiber of the 10,000-year-old purple lightning divine bamboo is used as the skeleton, and the tree silk of the 10,000-year-old fire phoenix tree is wrapped around it. The gun barrel made in this way is not only indestructible, but also allows the dual system energy of fire and thunder to flow smoothly in it at the same time. It is simply a match made in heaven. How could Lin Ming not be tempted by such a perfect gun? Mu Qianxue gently touched the red zoomy ring on her index finger and continued. In terms of the richness of fire materials, my Shenhuang Island is probably the richest among all the sects in the entire southern sky region. In addition to the 10,000-year-old fire phoenix tree, there is also the vermilion bird fire essence left after the vermilion bird's nirvana. I can also give you some. Mix it into the spearhead, which can greatly improve the flame power of the spear. Mu Qianxue's words made Lin Ming's heart beat. With so many top-level materials, what level of spear should be made? At the edge of the Beifeng area, there is a mountain range that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. The main peak, Zhangguan Mountain, is 9,000 feet high and breaks through the clouds. This height is only 1,000 feet lower than Leiting Mountain. It has exceeded the height of the stratosphere and is close to the Taiji heaven. There are 6 levels of heaven in the Xianan continent. 3,000 feet above the clouds is the Taiji heaven. Here, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder all exist in the state of pure vitality. It is fierce and violent. If a master below the innate level enters the Taiji heaven, he will be immediately killed by the turbulent flow of vitality. At first, Thunder Mountain was close to Taiji heaven, and the top of the mountain was covered with yuanxiao. Under some special rules formed naturally, it attracted the thunder energy of Taiji heaven, forming endless heavenly thunder, so it became such a thunderland. However, the main peak of Zhangguan Mountain did not have such rules. However, on the top of the mountain, there was a huge Baguilihuo formation, which attracted the fire energy of Taiji heaven, and formed endless heavenly fire. Although this artificial formation was far less massive than that of Thunder Mountain, it was not inferior in quality. In the center of the formation, the sky fire was burning fiercely, and even ordinary innate masters could not resist it. Lin Ming saw the blazing sky fire burning on Zhangguan Mountain from a distance, and felt the rich fire energy in it. He was shocked. If Mu Qianxue had not told him in advance, he would have found it hard to imagine that this was a man-made formation. Is this the residence of the Qian Patriarch? The skyfire array you saw is the senior's refining furnace. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. Using such a large-scale Baguilihuo array as a refining furnace, what a great feat it was. No wonder the Qian Patriarch wanted to live in seclusion in the mountains. He probably came here specifically for the skyfire of Zhangguan Mountain. With the skyfire as the furnace, the 10,000-year-old fire Wutong and the 10,000-year-old purple lightning bamboo as the blueprint, and other top-grade thunder and fire materials, what level of treasure can be refined? Lin Ming's heart was full of expectations. Senior Qian, I'm Mu Qianxue. I have something to ask for. Outside the Baguilihuo array, Mu Qianxue stopped and shouted loudly. In the entire Shenhuang area, the hermit who could make Mu Qianxue so respectful, the strength of the Qian Patriarch can be imagined. However, at this time, Lin Ming was attracted by the Baguilihuo array. This layout seemed to have something in common with the array of the God Realm. The first soul fragment that Lin Ming inherited came from a divine domain inscription master, and the second soul fragment came from a divine domain array master. This great master had a lot of memories about arrays in his mind, all of which were absorbed by Lin Ming. However, because the array principles were too complicated and profound, and even the weakest array in it required a Zuandan master to set it up, Lin Ming never spent time studying it. These memories were completely useless to him at this stage, and Lin Ming was very disappointed at first. It was not until he found the power of the evil god in the golden peng breaking void in the soul fragment that Lin Ming felt that it was not in vain to absorb this soul fragment. After that, Lin Ming saw the formation of the 7 Profound Valley, Shanman Pass, Fanqi's Golden Light Formation flag and the 9-turn Green Light Formation, including the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Bead that Lin Ming used to save his life before, all belonged to the 7 Profound Valley Formation. However, the formation principle of the 7 Profound Valley Formation is completely different from the formation principle in the memory of the God Realm Great Power. If the formation of the God realm is marked by its great power, then the 7 profound valley formation is based on simple arrangement and convenient use. In particular, the thunderbolt evil fire bead that was compressed in the formation bead and could be thrown out at any time left a deep impression on Lin Ming. This could allow a warrior with no strength to kill a condensed vein master in a split second. These things were not in the memory of the God realm formation master. Lin Ming once thought that the formation system of the Xianan continent was completely different from that of the God realm, but now, in the 8 diagrams litho formation arranged by the Red Flame ancestor, Lin Ming saw many shadows of the God realm formation. But compared to the memory of the great man in the divine realm, this 8 diagrams litho formation still has many roughness, omissions and unreasonable aspects. The flames burned fiercely outside the formation, although one could feel the rich fire energy that seemed to have turned into substance. There was no heat radiating from it, which was amazing. The litho formation was silent for a long time before an old voice came out. "Little kid from the Mu family? I'm busy. What's the matter?" Mu Qianxue said respectfully, "I came here to ask the senior to help me forge a spear." "Forge a treasure?" I said, "I'm busy. Come back in 10 years. I may have some time by then." 10 years? Question mark? Mu Qianxue was stunned, and Lin Ming was extremely speechless after hearing this. For the two of them, 10 years was an exaggerated period of time, but for a Zuundan master who was hundreds of years old, 10 years was just the time for a retreat. How could I wait for 10 years? I don't know what will happen in 10 years. I still need your help to forge a treasure by then. Mu Qianxue wanted to say something else, but she didn't say anything. She looked at Lin Ming with embarrassment, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across her pretty face. "Sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this." Mu Qianxue felt that she had really lost face this time. She had promised to help, but this was the result. "Let's go back. I will find someone else to help you. Senior Kaiyan will not change his mind. No matter what we say, it will be useless." "No, wait a little longer. Maybe I can persuade Senior Kaiyan to change his mind." Lin Ming touched his chin, thinking. Chapter 306 There is always someone better. Make the Qian Patriarch change his mind? Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming suspiciously. Although she felt that this was not reliable at all, because many incredible things often happened to Lin Ming, Mu Qianxue decided to wait and see. However, she did not expect that she would wait for more than half an hour. Lin Ming just stood there, did not speak, and kept thinking. "Lin Ming, what are you going to do?" Mu Qianxue asked puzzledly. Lin Ming did not answer, as if he did not hear Mu Qianxue's words at all. Mu Qianxue then realized that Lin Ming had entered the ethereal martial spirit at some point, isolating himself from the outside world. As Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial spirit, the surrounding fire energy involuntarily poured into Lin Ming's body. This was the effect of the evil god seed. With the evil god seed, Lin Ming did not need to control the absorption of fire energy at all, and he could absorb it autonomously. Is Lin Ming taking this opportunity to practice? Mu Qianxue could not help thinking so in her heart. The fire energy here is very rich. If a fire warrior can practice here, it will be twice the result with half the effort. But this kind of poaching and taking advantage of others is too shameless. Based on Mu Qianxue's understanding of Lin Ming, he is not a person who likes to take advantage. Moreover, even if he stands here for a day, how much fire energy can he absorb? What is he doing? In this way, another half hour passed, and the sky was a little dark. At this time, the Qian Patriarch who was deep in the fire array suddenly snorted heavily. "Boy, are you absorbing my fire energy?" Lin Ming's body shook slightly, and he woke up from the ethereal martial intent. The cold snort of the Qian Patriarch just now contained a faint fluctuation of true energy, which woke him up. However, in just 1 hour, he had almost finished what he should do. "You are also from Shenhuang Island? You refuse to leave and steal the fire energy from me. When did the people of Shenhuang Island become so promising?" There was obvious irony in the voice of the Qian Patriarch. In fact, he didn't care about this little fire energy, but the other party's behavior made him unhappy. "For the sake of Shenhuang Island, I will not bother with you. Get down the mountain immediately. I don't like a beggar staying here while I'm having a meal, picking up the leftovers I dropped on the table." Patriarch Kaiyan's words were so harsh that Mu Qianxue's face changed when she heard them. Although Patriarch Kaiyan was talking about Lin Ming, she was also implicated. She was of noble status and had never lost face like this before. However, Patriarch Kaiyan was very powerful, proficient in refining equipment, and had a strange temper. Most of the time, he didn't even give face to his master. Mu Qianxue had to endure it. Pulling Lin Ming's sleeve, Mu Qianxue said angrily, "Lin Ming, what are you doing? If you want to absorb the fire energy, Shenhuang Island has it. Why are you standing here? Let's go down the mountain first." Lin Ming said, "Miss Mu, I'm not absorbing the fire energy, it's just." Lin Ming paused here and then shouted loudly, "Senior Kaiyan, I did absorb your fire energy unintentionally, but I think if you can confine all the fire energy in the Bagwulahuo formation, it will not leak out for others to absorb. In this way, the power of the sky fire will be stronger. Although the Bagwulahuo formation set up by Patriarch Kaiyan can block heat, it cannot block the loss of fire energy. This is naturally a considerable loss to the formation itself." The old ancestor Kaiyan snorted coldly, "You little brat, what do you know? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Get off the mountain quickly, or I'll be rude to you." Being harassed by Lin Ming again and again, the old ancestor Kaiyan was already in a bad mood. He was originally in seclusion to comprehend a set of ancient array jade slips, wanting to improve the power of the 8 diagrams fire array. When Lin Ming was standing outside, he felt like there was a fly flying by his side while he was reading, and he wanted to slap him to death. "Lin Ming, let's go." Mu Qianxue knew the temper of the old ancestor Kaiyan. If he really angered him, Lin Ming might die here. Lin Ming was pulled by Mu Qianxue and still shouted loudly, "Senior Kaiyan, is what I said wrong?" The old ancestor Kaiyan's voice suddenly turned cold. "What you said is all nonsense. After imprisoning the fire energy, the power of the sky fire can be made stronger. This is a principle that even a fool knows. The key is how to do it." He spent a lot of effort on the 8 diagrams fire formation, which was based on his own knowledge of formations and incorporated with some knowledge of ancient formations. It was not easy for the old ancestor Kaiyan to block the loss of heat, but it was pure dreaming to block the loss of fire energy. How could it be easy to refine such a powerful formation that could attract the Taiji heavenly fire energy? "Senior Kaiyan, when I was young, I met a master who taught me some knowledge about formations and inscriptions. Although I'm dull, I have learned a little, especially about fire formations. Regarding Senior Kaiyan's formation, I have a few shallow suggestions." Lin Ming shouted loudly, ignoring Mu Qianxue's winks. The formation laid by the old ancestor Kaiyan was really more crude and full of mistakes than that of the great man in the divine realm. Although Lin Ming could find those mistakes and rough places relatively easily, it was not easy to improve them. So Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intention, combined with the memory of the great power in the divine domain, and meditated for a full hour. Finally, he found possible solutions for several places. It was just a rough idea, but if the old ancestor Kaiyan continued to study according to Lin Ming's instructions, he should be able to get a lot of inspiration. Ha 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 ha. The old ancestor Kaiyan laughed loudly, and the vast true essence scattered. Even the flames in the Bagwulahuo formation churned. Lin Ming's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but step back a few steps. Fortunately, Mu Qianxue was still holding Lin Ming's arm at this time, and hurriedly input some true essence into Lin Ming's body, which protected his meridians. "Lin Ming, don't talk nonsense. Senior Kaiyan is a Zuandan power and a master of formations. Are you sure?" Mu Qianxue was anxious and angry at this time. She wanted to stop Lin Ming's actions and fly him down the mountain directly. Although incredible things always happen to Lin Ming, the point about improving the 8 diagrams fire array is too unbelievable. The art of formation is so complicated and profound. Which formation master who has achieved great success like the Red Flame Ancestor is not a great master who has immersed himself in this art for hundreds or even thousands of years? How old is Lin Ming? Even if he is extremely talented, how much can he learn? Besides, how much weight does his so-called expert master have? Can a person who appeared in Xianan country reach the Zuandan realm? Even if he reaches Zuandan, can he compare with the Red Flame Ancestor? can Lin Ming learn to surpass the red flame ancestor in formation attainment by following him? Even Mu Qianxue, who has always trusted Lin Ming very much, can't believe him this time. Qian laughed for a full 10 breaths before he stopped laughing. How ridiculous. I, Qian, have lived for 390 years, but I never thought that one day I would need a young boy and a country bumpkin to teach me the art of formations. Lin Ming was repeatedly ridiculed by the ancestor Qian. The old man even poured his true energy into his laughter, almost injuring his meridians. Lin Ming became angry. My master is not a country bumpkin. Senior Qian, there are always people better than you. I once thought that the masters of the Xiantian realm were the strongest. Later, I learned that above the Xiantian, there are Xuanden, and above Xuanden, there are even higher realms. What did you say? In the 8 diagrams fire formation, Senior Qian suddenly became cold, and a burning murderous intent spread. Are you teaching me a lesson? Are you secretly mocking me for being narrow-minded? But, very good. I'll give you a chance. Tell me what the emissions are in my 8 diagrams fire formation. If you tell me, I will not only apologize immediately, but also open a furnace to refine guns for you. If you can't tell me, I will leave your tongue that talks nonsense, and at the same time, cut off all the meridians in your body, and abolish your martial arts. For the sake of Shenhuang Island, I will spare your life. When Elder Qian said this, Mu Qianxue was shocked. Cutting off all the meridians in the body and abolishing martial arts. For a warrior, this is no different from death. The thing she was most worried about finally happened. Elder Qian would definitely do what he said, but even if Lin Ming understood the fire energy formation, how much could he understand? What if he was wrong? Mu Qianxue's heart was lifted up. At this time, she could do nothing. She and Hua were far from being the opponent of Elder Qian. If things really reached a point of no return, Mu Qianxue could only risk her life to protect Lin Ming, hoping that Patriarch Qian would give her master some consideration. Lin Ming pondered for a while, organized his words, and said slowly but forcefully, the senior has erected 12 spiral fire pattern pillars in the center of the Lihuo formation. The fire pattern pillars can gather and separate fire energy, but the friction between them will cause the loss of fire energy, and at the same time, the energy will be thrown out to compress the formation wall, which will not only cause wear and tear of the formation, requiring repairs every 4 or 5 years, but will also cause gaps and holes in the formation wall, causing the fire energy to escape. This is the first reason. Second, the distribution of the 36 spiral array symbols in the Lihuo formation is not reasonable. Because of the slight difference in distance, the energy will affect each other, forming a barrier, which will then cause the fire energy crystal bag to be damaged, and a large amount of energy will escape, unable to be confined, causing it to escape again. Third, Lin Ming kept talking, and Mu Qianxue was stunned. There was a word to describe her mood at the moment, that is, although she didn't know what Lin Ming was talking about, she felt that he was very powerful. And the most important thing was that the old ancestor Qian, who had been sneering in the Lihuo formation, was silent. Could it be that everything Lin Ming said was on point? He was only 16 years old. Even if he had a master who was the number 1 in the formation of Xianan continent, how did he learn it? What kind of terrifying comprehension does he have? Chapter 307. Martial arts is like the way of refining weapons. In the Lihuo formation, the more the Qian patriarch listened, the more shocked he was. When Lin Ming opened his mouth to talk about the 12 fire pattern pillars, he was shocked. The so-called fire pattern pillars and the spiral array symbols were all things from the ancient array. The ancient strange array, which has been passed down to the present, is incomplete. Any strange array jade slip is the inheritance that the array master dreams of, and it may even set off a bloody storm. This kid actually knows the ancient strange array? Who is his master? And what shocked the Qian patriarch the most was that Lin Ming's understanding of the array was terrifying. The ancient strange array was so complicated and profound that even with the best teacher, it would take decades of hard work to learn it. And this boy in front of him, who was no more than 18 years old, could actually see the omissions in his own array. Even his previous judgment that the fire pattern column throws out the vitality to press the array wall, which will not only cause the array to wear out, but also need to be repaired every 4 or 5 years was very accurate. At the beginning, he did have to repair the array every 4.5 years. It was not until later that a precious material was added to the array that the deadline was barely maintained to 10 years. What is the origin of this young man? Lin Ming spoke for half an incense stick of time before he finished speaking. After Lin Ming spoke, the old ancestor Kai Yan in the Lihuo array fell into a long silence, and the wanton murderer Sora before was completely restrained. Mu Qianxue who didn't know what to say at the side. After a long time, the old ancestor Kai Yan's old voice came from the array. What is the name of your master? Lin Ming said, my master is a master I met by chance when I was 12 years old. As for his name, he has never mentioned it to me. 12 years old, how old are you now? The old ancestor Kai Yan's voice suddenly trembled. Replying to the senior, I'm 16 years old. 16 years old? Haha. 16 years old. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Following the almost crazy voice of the Red Flame Patriarch, the blazing flames in the 8 trigrams fire formation were pushed to both sides with a whoosh, and an old man wearing a red robe and with a head of scattered hair walked out of the 8 trigrams fire formation. His face was almost morbidly pale, and his eyes revealed a sense of loneliness and bitterness. A 16-year-old boy, who has only practiced formations for 4 years, can actually point out the omissions in the 8 trigrams fire formation that I spent 20 years of hard work on. Ridiculous. Pathetic. Lin Ming originally wanted to point out the omissions in the Red Flame Patriarch's formation, and then propose possible improvements. In exchange, he would let the Red Flame Patriarch forge a spear for him, but he didn't expect that the stimulation seemed a bit too harsh. The old man was mentally ill to begin with, and now he was even more likely to go crazy. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, then bowed and said, Senior, you are joking. I have only learned a limited number of formations in 4 years. Your 8 trigrams fire formation is similar to one of the formations that my master taught me, so I happen to point out a few omissions. In 4 years, I've only learned a few formations. Haha. The corners of Kai Yan's mouth kept twitching. It was easy for Lin Ming to say that the formation was a gradual thing. If you don't have a solid foundation, how can you learn a high-level formation like the 8 trigrams fire formation out of thin air? What's more, it is an extremely complicated ancient formation. There are always people outside the sky, and it's just like sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Kai Yan looked up to the sky and sighed. He tore open the wall of the 8 trigrams fire formation with one hand, leaving a crack that could be passed by one person, and then turned around and left, as if he had lost his soul. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then followed Kai Yan into the 8 trigrams fire formation. Lin Ming, your master taught you the ancient strange formation? Mu Qianxue took a long time to reluctantly accept this incredible fact. This shocked her more than Lin Ming's absorption of the purple dragon's divine thunder with his mere bone forging stage cultivation. Hearing Mu Qianxue's question, Lin Ming was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to lie to Mu Qianxue, but since it had come to this, he had to continue to lie. I don't know what the ancient strange formation is. I learned whatever my master taught me. In fact, I can't set it up at all. I just know a little bit. To set up such a large-scale formation, at least the Zuundan stage cultivation must be required. Lin Ming naturally doesn't have this ability. Mu Qianxue didn't expect Lin Ming to have a master. If she said that Lin Ming's master was an innate cultivator, she wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, the talent that Lin Ming showed really made it impossible for people to think that he was a civilian warrior. But after hearing the depressed sigh of the old ancestor Kai Yan, Lin Ming's master is very likely to be a great power that can ascend to the divine realm. This kind of people, which one is not a person who is crowned as an emperor, is the king among the kings of the Xianan continent, the top type of people. With such a master, why didn't Lin Ming just enter the Holy Land to practice? Why did he have to enter a small 7 mysterious valley? Mu Qianxue was puzzled. Or, maybe his master had already ascended to the divine realm. The two walked to the residence of the Red Flame ancestor step by step. This was a cave located in the center of the 8 diagrams Lihuo formation. Perhaps due to the long-term burning of the flame energy, the rock wall of the cave had been burned into a dark red. Inside the cave, there were scattered formation flags, formation jade slips, formation plates and other sundries. Next to the sundries, there stood 2 wooden puppets, probably servant puppets who took care of the Red Flame ancestors' meals and daily life. Seeing this, Lin Ming could imagine that, if a person lived in such a place every day, facing dead things such as formations and puppets all day long, and stayed there for 100 or 200 years, even a normal person would probably have mental problems. You guys stay here today. I'm not in the right mood to forge spears for you today. I'll start the furnace tomorrow. I've said something, and I won't change it. I take it back, and apologize to this little brother. This time I'll take out some of my treasured refining materials as a gift of apology. As the old ancestor Kaiyan said, he took out a palm-sized piece of black and purple metal from the Zumi ring, and placed it on the table. It was just a palm-sized piece of metal, but it seemed that the table couldn't support it. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This piece of black and purple stuff was definitely much heavier than some purple black bullet iron or heavy black soft silver. Moreover, he could feel a deep and palpitating aura in the black and purple metal, as if the dim light in the cave was distorted when it shone on the black and purple metal. Before, the old ancestor Kaiyan said that if Lin Ming could tell the emissions of the 8 trigrams Lihuo formation, he would immediately apologize and start the furnace to refine spears for Lin Ming. It is so difficult to make a person like Qian Patriarch bow his head and apologize. Lin Ming did not expect that he would not only apologize, but also take out a piece of treasured material. The value of the material that Qian Patriarch treasured can be imagined. Is this Zixuan? Mu Qianxue looked at the black and purple metal in doubt, and said uncertainly, because she had contact with Qian Patriarch many times. Mu Qianxue also knew a lot about refining materials. Zixuan is enough to make top-level earth-level treasures. If Zixuan is refined and purified, it can even be made into a heaven-level treasure. Heaven-level treasures are often used by peerless strong men who are crowned as emperors. With this piece of Zixuan, plus the purple lightning divine bamboo and the holy fire Wutong, the grade of Lin Ming's spear is likely to catch up with the Suzaku sword in his hand. The Suzaku sword is one of the ice and fire swords of Shenhuang Island, and it is the treasure of the sect. Thinking of this, how can Mu Qianxue not be surprised? Yes, it is Zixuan. I don't seek to ascend to the divine realm in this life. That is too far away. My ultimate pursuit is to create a heavenly treasure, engrave my name on it, and pass it down. So I will collect all possible materials for forging heavenly treasures. This piece of Zixuan is too small to be used for purifying and refining to forge heavenly treasures. It is just right to use it to forge guns for you. Senior Kaiyan, this Lin Ming, didn't know what to say. This kind of material was extremely precious to the old ancestor Kaiyan. He didn't expect that he would take it out just for a promise to apologize. This old man really kept his word. The old ancestor Kaiyan sighed and said slowly, my way of refining weapons is just like your way of martial arts. I have said that if you point out the emissions in my formation, I will apologize and open the furnace to practice spears. Otherwise I will cut off your tongue and destroy your martial arts. I want to destroy your martial arts, so I must pay the corresponding price. The old ancestor Kaiyan said this, which had already implicitly listed Lin Ming as equal to him. After all, a peerless master does not need to exchange with an ant. Regardless of whether Lin Ming is a possible master or his terrifying understanding of the formation, the old ancestor Kaiyan can foresee that in 100 years, Lin Ming will become a peerless strongman. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. Although the old ancestor Kaiyan has a perverse and violent personality, his heart of martial arts is probably firm. People with their own beliefs can often go further on the road of martial arts. Such people are actually worthy of respect. Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, Senior Kaiyan, regarding your 8 trigrams fire array, I have some opinions. Perhaps they can serve as a starting point and inspire you. Ancestor Kaiyan's eyes lit up, and his voice became excited. He would naturally not look down on Lin Ming anymore. If you have any suggestions, I'm all ears. The 8 trigrams fire array is one of his lifelines. The biggest constraint for him to create a heavenly grade treasure is the flame itself. For example, materials of the same level as Zizuan, although after refining them to purity, are enough to create a heavenly grade treasure, it is not easy to refine them. Ancestor Kaiyan still does not have this ability. Lin Ming said, regarding the fire pattern pillars I mentioned before, fire pattern pillars can amplify the power of flames, but they will also cause the fire energy to dissipate. However, if 3 arc-shaped array symbols are added to each fire pattern pillar, the distance is calculated, and the array symbols are allowed to imprison the fire energy while rotating. This will reduce the dissipation of fire energy. Of course, the disadvantage is that the arc-shaped array symbols are easily worn out by the fire energy and need to be redrawn every 3 years. Once in 3 years is not a problem. Ancestor Kaiyan blurted out. He was too excited. He had just deduced the model established by Lin Ming in his mind, and it was indeed feasible. Chapter 308 Swallowing the Heavenly Pill. Once in 3 years is not a problem. Kaiyan Patriarch blurted out. He was so excited. He just deduced the model established by Lin Ming in his mind. It was indeed feasible. Well, secondly, about the distribution of the spiral array symbols. Lin Ming talked freely, and Kaiyan Patriarch's eyes became brighter and brighter. Everything Lin Ming said was about the ancient array. He did not expect that Lin Ming could not only see the omissions in his array, but also give possible solutions. Seeing omissions and giving solutions are completely different concepts. Kaiyan Patriarch can see some omissions, but he can't solve them. It is hard to imagine that he, a 16-year-old child, has already understood the ancient array to this extent. Do I need to pay attention to the angle between the 36 spiral array symbols? I never thought that the angle of the connection would also have a subtle effect on the fire energy. Kaiyan Patriarch looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He was impatient to take a square array plate and started to deduce on the spot. Yes. The energy field on the connection line is subtly different. If used well, it can be used as a natural boundary of the fire energy area. What a wonderful idea. It sounds simple when it is said, but it is too difficult for me to detect it in such a complicated formation. The red flame ancestor danced with excitement, constantly deduced, and asked Lin Ming a series of questions. Some questions Lin Ming answered immediately, but some questions took him a long time to think about. The two of them became more and more speculative, and Mu Qianxue was already stunned. She watched the old and the young talking for more than an hour, and they didn't seem to stop until the sun set. They kept saying a series of words that she couldn't understand at all. In short, it felt very complicated and profound. During the chat, the old ancestor Kaiyan did not look like a loner at all. He smiled, frowned, suddenly realized something, slapped his thigh happily, and slapped his forehead in annoyance, as if he had never thought of this. With such exaggerated and rich expressions and movements, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an old naughty boy. Seeing that the two of them might be ready to chat all night, Mu Qianxue didn't know what to do. She stood up and brewed a pot of tea for the two of them and filled 2 teacups. At this time, the two of them picked up the teacups and drank at the same time, probably to moisten their dry throats. Seeing the two of them taking it for granted, Mu Qianxue was amused. She was the saintess of Shenhuang Island, but today she seemed to be their little maid. Not only could she not get a word in, but she was also responsible for pouring tea. In fact, Lin Ming also gained a lot from the conversation with the Qian ancestor. His memories came from the great powers of the divine realm. There were many things that were not suitable for the Qian continent. For example, some array materials were probably only available in the divine realm. What kind of substitutes were needed in the Qian continent? For example, what array talismans could not be controlled due to personal cultivation? All of these were experiences that the Qian ancestor had gained after a long period of exploration. He told Lin Ming without reservation. Lin Ming silently remembered. Although he was not strong enough now, there would always be a time to use arrays in the future. During the conversation, the Qian ancestor also admired the master behind Lin Ming more and more. Just looking at the materials used by others, he could not get so many of them, and the array talismans that others laid were completely beyond his control with his cultivation. It was obvious. There is always someone better than you. The Qian ancestor could not help but sigh again. Another hour passed, and the old ancestor Kai Yan was beaming with joy. He pulled Lin Ming and said, "Nephew Lin, talking to you today is equivalent to me secluding myself for 30 years. This statement was no exaggeration. If the old ancestor Kai Yan had comprehended the things that Lin Ming said, he might not have been able to get such results in 30 years. I have also gained a lot from talking with the senior." Lin Ming felt a little strange when he heard the name of nephew Lin. The old ancestor Kai Yan naturally regarded him as a disciple of Shenhuang Island, and it was reasonable to call him nephew. Haha, don't flatter me. You have always been talking, and I'm listening. I have gained a lot today. I have to comprehend and improve the 8 diagrams Lihuo formation. Nephew Lin, your gun must wait until I have completed the transformation of the formation before refining it. Refining it with the new Lihuo formation will have a better effect. I can even purify Zixuan to a certain extent. The old ancestor Kai Yan's voice was full of excitement. After the 8 diagrams Lihuo formation was upgraded, he would be closer and closer to the ultimate goal of refining a heavenly treasure. Then, nephew Lin, little brat of the Mu family, you should stay here with me for the next few days. I will give you the best place for cultivation. The fire energy is extremely rich, which is definitely better than the cultivation formation on Shenhuang Island. You can cultivate as much fire energy as you want. Mu Qianxue felt a little amused and helpless after hearing what Patriarch Kai Yan said. Lin Ming had become nephew Lin inexplicably, but she was still the little brat of the Mu family. This visit to Zhangyan Mountain was really unexpected for her. This is it. Patriarch Kai Yan pushed open a heavy wooden door engraved with a ceiling formation, pointed to a fiery red stone altar inside the door, and said to Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue behind him. As the door opened, Lin Ming only felt the heaven and earth energy rushing towards him like a tide, and the fire energy was so rich that it almost turned into substance. If he could cultivate here every day, his cultivation speed would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The stone altar made of firestone suppresses the source of the fire spirit vein. Mu Qianxue was secretly surprised. This place is indeed better than the practice place of Shenhuang Island. Seeing Mu Qianxue's surprise, the old ancestor Kai Yan showed a complacent look. He has absolute confidence in his practice place. This is the place where he usually practices. He chose the cave house in Zhangyan Mountain, which is rarely visited, just to arrange the 8 trigrams fire formation, and for this precious place of practice. This is the eye of the fire spirit vein of Zhangyan Mountain. The vitality of heaven and earth is as thick as substance. In addition, the ancient spirit gathering formation that he spent a lot of effort to arrange, this is definitely the holy place for practice that fire warriors dream of. Whether it is to improve the 8 trigrams fire formation or to forge a spear, it is not a one-day job. You should practice here during this period of time. Tell me if you need anything. After the old ancestor Kai Yan finished speaking, he couldn't wait to leave. He was going to comprehend his formation. Click. The wooden door closed, and the ceiling array on the door lit up, imprisoning all the fire energy in the training room. Mu Qianxue looked around the secret room. There was not only a stone altar for training, but also many daily necessities. There was even a bedroom on one side for sleeping. Of course, there was only one bed, but it didn't matter. For someone like Mu Qianxue, it was not a bad idea to meditate instead of sleep, and she was not used to using someone else's bed. Lin Ming, I estimate that it will take at least 1 or 2 months for the old ancestor Kai Yan to perfect the array and forge the spear. During this time, why don't you learn some fire techniques from Shenhuang Island with me? Mu Qianxue glanced around, turned to look at Lin Ming, and said with a smile. Although Lin Ming might have a master who could be crowned as an emperor, she didn't expect to get in touch with that person through Lin Ming. People of this level were really far away for her. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Mu, I plan to swallow a heaven-entering pill first. Mu Qianxue was slightly startled. Take it now? I think it's a little early. Although the heaven-entering pill is a top-grade spiritual medicine, taking too much will affect your foundation. You need to spend more time to consolidate your cultivation. You might as well keep the heaven-entering pill to break through the bottleneck of the acquired nature. Mu Qianxue said lightly. She naturally didn't think it was a waste for Lin Ming to take the heaven-entering pill in the condensation vein stage. No, take it now. I've thought it through. As Lin Ming practiced on his own these days, he found that he was far away from the marrow tempering realm. Taking a few heaven entering pills would not have much effect, let alone affect his foundation. What he wanted to know now was, how much effect could taking an ordinary heaven entering pill have? How many heaven entering pills were needed to complete the marrow tempering? Mu Qianxue didn't persuade Lin Ming anymore. She was used to believing in Lin Ming. In her opinion, Lin Ming never did anything he was not sure of. As long as Lin Ming decided to do something, even if it seemed impossible, Lin Ming could do it successfully. Smoothing the hair on his forehead, Mu Qianxue said, "Then take it. I have a bottle of body cleansing spirit liquid and a few medicinal leads. Take it together with the Xiandan, and the effect will be better." After saying that, Mu Qianxue flipped her hand, and 3 crystal medicine bottles appeared in her hand. There are many things to pay attention to when swallowing Xiandan. The medicinal leads can better exert the efficacy of Xiandan, and the body cleansing spirit liquid can remove the poison of the pill to a certain extent. Lin Ming took these bottles and jars, poured them all into his mouth, and swallowed the Xiandan. That was the size of a langan and as crystal as a beautiful jade. After that, he sat cross-legged on the stone altar to meditate and regulate his breath. Xiandan melted in his mouth, turned into a hot current that exploded in his body, mixed into the meridians of his body, and a series of tingling sensations came. Before this, Lin Ming knew that a large part of the function of Xiandan was to cleanse the tendons and marrow, and remove the acquired turbid qi in the body, and cleaning the tendons and marrow was naturally a painful process. The meridians were getting hotter and hotter, but his limbs were extremely cold. This alternating feeling of hot and cold was really uncomfortable. As the power of the medicine was dissolved, the energy flow in the meridians became more and more violent and fierce, causing Lin Ming to feel pain all over his body like needles. Even though he had the experience of swallowing strong medicine many times, he still gritted his teeth in pain, and beads of sweat continued to ooze out of his forehead. Quenching the marrow. Lin Ming's mind echoed with this thought, and he clenched his fists. With a strong determination, he continued to force the power of the medicine into the deep bones, and into the bone marrow. Chapter 309, Medicine Power Marrow Tempering. Although the marrow tempering stage is above the veins condensation stage, it is not necessary to reach the peak of veins condensation before one can break through the marrow tempering stage. On the contrary, the level of marrow tempering has nothing to do with whether the warrior is in the early or late stages of veins condensation. To put it bluntly, marrow tempering and veins condensation belong to different cultivation systems. Marrow tempering belongs to the divine realm body training method. Veins condensation belongs to the gathering yuan cultivation system of the acquired, innate, and Zuandan stages. Warriors start from training strength, training flesh, training organs, changing tendons, and strengthening bones. The true yuan goes from the outside to the inside, getting deeper and deeper. After that, the true yuan penetrates into the bone marrow, which is marrow tempering. On the contrary, when the true yuan flows into the meridians throughout the body, it is the condensation of veins. After the condensation of veins, the true yuan gathers in the danshan along the meridians, and then one can enter the acquired and innate stages, until the true yuan turns into a vortex in the danshan, and becomes a zuandan. In other words, the marrow tempering stage is actually parallel to the veins condensation stage. Marrow tempering is the foundation for the 8 gates of Dunjia, and it is a real body training. The meridians that are connected in the condensation of vein stage are connected to the danshan, which is the foundation for the future gathering of yuan. It is just that it is easy to condense the meridians, but difficult to temper the marrow, so generally, people will temper the marrow after entering the condensed meridian stage. This is what Lin Ming is doing now. He forced the medicine power to be controlled according to the marrow tempering method recorded in the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, and penetrated into the bones little by little. The medicinal power of the heavenly entrance pill is extremely violent. After taking the heavenly entrance pill, ordinary warriors can only constantly channel and refine it. Like Lin Ming, he kept using his true essence to bind the medicinal power of the heavenly entrance pill, trying to force it into the bone marrow, which aroused the strong counterattack of the medicinal power. Lin Ming only felt that the medicinal power of the heavenly entrance pill in his body was like a rolling magma flow, and wherever it stayed, it would cause pain and bone gnawing. Lin Ming, are you okay? Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming's painful appearance and was a little worried. If his strength was not enough, he might die after taking the heavenly entrance pill. Since ancient times, there have been precedents of warriors in the condensed meridian stage who were eager for success and died suddenly after swallowing the heavenly entrance pill because they could not digest the medicinal power. However, Mu Qianxue had never worried that this would happen to Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming's strength was there. He was even better than the late-stage postnatal warriors from small countries. But now seeing Lin Ming in such pain, Mu Qianxue's heart was hanging. Lin Ming's reaction was too intense, beyond her imagination. No one else could help absorb the Xiandan. Mu Qianxue had to take out the handkerchief in her arms and wipe the sweat from Lin Ming's forehead. When she wiped it, Mu Qianxue found that Lin Ming's forehead was very hot. How could this happen? Mu Qianxue frowned slightly. Did something unexpected happen when absorbing the power of the Xiandan? She even hesitated whether to use her profound cultivation to force the power of Lin Ming out of his body. At this moment, Lin Ming waved his hands with difficulty and said through gritted teeth, I'm fine. When he opened his mouth, Mu Qianxue saw that his teeth were full of blood. It was not that Lin Ming could not withstand the power of the Xiandan, but it was too difficult for the true essence to enter the marrow. Lin Ming only felt that his bones were like a copper wall and iron wall. He forcibly pressed the medicinal power of the heavenly pill into them. Every time a trace of medicinal power was pressed in, it was as painful as a sharp cone piercing the bone. At the beginning, Lin Ming stayed at the peak of bone forging for a long time, until the true essence naturally overflowed and broke through perfectly. Doing so naturally laid a solid foundation. His bones had been forged by the true essence for a long time, and the bones were dense and perfect, without a single leak. But the more solid the bones were, and it was difficult for the medicinal power to penetrate. But Lin Ming did not regret it. The more difficult it was to break through, the more thorough the marrow was tempered. The medicinal power of the heavenly pill, after being compressed and purified by the dense bones, would achieve the best marrow tempering effect. Lin Ming's consistent philosophy is, to lay the foundation, you must lay it as solid as possible. To break through the realm, you must achieve a perfect breakthrough. Lin Ming worked hard for a quarter of an hour, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. At this time, he looked inside his body, and found that a trace of light gold appeared in his bone marrow. The marrow is like golden soup, which is a sign of marrow tempering. However, Lin Ming did not feel the slightest bit of joy, but was extremely depressed. It was only this little. He had used up 1/5 of the medicinal power of a heavenly entrance pill, and he had only tempered such a tiny amount. If he wanted to complete it completely, he would probably have to do it another 10,000 or 20,000 times. Could it be that he would need thousands of heavenly entrance pills to complete the marrow tempering realm? Even if the wealthy Shenhuang Island supplied him with thousands of heavenly entrance pills, it would be bankrupt. You know, the 7 Profound Valley only made more than 20 heavenly entrance pills every 3 years, an average of 8 or 9 per year. Even if Shenhuang Island was a little more powerful, it could only make dozens of them per year. At this rate, it would take 100 years to accumulate thousands of heavenly entrance pills. No matter how talented or evil Lin Ming was, Shenhuang Island could not tighten its belt and not eat or drink for 100 years to accumulate so many heavenly entrance pills for him. And even if Shenhuang Island was willing, Lin Ming could not wait. Was he destined to never be able to step into the marrow tempering realm? Thinking of the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of Dao Palace recorded in the Chaos Gang Daojing. Thinking of the realm of cracking the earth with feet and shattering the stars with fists, Lin Ming felt deeply unwilling. No matter what, he would not give up tempering his marrow. Even if there was little hope, he would always find a way. If he could temper a little, he would temper a little. If he could temper half a point, he would temper half a point. After strengthening his confidence, Lin Ming gritted his teeth and continued to absorb the remaining medicinal power of the heavenly entrance pill. If the heavenly entrance pill was used to temper the whole body's marrow, it would probably have no effect at all. Although Lin Ming was rich, he was not rich enough to take the heavenly entrance pill lightly. He could not accept that, after taking a precious heavenly entrance pill, his strength would not increase at all. Thinking of this, Lin Ming followed the method of the Chaos Gang Daojing to circulate the true essence of his whole body and force all the medicinal power to his right hand. Since tempering the whole body had no effect, it would be better to concentrate on tempering a little. Lin Ming chose his right hand. Whether using the body-crushing fist or shooting, the right hand was the most critical part. Let's temper the right hand first. The medicinal power surged to his right hand like a tide. Under the pressure of the medicinal power, Lin Ming's right hand was in pain. If his body had not been transformed many times by the Wushan Tower, and was extremely tough, it would have been blown up long ago. In this way, Lin Ming forced the medicinal power to penetrate into the bone marrow of his right hand bit by bit, and he had difficulty walking. His right hand had swelled red like blood, and the blue veins bulged like earthworms and twisted violently. Lin Ming knelt on the ground, pressed his right hand under his body, and endured the pain of the medicinal power tempering his marrow. Sweat beads rolled down the ends of his hair one by one. Time passed by minute. After more than half an hour, Lin Ming finally refined this heavenly pill. At this time, he was already exhausted. The consumption of true essence was too great. Lin Ming turned over, lying on the stone altar in a big letter shape, gasping for breath. Fortunately, this place is blessed by nature. Every time he takes a breath, a large amount of fire energy flows into his body, which is absorbed by the evil god seed, and quickly nourishes Lin Ming's almost dried meridians. Looking inside his right hand, the bone marrow of his hand is indeed covered with a very thin layer of light gold, which is only attached to the surface of the bone marrow. Although it is far from reaching the state of marrow-like gold soup, Lin Ming can still feel the vigorous blood and energy in this part of the bone marrow. Only the bone marrow of the hand bone has a little light gold. Although the bone marrow of the forearm bone has no such change, the color is redder. Lin Ming muttered to himself. There are two kinds of human bone marrow, one is yellow bone marrow and the other is red bone marrow. Only red bone marrow can produce blood. Newborn babies have red bone marrow all over their bodies, and can produce blood. As they age, the red bone marrow in the bone cavity will gradually be filled with fat, and the red bone marrow will turn from red bone marrow to yellow bone marrow, and no longer produce blood. The older a person is, the greater the proportion of yellow bone marrow is. When the bone marrow turns yellow, the person's blood and energy will be insufficient. Therefore, the vitality of babies is much more vigorous than that of the elderly. Lin Ming's right arm bone has now turned back into pure red bone marrow. If the whole body is red bone marrow, the ki and blood will be strong, and his endurance, recovery, and vitality will be stronger. Lin Ming, are you okay? Seeing that Lin Ming finally recovered, Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief and handed him a handkerchief. She didn't expect that Lin Ming would react so strongly after taking the Rushan Dan. I'm fine. Lin Ming waved his hand and took the handkerchief handed by Mu Qianxue, but found that the clean handkerchief with a faint fragrance had become dirty. Obviously, this was his masterpiece. With an awkward smile, Lin Ming found that the surface of his body was covered with a layer of sticky grey oil. Rushan Dan is a magical pill that cleanses the tendons and marrow and drives away the acquired turbidity in the body. After taking it, impurities will naturally be expelled. Lin Ming couldn't stand the sticky feeling on his body, so he said to Mu Qianxue, I'm going to take a shower. Well, go ahead. Behind the residence of the Qian Patriarch, there was a man-made deep pool. Lin Ming came here with big strides, but he didn't take off his clothes and start taking a shower right away. Instead, he looked around to see if there was anyone around and took out a low-grade human-level sword from the Zumi ring. Looking at this cold and gleaming sword, Lin Ming suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the sharp blade. He didn't use any true energy to protect it, but just used his flesh palm to pinch the sword, kneading and twisting it. Squeaky squeaky. Next to the silent deep pool, the sound of metal deformation was clearly heard, and Lin Ming only felt a little pain in his palm, but was not cut by the blade at all. After a few breaths, this low-grade human-level sword was completely deformed by Lin Ming's pinching, and the blade had curled. This was a sword made by a fireworker, and it was considered a relatively good level among the low-grade human-level treasures. In other words, the physical strength of Lin Ming's right hand has surpassed the lower grade treasure of the human rank. Lin Ming had also caught a blade with bare hands before, but that was based on his strength training and clever strength. But now he needed this precious sword without infusing any true energy. The physical strength alone has reached such a level. If combined with the true energy, Lin Ming's defense will reach a terrifying level. Not only that, the physical strength is strong, the attack power is also strong. A punch out, splitting mountains and cracking rocks. It can be said that at that time, Lin Ming's body is a treasure. Chapter 310, Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record. The Chaos Gang Dao Sutra says that after the true essence has been trained through strength, flesh, organs, tendons, and bones, the biggest constraint is the bone marrow. If the bone marrow is not tempered, it cannot withstand shocks and is easily injured, which will become the biggest weakness of the physical warrior. After the bone marrow is tempered, not only can this weakness be eliminated, but it can also promote the combination of the true essence and the body. At that time, from the inside to the outside, the true essence will be integrated, and this will reach the most perfect state. Lin Ming stood beside the pool of water, practicing the chaos true essence art, feeling the changes in the body after the marrow tempering. Sure enough, the true essence was combined from the inside to the outside, which was a qualitative leap. The Chaos Gang Dao Sutra was right, but when Lin Ming thought of the harsh and almost impossible to complete the marrow tempering conditions, he felt a headache again. If he continued in this state, he might have to wait until the Zuandan to have enough strength to collect the elixirs needed for marrow tempering. Although the marrow tempering state is an independent training system outside the Juan system, the sooner the breakthrough, the better, preferably before the age of 20. No matter how great he was, he couldn't have Zuandan at the age of 20. Even if he entered Zuandan after that, he didn't know how much time it would take to collect materials. If he missed the best period for marrow hardening, his marrow would age, and it would be difficult to harden his marrow thoroughly. What should he do? Lin Ming took a quick shower, took out a set of clothes from the Zumi ring, put them on, and returned to the place of cultivation. Mu Qianxue saw Lin Ming coming back with wet hair, and changed into a clean and refreshing set of clothes, looking heroic and dashing. She was finally relieved. Lin Ming, have you taken the pills for cleansing tendons and marrow before? I feel that there are very few impurities discharged from your body. The power of Rushan to cleanse tendons and marrow is very strong, especially for the warriors in the secular world who take it. They can often discharge a thick layer of grey sticky substances, but the acquired turbidity discharged from Lin Ming just now was not much, so Mu Qianxue asked this question. Well, I have. Lin Ming nodded awkwardly. 90% of the medicinal power of the heavenly pill he had just taken was used to temper his marrow, and only a little bit remained in his body's meridians. Naturally, it had no effect on cleansing his tendons and marrow. Mu Qianxue glanced at Lin Ming from head to toe, then nodded with satisfaction and said, I see that your cultivation has not improved much. It should be that the medicinal power is lurking in your body. You don't have to worry. After taking the Rushan, you need to retreat for a long time to slowly absorb the medicinal power. By then, your strength will at least be able to break through the middle stage of condensing veins and even touch the threshold of the late stage of condensing veins. However, this kind of cultivation is not obtained by one's own practice. It must be consolidated. Don't think about taking the Rushan before the acquired period. Taking too much will only stunt the growth and will not be worth a loss. I understand. Lin Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, after telling a lie, he had to use more lies to cover it up. There was no residual medicinal power in his body. It had been absorbed cleanly long ago, but his cultivation had only improved a little bit, and he was still far from the middle stage of condensing veins. Mu Qianxue thought for a moment, then waved to Lin Ming, saying, Lin Ming, come sit down. I'll test your compatibility with fire energy. Lin Ming was slightly startled, then nodded and sat cross-legged in front of Mu Qianxue. He also wanted to know how good his compatibility with fire energy was according to the standards of the Xianan continent. Relax your body. Don't try to control your body to absorb energy. Mu Qianxue said as she took Lin Ming's hand, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, carefully sensing the fluctuations of fire energy in Lin Ming's body, sending streams of true energy into Lin Ming's body, then absorbing them, judging how good Lin Ming's compatibility was. I don't know if it was because the fire energy in the room was too rich, but Mu Qianxue had been sitting on the stone altar for a long time, and her body was slightly wet with sweat, and she smelled good. Lin Ming was a little distracted when he sat opposite Mu Qianxue at such a close distance. After a moment, Mu Qianxue opened her eyes, but a trace of regret flashed in her bright pupils. You are probably at the 6th grade lower level of compatibility. This level of compatibility is already quite amazing for ordinary warriors, not to mention that Lin Ming is a dual system body, and his thunder energy compatibility is higher. But Mu Qianxue still felt disappointed. The Shenhuang Island skills are too demanding on the compatibility of the fire energy. For example, Mu Qianxue's fire energy compatibility has reached the 7th grade upper level, which is amazing. The 6th grade compatibility is only the minimum standard for practicing core skills, and it is impossible to achieve great success. Mu Qianxue felt very sorry. No matter how strong Lin Ming is in other parts, it has little to do with her. Only the Shenhuang Island skills can strengthen the connection between Lin Ming, Shenhuang Island and her. 6th grade lower level of compatibility? Lin Ming was not surprised. Although the evil god seed is strong, the other parts of his body have no reaction to the fire energy at all, so on average, it is not so amazing. I wonder how much compatibility I will have after I take the top grade spear refined by the red flame ancestor, go to the southern border to kill the headmaster Huokai and absorb the immortal holy fire essence. The biggest feature of the evil god's power compared to ordinary fire type warriors is that it can grow. Lin Ming's thunder type compatibility is definitely more than the lower 6th grade because he swallowed the purple dragon divine thunder. This is the strength of the evil god's power. Lin Ming has cited the strength of the evil god's power countless times. No wonder that the god realm power thinks that the evil god's power is the most precious secret method he has ever obtained in his life, even above the golden peng breaking the void. Moreover, although the golden peng breaking the void is precious, there are still some people in the god realm who know about it, while the evil god's power is unique. This secret method was obtained by the great man in the ancient ruins, and was created by the ancient evil god. When the evil god's power was discovered, it had been sealed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. After that, the great man has been carefully keeping the secret method and has not leaked it at all, which has increased its preciousness. Unfortunately, the god realm mighty did not have time to study the power of the evil god and only practiced to the 3rd level. Then he followed Shan Mingzi to the Qianxue Holy Land to snatch the divine crystal cube and died. Now everything about the power of the evil god depends on Lin Ming's own exploration. Now he only found that the power of the evil god reacts to the thunder and fire energy, and other ice, wood and other energy are not effective. I wonder if new energy can be developed in the future. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming, pondered for a while, and said hesitantly, Lin Ming, are you willing to practice the fire system of Shenhuang Island? I want to try it. Lin Ming nodded. In terms of the quality of the skills of Shenhuang Island are naturally far inferior to the skills in the memory of the god realm mighty. However, although the skills of the god realm are good, you can't pick and choose them at will. It's good to get 1 or 2 skills that suit you at a time, let alone choose for a specific direction. Lin Ming had wanted to learn some lightning skills to make up for his lack of speed, but it was not easy to find a high-grade lightning skill in China continent. Relatively speaking, the skills of Shenhuang Island were already top-notch. Lin Ming, the condensation of your true essence far exceeds that of warriors of the same level, and your physique has many special features. I think you have practiced the best skills with your master. Although I don't know what that skill is, what I want to say is that the fire skills of Shenhuang Island are not worse than any other skills. These days, Mu Qianxue has had a lot of contact with Lin Ming. With Mu Qianxue's cultivation and vision, she naturally discovered some unusual things about Lin Ming, but she didn't ask. Every strong man has his own secrets. However, you haven't officially joined Shenhuang Island yet. What I can teach you now is only the first few levels. Before I teach you, you must swear not to leak the skills. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming seriously and said word by word, I swear on my martial arts heart that I will never reveal a single word without the permission of the divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming swore without any hesitation. Every sect regards inheritance as a lifeblood, and inheritance is the foundation of the sect's continuation. Okay, the name of this set of skills is Suzaku Forbidden God Record, which was passed down from the ancient Phoenix clan. It's a pity. The content of the skills is missing. Otherwise I'm afraid that several major holy places in Xianan continent will be jealous. Mu Qianxue side here. The ancient Phoenix clan is a clan that truly possesses the bloodline of the Phoenix. It is a real divine beast that cannot be compared to a sacred beast like the Suzaku. The power of the skills they left behind can be imagined. The two core techniques of Shenhuang Island, the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record, and the Ajaluin Illusory Demon Codex, have all been lost for the most part. Otherwise, Shenhuang Island would have become a holy land long ago. Even now, these two sets of techniques that have been lost are more powerful than the core techniques of many 5th grade sects. If it weren't for the fact that one must have the blood of the Vermilion Bird or Ajaluin to practice these two techniques to the core realm, I'm afraid those sects would have already rushed to Shenhuang Island to plunder them. It is said that the original complete ancient Phoenix clan secret codex, when practiced to the highest realm, can transform into a phoenix, be reborn in the fire, and be immortal. Mu Qianxue's words shocked Lin Ming. Transform into a phoenix, be reborn in the fire, and be immortal? Question mark? If what Mu Qianxue said was not exaggerated, the real ancient Phoenix clan secret codex is even better than the top techniques of the divine realm, and may even be on par with the secret techniques left by the ancient evil gods, such as the power of the evil god. Of course, the Suzaku Forbidden God Record and Bloluan Fantasy Demon Code must be only a part of the ancient Phoenix clan secret code, and they are still missing. Even so, Lin Ming was also tempted, and he couldn't help asking. Miss Mu just said that to cultivate the core realm of the technique, you must have the blood of Suzaku or King Luan. Doesn't that mean I can't practice it? Mu Qianxue sighed, thinking that even if you have the blood of Suzaku, you can't practice it to the highest level due to the limitation of the fire compatibility. Mu Qianxue said, the divine Phoenix Island has a secret technique that can transplant a part of the holy beast blood for you, but the blood is still too thin, not enough to practice the core part of the Suzaku Forbidden God Record, unless. Mu Qianxue suddenly paused when she said this, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she kept silent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Son of Flame. Unless what? Lin Ming asked in confusion. Well, nothing. Mu Qianxue quietly suppressed her embarrassment and shook her head calmly. Let's get started right away. When Mu Qianxue was trying to change the subject, Lin Ming saw a faint blush behind Mu Qianxue's ear, which surprised Lin Ming. However, Mu Qianxue was obviously unwilling to mention the so-called unless, so he didn't ask anymore. This is the first level of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record. You should read the technique first, and then I will introduce you to the door, and then you can officially practice. Mu Qianxue took out a fiery red jade slip from the Zumi ring. It is very difficult to make a jade slip for the technique. It must be made by a master who has mastered the technique. Mu Qianxue can carry a set of jade slips of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God Record with her to comprehend at any time, naturally because of her identity as a saint. Lin Ming took the warm jade slip and extended his perception into it. He was immediately moved. This was a set of classics that combined exercises and martial arts. The first secret method made Lin Ming very excited, that is, the art of controlling fire. The evil god seed is strong. It can absorb flames and hunt for fire essences for Lin Ming to use, but how to control the flames must be studied by Lin Ming himself. Although Lin Ming has good comprehension, it is impossible for him to study the art of controlling fire by himself. Inspired by the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, Lin Ming created the Thunder Fire Killing. The other fire control techniques he knows are only the most superficial, that is, to set fire to burn the enemy directly. However, the fire control techniques recorded in this jade slip are extremely diverse. For example, flame armor, flame shield, flame rope, flame compression, etc. In addition to the direct use of flames, flames can also be sealed on treasures in special ways to increase the power of treasures. All kinds of secret methods make Lin Ming very interested. This fire control technique alone was enough to make Lin Ming very excited about this set of vermilion bird forbidden god record. While Lin Ming was concentrating on studying the jade slips, Mu Qianxue was also meditating and practicing beside him, but she was occasionally absent-minded. In order to practice vermilion bird forbidden god record, or blue luan fantasy demon classic to the highest level, one must have a strong vermilion bad bloodline or blue luan bloodline. The blood transplantation of Shenhuang Island is actually to take blood from the vermilion bird or blue luan sacred beasts and implant it into the body of the transplanted person with a special secret method, so that the person has weak vermilion bird or blue luan blood, but the purity of this bloodline is far from enough. However, there is a situation. That is to have a relationship with the person with the strongest sacred beast bloodline in the entire Shenhuang Island, and take their primordial yin energy, so that you can obtain a very pure sacred beast bloodline, so that you can also reach the standard of practicing vermilion bird forbidden god record, and blue luan fantasy demon classic. The so-called person with a strong sacred beast bloodline is actually the saint of Shenhuang Island, that is, Mu Qianxue and her sister Mu Bingyan. This matter is little known, and Shenhuang Island will try to prevent this secret from being spread out, because it may cause a disaster. In history, there was a demon who practiced fire-based exercises, and kidnapped the saint of Shenhuang Island, wanting to take her essence, and practice the Suzaku forbidden god record with her, which resulted in a disaster for Shenhuang Island. Mu Qianxue couldn't say this so-called unless anyway. The two of them fell into a dull practice. Lin Ming was deeply immersed in the Suzaku forbidden god record, while Mu Qianxue was also meditating to absorb the fire essence. Mu Qianxue estimated that with Lin Ming's comprehension, he would be able to memorize the Suzaku forbidden god record completely in just half an hour, and understand part of it. Unfortunately, Lin Ming's compatibility with the fire essence was ultimately a constraint, and no matter how high his comprehension was, it could not make up for it. What a pity. I hope he won't give up the Suzaku forbidden god record because of this. Mu Qianxue subconsciously hoped that Lin Ming could practice the Suzaku forbidden god record to the highest level, so that he would be a true disciple of Shenhuang Island. Of course, this is impossible. Unless that one way. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue's face blushed unnaturally. Although she had a short ambiguous experience with Lin Ming, Mu Qianxue never thought about it in that direction. In her eyes, Lin Ming was too young. Mu Qianxue was 27 and Lin Ming was 16. Although for a youthful Xuandan warrior, the age difference of 11 years was nothing, but for Mu Qianxue now, Lin Ming was just a little boy. Moreover, Mu Qianxue had never thought about getting involved in men and women. Maintaining a Yuan body would be of great benefit to her practice. Maybe it was because the room was too hot. Mu Qianxue sat for a long time and felt a little uncomfortable. She was going to go out and take a bath. For Mu Qianxue, who liked cleanliness, taking a bath every day had become a habit. Looking back at Lin Ming, who was still reading the jade slip, Mu Qianxue quietly left. A warrior cannot control fire directly, but must control the true essence combined with the fire energy to achieve the purpose of controlling fire. Lin Ming muttered to himself, clasping his hands together. As he slowly pulled his palms apart, a fire snake appeared between his palms. According to the method in the vermilion bird forbidden god record, the fire snake between Lin Ming's palms became thinner and thinner, and more concentrated. In the end, it condensed like a substance. Under the threat of the evil god seed, the originally irritable fire energy was surprisingly docile, like dough, allowing Lin Ming to knead it. Just a little bit. Lin Ming continued to urge the true essence in his body. Finally, the fire snake between his palms slowly turned into a red flame chain, interlocking. The next moment, the flames were completely restrained, and the chain was like a substance, which was no different from an iron chain that was burned red by fire. It's done. Lin Ming was overjoyed. He pulled out the heavy mysterious soft silver spear from the Zumi ring. The flame chain was stuck directly on the end of the spear. The heavy mysterious soft silver spear just turned into a chain spear. Go. Lin Ming threw it hard. The 1200 Jin heavy mysterious soft silver spear shot out like a flying arrow. The chain suddenly tightened. Bang. With a loud bang, the heavy mysterious soft silver spear hit the protective formation on the stone wall of the cave, causing a layer of light curtain to shake slightly twice. The cave arranged by the red flame ancestor was naturally not something that Lin Ming could destroy. At this time, Mu Qianxue finished bathing and returned to the cave. She happened to see this scene. Seeing the flame chain in Lin Ming's hand that was almost indistinguishable from a real chain, Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes widened. If she hadn't clearly felt the rich fire energy in the red chain, she would have almost thought it was a real chain. You have already learned the flame transformation chain? Mu Qianxue simply couldn't believe it. The flame transformation chain was more difficult than the flame shield and flame armor. Even Mu Qianxue herself took a whole day to learn it, but Lin Ming learned it in just the time it took to take a shower. How could it be so fast? Question mark. Lin Ming's compatibility with the fire key was far inferior to hers. Lin Ming nodded. Seeing Mu Qianxue's surprise, he realized that he probably did something extraordinary again. However, he had done a lot of such things, so he didn't care about a few more. The flame transformation chain was actually similar to the true key transformation and the lightning transformation. They were all energy condensed into substance. Lin Ming knew that he could control the fire key so easily because of the evil god seed. This evil god seed could even shock the earth level thunder spirits such as the purple dragon divine thunder. So shocking some fire key was even a piece of cake. Mu Qianxue was extremely speechless. She had personally measured the compatibility of Lin Ming's fire energy. She had thought that Lin Ming would encounter many difficulties in practicing the Suzaku Forbidden God record, but she did not expect that Lin Ming had mastered the flame chain in just half an hour. Monsters, indeed, cannot be viewed with common sense. Mu Qianxue could only attribute Lin Ming's learning of the flame chain to his terrifying comprehension. After all, the art of controlling fire is a skill that requires good comprehension to comprehend. Mu Qianxue thought so, and cleared her doubts, but the series of events that followed challenged Mu Qianxue's eyes again and again. Half an hour later, the flame in Lin Ming's hand turned into a red shield. After another quarter of an hour, a red armor appeared on Lin Ming's body. After another hour, Lin Ming turned the flames into mysterious runes and imprinted them on the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, making the originally silver spear glow red. At this time, Mu Qianxue was completely numb. She didn't know what expression to use. She finally understood why Lin Ming could master the ancient formation at the age of 16. His theory made the Qian patriarch confused and dancing with joy. Lin Ming's comprehension was simply beyond human ability. She had originally said that she would let Lin Ming read the jade slips first, and then guide Lin Ming to the door and pave the way for his cultivation. Now it seems that it was just a joke. However, Mu Qianxue didn't know that the miracle created by Lin Ming had just begun. 2 days later, when Lin Ming began to practice the origin of the Suzaku Forbidden God record, his cultivation speed once again stunned Mu Qianxue. Lin Ming, who was meditating, seemed to have formed a vortex of vitality around him. The extremely rich fire vitality around him continuously gathered towards the vortex, just like a whale sucking water. Such a terrifying amount of fire energy poured into Lin Ming's body, but not a single bit of it leaked out. Lin Ming's body was simply a bottomless pit, with only inflow but no outflow. It absorbed as much fire energy as it could. This terrifying energy absorption speed shocked Mu Qianxue. How could this be just the 6th grade lower fire energy compatibility? It shouldn't be like this. Practicing the art of controlling fire depends on comprehension. It's not surprising that, if you have good comprehension, you can practice quickly. However, practicing the origin of the art almost only depends on the compatibility of fire. If the compatibility is not good, no matter how good your comprehension is, it's useless. But Lin Ming's current training speed. Mu Qianxue's expression was full of doubts. Lin Ming's training speed that violated common sense was just like the legendary son of fire who was born from fire. Ordinary warriors had to control the true essence to control the flames, but the son of fire could directly subdue the flames. Chapter 312, The Magic Gun. At this time, Lin Ming, who was concentrating on cultivation, had no idea of Mu Qianxue's thoughts. He also didn't know that his cultivation speed at this time was too exaggerated compared to his 6th grade lower level fire energy. Lin Ming had already entered the ethereal martial intention, closed his six senses, and was completely immersed in the comfort brought by the growth of his cultivation. Although the Chaos Gang Daojing was 1,000 good things, it was only a physical training method. The higher the cultivation, the more it was, the marrow tempering, the 8 gates of escape, and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. This system could not be used to break through the acquired and innate. Lin Ming wanted to open the 8 gates of escape and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, and he was also unwilling to give up the acquired, innate, and Zuanden. So Lin Ming now lacked a set of Yuanju system exercises that could be used to focus on the cultivation of true essence. The Suzaku Forbidden God record just filled the gap. Although this set of exercises lacked a lot, because of the existence of the evil god seed, all the fire energy in front of Lin Ming was as docile as sheep, allowing Lin Ming to control it. Lin Ming is now practicing the Suzaku Forbidden God record with twice the result with half the effort. This is simply a set of exercises tailored for Lin Ming. At the beginning, Mu Qianxue practiced the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. She had condensed meridians at the age of 15, acquired at the age of 17, innate at the age of 22, innate at the age of 26, and half-step Zuanden at the age of 27. Now Lin Ming's speed of practicing the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record is still far less than Mu Qianxue. The compatibility of the 7th grade upper grade fire energy is too terrifying. Even if Lin Ming has the evil god seed, he cannot reach it. But you have to know that the evil god seed can grow. What if it absorbs a few more fire essences? Lin Ming's practice speed can be continuously accelerated and even surpassed Mu Qianxue later. Thinking of this, Lin Ming is more and more eager for the fire essence of the Huachi tribe. If this place is not too far from the southern border, he may not wait to get a gun and go directly. The extremely rich fire energy, combined with the top grade technique Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, plus the perfect compatibility of the evil god seed with this technique, Lin Ming's practice speed is advancing by leaps and bounds. After 10 days, his cultivation has already approached the peak of the initial stage of condensed meridians. Of course, the credit of the heavenly pill is also there for such a fast progress. On this day, there was a sudden explosion outside the cave, and even the guarding formation was shaking violently. Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue didn't know what was going on, so they hurried out of the cave to see, only to see the disheveled Kaiyan ancestor dancing with joy. Haha, I succeeded. I finally succeeded. Seeing the Kaiyan ancestor's look, Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little amused. She had just thought that the 8 diagrams fire formation had exploded. Haha, nephew Lin, you came just in time. Take a look at my formation. Kaiyan ancestor waved his hand and pointed at the formation behind him. Because he had been working non-stop for 10 days to perfect the formation, Kaiyan ancestor was now covered in dirt, and his robes were burnt black, looking as miserable as he could be. Lin Ming looked at the shining eyes of the Qian patriarch, swallowed his saliva, nodded and said, perfect. Haha, today, not tomorrow. I'll rest for a night, adjust to the best condition, and then start the furnace to cast a gun for you. The morning of the second day, all the materials were placed on the stone altar, the 10,000-year-old purple lightning bamboo, the 10,000-year-old holy fire phoenix tree, a small piece of fire crystal left after the rebirth of the vermilion bird, the palm-sized purple Zuan Godan, and 20 kilograms of black thunderstone. These are the main materials for casting the gun. Each of the main materials is a top-grade natural treasure. Even the Zuandan strongman will be jealous. With so many materials combined together, even Mu Qianxue couldn't help but sigh that it was too extravagant. When the Qian patriarch saw so many top-grade materials, his face was red with excitement. With these materials, plus the newly evolved 8 diagrams Lihuo formation, the Qian patriarch was sure to refine the best work of his refining career. With the experience of creating this high-level treasure, he will have a greater chance of refining a heaven-level treasure in the future. The red flame ancestor gathered up his long hair and spit out a ball of purple fire. As soon as the fire appeared, it seemed to burn the void, and the heat around it suddenly soared. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The purple flame was undoubtedly a fire spirit, which should be the red flame ancestor's life fire spirit. Judging from its strength, it was probably above the middle grade of the earth rank. Lin Ming had no idea about the fire spirits above the middle grade of the earth rank, and could only guess in his heart. At this time, Mu Qianxue's words confirmed Lin Ming's thoughts. She looked at the purple flame color, and said in admiration, "This is a 9 nether blue flame, the upper grade of the earth rank fire spirit. The red flame ancestor has been able to roam the southern sky region in recent years, largely relying on this upper grade of the earth rank fire spirit." The 9 nether blue flame flew out and merged into the 8 diagrams litho formation. The flame suddenly turned purple, and the temperature rose to a terrifying level. The old man Kaiyan first took out the auxiliary materials for casting the gun, including a large amount of Gengjin, Hangsing iron, and forging heavy water. These would not be melted into the gun, but only acted as a primer. He threw Gengjin, Hangsing iron, and Zixuan into the flames. Gengjin and Hangsing iron melted into gold water in just a moment. He let out the mixed metal liquid, added forging heavy water, and then added a series of auxiliary materials one after another, and finally merged into a pot of boiling metal melt. Then, the old man Kaiyan took out the purple electric bamboo and the holy fire phoenix tree from his beard, soaked them in the metal melt, and began to boil them, allowing these two sacred trees to absorb the essence of the 5 metals. When he finished all this, Zixuan was still in the flames, motionless. The old man Kaiyan continuously input vitality into the Bagwulahu array, and at the same time, there was also the fire vitality from the Taiji heaven to supplement it. Such a great array of heaven and earth burned for 4 hours. Zixuan is worthy of being a material that can barely make a heavenly treasure. It has been burning in the purple flame for so long, but there is no sign of melting at all. Patriarch Qian took a top grade true essence stone, and began to absorb the energy in it. At the same time, he took out a purple pill from his Zumi ring, and threw it into the flame. The purple pill melted into the flame, and immediately turned into droplets, which all seeped into the purple iron. With a hissing sound, under the effect of the purple iron finally began to soften. Huo. Patriarch Qian took out a red hammer from his Zumi ring, infused the true essence into the hammer, and began to forge and hammer the softened purple iron. This red hammer alone is already a mid-grade treasure of the earth rank. The wind whistled, the flames swirled, and Patriarch Qian's upper body was naked, revealing a body of strong muscles. There was no sign of an old man at all. Dang. 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 The loud sounds of metal collisions echoed throughout Zhangyan Mountain like morning bells and evening drums. Even Lin Ming, who was watching from the side, was excited. The beauty of this absolute power was really shocking. Refining the impurities in Zixuan was an extremely difficult process. The old man Qian was sweating all over, and the Gengjin iron anvil under Zixuan was smashed to pieces. Lin Ming was amazed at what he saw. The Gengjin iron anvil was definitely not an ordinary thing. It was smashed to such an extent by the old man Qian. The impact force that Zixuan had to bear could be imagined. In a day and a night, after countless forgings, the original palm-sized Zixuan had shrunk a circle. This size was just right for making a spearhead. Zixuan was beaten into a rough draft of the spearhead. Next, the Suzaku fire essence was calcined until it was scorching hot, and then crushed into powder and infiltrated into Zixuan. 20 kilograms of Zuanlui stone, refined with the 9 nether blue flame to extract the essence, was also melted into the rough draft. The top grade materials of thunder and fire were integrated into the spearhead and continued to forge. The frequency of swinging the giant hammer became faster and faster, and the wind was blowing loudly. The surrounding fire energy gradually condensed into a vortex. In the collisions, sparks flew, arcs flashed, and the rough was gradually forged into the shape of a spearhead with a high ridge and a thin blade. Kai. The Qian patriarch soaked the spearhead in the ice god spring. The ice god spring, which was originally extremely cold, actually boiled and emitted a large amount of white gas. This kind of divine spring is very precious. At the beginning, the leader of the refining sect spent a lot of money to get some ice god spring, so that his son Huo Yanluo could absorb the human level middle grade fire essence with it. Now so many ice god springs are only used by Qian Patriarch as quenching agents. After the quenching is completed, the forging of the spearhead has only been completed once. The best treasure spear has been forged 4,911 times. The first forging time is the longest, and then it decreases successively, and the total time will reach more than 10 or 20 days. During this period, the refiner will continue to be in a high intensity consumption, sometimes consuming not only the true essence, but even the vitality. To refine a top grade treasure, the refiner needs to work hard and spend a long time. Some refiners even overdraw their lives and die in order to create a treasure. Therefore, it is very difficult to ask a refiner to make a weapon with all his strength. If Lin Ming had not helped the old ancestor Kai Yan, don't expect him to use all his strength to forge the magic spear. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming came to see once a day, and all the time, except that was used for cultivation. His realm at this time was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the condensation vein. Until the 20th day, the spearhead and the spear shaft had merged into one. The 10-foot long spear shaft was made of purple lightning bamboo and wrapped with the tree silk of the holy fire phoenix tree. It was both elastic and tough. After the spear shaft was completed, the old ancestor Kai Yan began to concentrate on engraving the formation for the magic spear. At this time, lightning flashed in the sky and fire clouds gathered. Above Zhang Yanshan's head was the Taiji heaven. In the Taiji heaven, the 7 element of energy, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, were all in a free state, irritable and active. At this moment, the thunder and fire energy seemed to be attracted by some unknown law and gathered together. Boom. With a deafening roar, the Taiji heaven seemed to be torn apart by a big hand, and a red fire and an electric snake came straight down and hit the magic spear heavily. The Qian ancestor, who was concentrating and exhausted to the limit, groaned and rolled down from the stone altar with purple flames and lightning all over his body. Senior Qian, Lin Ming, who was waiting on the side, was shocked and hurried forward. However, at this time, the charred Qian ancestor laughed loudly, and his teeth were particularly pale. God help me. God help me. The birth of the magic weapon has brought about the double disaster of Taiji Heaven's thunder and fire. This is the best work of my life. Chapter 313. Go to southern Xinjiang again. Spear. Let me see it. Patriarch Kai Yan took the precious spear from Lin Ming's hand. The entire spear shaft was dark purple, the color of the purple lightning divine bamboo. Between the purple, there were countless dense red lines, which were left by the holy fire Wu-Tang blending into the purple lightning divine bamboo. The spearhead was 8 inches long, with a high ridge and a thin blade, and a cold light. This spearhead was made by Zizu infusing the black thunderstone and the vermilion bird fire essence. It was not only sharp and hard, but also compatible with thunder and fire, which was just right for Lin Ming. The entire spear was engraved with array patterns from beginning to end. This array was used to conduct true essence. The purple lightning divine bamboo and the holy fire Wu-Tang were originally the best materials for channeling the true essence of the two systems of thunder and fire. Coupled with the effect of the array, the true essence infused into it would not be hindered in any way, but would be greatly amplified. It can be said that this spear was tailor-made for Lin Ming. Patriarch Kai Yan stroked the spear as if he was caressing a beloved woman. The grade of the precious spear was within his expectations, a top grade earth rank, and it was the top grade among them. Generally speaking, only when a heavenly grade treasure comes into being will it attract a heavenly tribulation. After a treasure has been tempered by a heavenly tribulation, it will become sharper and more powerful. The spear made by the Qian Patriarch was not yet of heavenly grade, but because it contained too many top grade thunder and fire materials, and was close to the Taiji heaven, it attracted the thunder and fire energy of the Taiji heaven, forming a pseudo-heavenly tribulation. Although it was not a real heavenly tribulation, it still played the role of the final tempering, making the quality of this magic spear even better. The Qian Patriarch touched and looked at it for a long time before reluctantly handing the spear to Lin Ming, saying, "The spear is yours, you name it." Lin Ming took the spear in his hand and shook it casually. The whole spear was very elastic, and the power stored in it was enough to break the bones of an ordinary master. The true essence was infused into it, and the whole spear was suddenly intertwined with thunder and fire. The violent crackling sound made people palpitate. This kind of terrifying power, combined with the thunder and fire killing shot, its power would be unimaginable. Lin Ming said, "Since it is made of Zixuan divine iron, let's call it Zixuan divine spear." After getting the divine spear, Lin Ming couldn't wait to test its power, and he soon had a very good experimental subject, the head of the southern Xinjiang Huokai sect. 10 days later, the 100,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Above the forest in southern Xinjiang, with a high-pitched whistle, a dragon-shaped beast with a wingspan of 6 feet wide, covered with scales, and dragging a long tail flew across the sky. The broad wings swept a black shadow on the ground. From a distance, the flying beast looked like a dragon with 2 broad wings. This beast was called Fishanjiao, and it had the blood of the sacred beast Yinglang. Yinglang and Jianlang looked similar, and they were both sacred dragon beasts, but Yinglang had wings, so its descendants could basically fly in the air. On the back of the flying dragon, a young man in black stood upright, holding a purple spear, standing in the wind. This young man was Lin Ming. 10 days ago, when Lin Ming set out from Zhangyan Mountain, the Qian Patriarch gave him this flying dragon as a means of transportation. The speed of the flying dragon was far beyond the reach of the divine wind eagle. It could fly tens of thousands of miles with its wings spread, making it a priceless mount. In addition, the Qian Patriarch also used Lin Ming's purple Zuan divine spear to conceal its brilliance and true energy fluctuations with a formation. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary human-level top-grade treasure. Unless someone's cultivation level exceeded that of the Qian Patriarch, it would be difficult to see the clues. After all, the purple Zuan divine spear was too valuable. With Lin Ming's current strength, it would be almost tantamount to suicide to hold the purple Zuan divine spear in the streets. Now, there were only 2 people who knew that Lin Ming had the purple Zuan divine spear, Mu Qianxue and the Qian Patriarch. Mu Qianxue was trustworthy, and although Qian Patriarch had a violent personality, he was upright and had a good personal relationship with Lin Ming. He would not betray Lin Ming, not to mention that this gun was made by Qian Patriarch himself. The flying dragon was flying like lightning. Lin Ming stood on the dragon's back, looking down at the scenery below that was rapidly retreating. He could not help but feel a lot of emotion. It was only a few months later that he revisited the old place, but his own situation was completely different. At the beginning, he was chased by the pyrotechnics. He fought hard to kill the pyrotechnics, but soon he was chased by the head of Huoqi. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Zhuge halfway and scared away the fire spirit clone of the head of Huoqi, he would have fallen in the black water swamp. Later, when he entered Thunder Mountain, he also fled all the way, going through life and death. All kinds of life and death crises seemed to be yesterday. And today, Lin Ming is walking in the southern border again. His strength is no longer the same, and there is nothing in the vast southern border that can threaten him. Lin Ming's first destination was the Fog Valley tribe. The Fog Valley tribe was located in a valley. The valley was often filled with fog in the morning, hence the name. This was a small tribe quite close to the Huokai tribe, with a population of only 4,000 to 5,000 people. When Lin Ming flew close to the Fog Valley tribe, he let the flying dragon forage freely in the jungle of southern Xinjiang. The blood concentration of the flying dragon was roughly equivalent to that of the thunder lizard on Thunder Mountain. Its current strength was equivalent to that of a postnatal warrior. In the jungle of southern Xinjiang, there was no rival at all, so there was no need to worry. Lin Ming jumped off the dragon's back. In the 1,000-foot void, he fell rapidly like a fish entering the water. He waved his sleeves again and again, using the wind stake to slow down. In the end, he landed on the ground lightly like a feather. According to his memory, Lin Ming soon found a family. This was a low house located in the corner of the Fog Valley. It had just rained in spring, and the bluestone road surface was still covered with wet water droplets, which gave it a refreshing feeling. In the red-tiled courtyard, a girl in coarse cloth, and with a pretty face, was holding a wooden basin, wringing out the freshly washed clothes inside, and hanging them on the clothes line. Under the sun, the girl's tender arms were as white as lotus roots, dazzling the eyes. This girl was Nashu, the witch of the Na tribe. When Lin Ming went to assassinate Kai Guda, he gave the Na sisters some gold and settled them in the Wugu tribe. Before entering the witch god's sacred land, Lin Ming promised to avenge the Na sisters. He was a man of his word, and now he came to fulfill his promise. Brother Mulin. Nashu was stunned when she saw Lin Ming walking into the yard, and her watery eyes revealed a look of surprise and disbelief. Is your sister here? Lin Ming smiled at Nashu. Mulin was the pseudonym he used in southern Xinjiang. Yes. Nashu nodded vigorously, put down the basin in a hurry, ran to the house, and shouted as she ran, "Sister, Brother Mulin is back." At the beginning, Lin Ming appeared in Nashu's world almost as a savior. He not only rescued her and her sister from the hands of the two evil spirits in southern Xinjiang, but also helped them to avenge their father and mother. All the hardships they encountered in the forest of southern Xinjiang were resolved by Lin Ming one by one. Under such circumstances, Nashu, who was just beginning to fall in love, had always been obsessed with Lin Ming. In just a few blinks of an eye, Nayi appeared at the low door. She was wearing an apron, her sleeves rolled up, and her slender white fingers were stained with water drops, probably from washing vegetables. She really looked like a graceful little girl. Nayi was also surprised to see Lin Ming. She knew very well the terrifying talent of Lin Ming, and the gap in status between the two sisters and Lin Ming. She thought she might never see Lin Ming again in this life, but she didn't expect that he would come back again. Benefactor. Nayi bowed and said respectfully. Compared with the lively and kind Nashu, Nayi always maintained a calmness that was completely inconsistent with her age. Perhaps she had closed her heart after she witnessed her mother's mutilated body being eaten with her own eyes. Hearing Nayi call him benefactor, Lin Ming felt helpless. This title really made him feel awkward. He killed Kai Guda and avenged the murder of their father and mother for the Nat sisters. He could indeed be considered a benefactor. Come in. I have something to ask you. The three walked into the room. The light in the room was a little dim. There were freshly washed vegetables in the basin, and there was a stove that was still steaming next to it. The Huokai tribe has not made any moves these days, right? Lin Ming glanced around casually, feeling that the two sisters lived a simple life. No. Nayi shook her head. The Fog Valley was very close to the Huokai tribe. If the Huokai tribe wanted to send troops to fight or something, she would naturally know. Since nothing happened, the masters of the Huokai tribe should have gathered in their lair. Do you know the exact location of the Huokai sect? The location of the Huokai sect? Nayi was slightly startled and said with some doubt, I know. The benefactor once to Lin Ming said, when I went to the Washan Tower, I promised you that I would help you sisters get revenge and kill Kai Gudan and the Huokai sect leader. Now, Kai Gudan is dead and the Huokai sect leader has not been killed. This person not only has a grudge against you for killing your master, but also has a deep grudge against me. Moreover, I also want to get the sacred fire of the Huokai tribe, so I came back to southern Xinjiang this time to kill him. When Lin Ming said this, Nayi widened her eyes in surprise, and Nashu also covered her mouth. Kill the Huokai sect leader? Question mark. Plunder the Huokai tribe's inherited fire? Question mark. The strength of Huokai sect leader was at least the middle stage of the acquired realm. He had easily killed their master. In the eyes of the two sisters, such a person was the top master in the entire southern border, like a mountain that could not be surpassed. Even Nayi, who was determined in temperament, felt suffocated every time she thought of the revenge for killing her master. She knew clearly how slim the probability of reaching that level of strength was in her lifetime. And now, Lin Ming was actually going to kill Huokai sect leader? He was only 16 years old. At the beginning, Lin Ming's killing of Kai Guda had already shocked Nayi inexplicably, but some peerless geniuses recorded in the Washan sect's classics could do this at the age of 15 or 16. Although Lin Ming's return from the kingdom of God and killing Kai Guda shocked Nayi, she could accept it, but killing Huokai sect leader, she simply couldn't imagine it. Chapter 314, Red Moon Cult Leader. My lord, the Huokai sect master is at least in the middle stage of the acquired realm, and may even be in the late stage. Naya's voice could no longer remain calm. She knew that Lin Ming was extremely talented, and it was hard to imagine that Lin Ming's strength could improve so much in just a few months. She did not have accurate information about the strength of the Huokai sect master now. Moreover, to kill the Huokai sect master, it was not enough to be stronger than the other party. There were many masters in the Huokai sect. It would be difficult for Lin Ming to kill someone in such an environment. I'm afraid that Lin Ming must have at least the strength equivalent to the peak of the acquired realm to dare to do so. Looking at Lin Ming's current cultivation, it seems that he is at most in the condensation vein stage. Could it be that his true strength is nearly 2 realms beyond his own cultivation? Nei found it unimaginable. Even the southern Xinjiang Yu Huang recorded in the Wuxian sect's classics was not so exaggerated when he was young. In Nei's mind, the Yu Huang 6,000 years ago was the spiritual belief of southern Xinjiang second only to the Wuxian. He once established the southern Xinjiang Empire, which was equivalent to a third-grade force, and his own strength was already unimaginable. Lord, should we investigate again? The information I got about the strength of Huokai sect leader is not accurate. Lin Ming said, it doesn't matter. Even if his strength has reached the peak of the acquired realm, and he has various hidden strengths that make my assassination attempt fail, I can still retreat. The purpose of my coming here today is just to inform you and fulfill my promise to you. I'm not here to get information from you. Nei stopped talking. Indeed, Lin Ming had already made a plan to kill Huokai sect leader before coming to southern Xinjiang. It is impossible that he came to discuss with her whether to assassinate him. Besides, the information she knew was limited, and she could not give any valuable suggestions. I understand. Nei nodded. In her impression, Lin Ming was a person who constantly accomplished incredible things. She did not doubt that Lin Ming was hot-headed, but just felt it was unbelievable. I'm going to kill the Huokai sect leader this time. Whether I succeed or not, you and your sister should move to another place. This place is too close to the Huokai tribe and it's not safe. Lin Ming said, and took out a 1-foot square box from the Zumi ring, handed it to Nei and said, this is for you sisters. In the future, whether you want to live an ordinary and wealthy life, or want to restore the country, it's up to you to decide. Lin Ming put the box on the table. The Na sisters brought him a great opportunity, and he has now completely repaid this kindness. Brother Mulin, you. Nashu saw that Lin Ming was about to leave, pursed her lips, her eyes flickered, and she wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Lin Ming smiled slightly, rubbed Nashu's head, and said, practice well, maybe we will meet again in the future. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he walked out of the hut, unfolded his body skills, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing her sister reluctant to leave, Nei sighed and shook her head slightly. Lin Ming will probably become a figure like Yu Huang in the future, and become the ruler of the continent with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The gap between them is like a chasm between heaven and earth, so how can he be her brother Mulin? Nei opened the box left by Lin Ming with complicated thoughts, and was stunned when she saw the things inside. The box was full of gold notes, each of which was worth 1,000 taels, and they were stacked tightly, with a thickness of at least 1 or 200 pieces. This was more than 100,000 taels of gold, which ordinary people could not spend in more than 10 lifetimes. Even if it was used to buy resources for martial arts training, it was enough for the two sisters to have no worries for a lifetime. Next to the gold notes was a jade slip, and next to the jade slip were some bottles and jars of elixirs. After opening the medicine bottles, a faint medicinal fragrance emanated from them. They were all top quality elixirs. Nei took the jade slip and took a look and exhaled a breath of cold air. This turned out to be a set of human level middle grade exercises. Adding these elixirs and gold notes, the things in this box were worth hundreds of thousands of taels of gold. Although Nei was a witch of the Na tribe, southern Xinjiang was not as rich as the central plains. It was not easy for a tribe with hundreds of thousands of people to come up with such a large sum of money, but Lin Ming casually gave it away. What level of power was this? Nei suddenly felt that compared to this vast world, the southern Xinjiang tribe was so insignificant. Huachi city is located 900 miles west of Wugu tribe. It is the power center of the Huachi tribe and the location of the Huachi cult. Most tribes in southern Xinjiang are countries where theocracy is superior to monarchy. The Huachi tribe is no exception. The influence of the Huachi cult leader Chihu in the tribe is higher than that of the chief. In the center of Huachi city, there are 7 spires, each of which is more than 20 feet high. The one in the middle is the tallest, more than 30 feet high. The buildings surrounding these 7 spires are where the Huachi cult is located. The night slowly fell, and the streets that had been noisy all day became quiet. The lights of Huachi city were lit up. From the air, it looked like a sky full of stars. This was a rare prosperous scene in the entire southern Xinjiang. Over the years, the Huachi tribe had been fighting and plundering slaves. The total number of tribes had reached millions, and Huachi City had become one of the largest cities in southern Xinjiang. In the room on the top floor of the central spire, several people sat around a round table. Sitting at the head was a bald man. He was wearing a black robe, with strange tattoos on his head and face, and a cold face. Next to him was a thick and long divine staff. The upper part of the divine staff was bulging in a spindle shape, and a circle of white skulls hung on it. This person was the head of Huachi, Qianxue. Below the red moon, sat a fat middle-aged man with big ears. He held a slim female slave in one hand, and pinched her hard and casually. The pain made the female slave bite her lips tightly, and tremble all over, but she dared not say a word. Although the fat man's movements were absurd, his grinning eyes revealed a sinister murderous aura. Red Moon Sect Master, the troops are ready, and we are waiting for the masters of the divine sect to go out. Please choose a good time and an auspicious day. Then we will march north, and flatten the Agu tribe in one fell swoop. The looted cultivation resources will be handed over to the divine sect for distribution and processing. The pagans will be killed. Half of the slaves will be sold to supplement the treasury, and the other half will be left to serve as labor. As the fat man spoke, his smile became even bigger, and the strength in his hands increased a bit, causing the female slave to turn pale in pain and sweat to ooze from her forehead. However, she still gritted her teeth, and dared not say a word. The man holding her was the chief of the Huachi tribe. This man was extremely cruel, even more vicious than the leader of the Huachi cult. Over the years, he had killed countless female slaves. If she could not bear the pain, and made a sound, disturbing the meeting of the three people, her end would be extremely miserable. One of her sisters was thrown into the 10,000 snakes cave, because she could not bear it and groaned. Caillou sat steadily on the first seat, turned his right hand up, palm up, and the thumb touched the other four fingers in turn, calculating something. After a moment, Caillou said in a deep voice, 3 months later, when the Wolf Star and the Sky Star intersect, we can send troops. 3 months. It takes so long? The fat-headed chief frowned, not satisfied with this time. He couldn't wait any longer. With the current combat power of the Huachi tribe, it would be easy to flatten the Agu tribe. It was just a matter of how much loss, but Caillou's words represented the Huachi cult. Even if the fat-headed chief was the chief, he could not refute it. Glancing at the new General Huachi who was sitting below him, Chief Fathead nodded. Just 3 months, then we will need the help of the envoys of the divine religion. Of course. Caillou said calmly. Chief Fathead's expression made him feel a little unhappy. Every time he begged the Huachi religion to send out masters, all the looted training resources had to be distributed by them. If this continued, when would their palace be able to train masters who could rival the Huachi religion? Wouldn't they always be controlled by the Huachi religion? Feeling unhappy, Chief Fathead subconsciously exerted more force with his hands, and this time, the slave girl finally couldn't help but let out a slight hum. Chief Fathead frowned. The slave girl suddenly felt cold all over when she heard this cold hum. Her body trembled slightly, and she had only one thought in her mind. It's over, and what awaits her will be an extremely miserable fate. As slaves, they were not even qualified to commit suicide. According to Huachi law, the entire family of a slave who committed suicide would be used to feed the beasts. In the belief of the people in southern Xinjiang, the dead who were eaten by beasts or humans could not enter reincarnation, and would never be reborn. Therefore, although many slaves were eager to die, they did not dare to commit suicide. The fat-headed chief laughed grimly, as if he was thinking about how to punish the slave girl tonight to vent his depression. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky and enveloped the entire spire. Sorry, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to wait for 3 months. The murderous voice, with a heart-pounding murderous aura, made the fat-headed chief tremble. He immediately stood up and looked up with some horror, but all he saw was the dark ceiling. Who? The fat-headed chief pushed the slave girl in his arms away, his face full of doubts, but then he thought of the fact that the head of the Huachi sect was also there, and that many masters of the Huachi sect were not far away, so he finally felt a little relieved. These damn guys who usually eat people without spitting out bones are indeed very powerful, otherwise the Huokai tribe would not have been able to sweep across the northern part of southern Xinjiang in recent years. The head of the Huokai sect, Kaiyu, also changed his face slightly. This person was able to hide from his perception and sneak into the heavily guarded Huokai tower. Who is it? Come out. Don't be mysterious. Kaiyu's voice remained calm. He had the capital to be calm. His own cultivation had reached the late stage of the acquired stage. With the help of the immortal holy fire spirit, he was hard to beat among the acquired stage warriors. He was not the strongest in the entire southern Xinjiang, but at least in the top 5. Now it was on his territory. With the help of his subordinates, he was not afraid of anyone at all. Chapter 315. Destroy the Red Moon. In the spire, the candle flames danced in the night wind, illuminating the shadows of several people present, sometimes larger and sometimes smaller. The Red Moon cult leader had a cold expression on his face, and one hand touched the giant staff beside him. As the staff shook, the skulls hanging on the staff collided with each other, making a crackling sound. The newly appointed General Huokai also drew out the heavy sword on his back, with a calm look on his face. He was a powerful general who had fought his way up in the army. He had experienced countless battles on the battlefield, and encountered assassins 7 or 8 times. This time, facing this uninvited guest, he did not arouse the slightest fear in his heart. The night wind was floating, and a black shadow appeared on the windowsill of the stone window like a ghost. The black shadow held a purple spear. His face was cold, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. The initial stage of condensation veins? General Huokai raised his eyebrows. He dared to break into the holy land of Huokai cult with the cultivation level of the initial stage of condensation veins. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Haha, I thought someone was coming, but it turned out to be an idiot. He dared to come and die at the beginning of the condensation meridian. The fat-headed chieftain laughed grimly, but glanced at Lin Ming's back. You have a helper, right? Call him out too. Don't hide your head and show your tail. I'll send you off together. As the fat-headed chieftain spoke, a flame ignited in his palm. It was a sound transmission talisman. He was using the sound transmission talisman to warn. The fat-headed chieftain did not really think that Lin Ming was an idiot, but he thought that, since Lin Ming dared to jump out with such little strength, there must be a master hiding outside waiting for an opportunity to attack. Although the danger was small, the fat-headed chieftain was not willing to risk his life. In the hall, the head of Huokai had been silent. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Ming, and then he quickly remembered Lin Ming. A few months ago, it was this boy who killed Kai Guda and then was chased to the Blackwater swamp by his own fire spirit clone. If he had not met Suzaku by chance, he was afraid that his clone would be swallowed up and he would have killed Lin Ming long ago. There are so many secrets in this boy. Thinking that Lin Ming, who was only at the peak of bone forging, could fly in the air, and his strength was superior to others, Master Huokai was certain that Lin Ming was wealthy and had a rare treasure that could fly in the air. This kind of thing was absolutely priceless. If he could get it, his strength would be greatly improved. Kaiyu flicked his finger and a wisp of flame flew out. The flame whistled out, swept straight out of the window, circled the spire, and flew back to Kaiyu's hand. Then, Kaiyu laughed, and as he grinned, 4 sharp fangs like vampire bats appeared at the corners of his mouth, looking extremely ferocious. So you really are the only one here. I haven't seen you for a few months. You have broken through from the peak of bone forging to the early stage of vein condensation. With only a small realm improvement, you dare to assassinate me in my Huokai sect? Do you think you are the Southern Border Feather Emperor? You really don't know what death is. Kaiyu stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. He already regarded Lin Ming as a ready-made thing. How could a young boy like Lin Ming understand his true strength? He would probably only think of him as an ordinary acquired warrior. When Lin Ming killed Kaigu, he was at the peak of bone forging, and Kaigu was only half a step into the acquired realm. Lin Ming's killing was not easy. He used all kinds of trump cards, including the power of the evil god in the thunder and fire killing. At that time, Lin Ming's strength was just comparable to that of the weakest acquired warrior. Now, in 3.5 months, Lin Ming's cultivation has only advanced to a small realm. Kaiyu does not think that Lin Ming can threaten him at all. Even if he is the Southern Border Feather Emperor who is deified in the classics, he does not have this ability in the vein condensation stage. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a group of fully armed guards rushed in. The fathead chief retreated to the guards. These guards were all the death warriors selected by the fathead chief from the army. Each of them was a master who had experienced hundreds of battles and killed countless people. With these death warriors around him, and so many masters inside and outside the spire, the fathead chief was relieved. Although he was cruel and ruthless, he was very afraid of death. His life was very precious. He had a large area of land to rule, a lot of women to play with, and endless power and wealth waiting for him. You protect me, and leave the enemy to the Lord of the Church. The fathead chief gave the order with his true energy voice transmission. He himself was also a half-baked warrior, but he practiced mainly to strengthen his body and play with women. I don't care who you are, since you are here, don't leave. The new General Huo Kai shouted and rushed straight to Lin Ming, slashing down with the heavy sword in his hand. Lin Ming held the long spear and the purple spear, and saw the great General Huo Kai rushing towards him, but he did not move. When his heavy sword was about to chop down, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light, and he coldly uttered a low character, "Die." The cold voice was like the whisper of the god of death coming from the abyss of the 9 netherworlds. After hearing this voice, the great General Huo Kai's body shook violently, and his eyes lost focus instantly. Plop. He knelt on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. His burly body of 8 feet fell down, and rushed out under the action of inertia, and his life and death were unknown. The face of the head of Huo Kai changed. Soul attack. Soul attack. It's not surprising, but Lin Ming was obviously only at the initial stage of condensation vein, but he killed the peak condensation vein master in a split second with just a moment of mental attack. How is this possible? The fat-headed chief suddenly panicked. He didn't know that Lin Ming used a mental attack. He only knew that he just snorted lightly, and he actually killed the great general at the peak of condensation vein in a split second. Is this man a devil? Even the veteran warriors around him were agitated, and their weapons were unconsciously tightened. They were not afraid of life and death battles, or even death, but as people from southern Xinjiang with religious beliefs, they were afraid of demons. Now Lin Ming really looked like a demon. So, you have mastered this secret method of soul attack. No wonder you dare to assassinate me. But unfortunately, this secret method is useless to me. Kaiyu's expression finally became slightly solemn. Kaiyu was only slightly serious at this time. As a master who had cultivated to the late stage of the acquired realm, and controlled the fire essence at the same time, the strength of the new General Huo Kai, who was only at the peak of the condensed veins, was not worth mentioning in his eyes. It was nothing to kill him instantly. With a wave of his right hand, a ball of red flame jumped into the palm of Kaiyu's hand. I will burn you to ashes. Kai. A red light shot straight at Lin Ming, but Lin Ming did not dodge, but his whole body was flashing with green light, and he raised his right hand and grabbed the red light. Boom. The red light exploded in Lin Ming's palm like fireworks, while Lin Ming's right hand only flashed with a faint golden light and was not hurt at all. What? The headmaster Huo Kai, who had always maintained a calm and mysterious image, finally changed his face. Although he did not use the fire spirit to attack just now, he also used 60% to 70% of his strength. He was actually blocked by the opponent with one hand, and with bare hands. This is impossible. At that time, the headmaster Huo Kai almost thought that Lin Ming was an innate master, but why would an innate master disguise himself as a teenager in the early stage of condensed meridians? To come here to tease them? He had no time to think about it. At this time, Lin Ming had already shot. A shot was stabbed out, thunder roared, the space was cut by the sharp true essence, and the conference table was directly shredded. The purple gun tip pointed directly at Kaiyu's heart. At the critical moment, Kaiyu bit his tongue fiercely, and a boy with a red body flew out from his heart and directly met Lin Ming's shot. Finally out, Lin Ming laughed grimly, and the true essence in his body erupted like a volcano, and the power of the evil god was activated. The evil god seed whistled, and the power of thunder and fire flowed through the body of the purple spear, doubling its power. The tip of the spear pointed directly at the center of the flame boy's eyebrows, and the blue true essence whistled out. This flame boy was the fire spirit clone of the Huokai sect leader, and Lin Ming's attack was to strangle the soul mark of the flame boy. Ah! The flame boy screamed like a beast, his tender face twisted violently, and his two little hands tightly grasped the tip of the purple spear. Chichichi. The purple spear was made of the divine object of heaven and earth. When the flame boy grabbed it, the two little hands were full of green smoke, but even though it was grimacing in pain, it still refused to let go. Go to hell. Chiayu, who was behind the flame boy, suddenly swung the magic staff, and the true essence in his body burst out, and he used all his strength to hit Lin Ming heavily. Lin Ming sneered, and the purple Zuan spear turned slightly. A steel needle with a purple dragon pattern shot out from his fingertips. Bang! Caillou smashed the ground with his staff, the rocks exploded, and the entire spire was shaking, but Lin Ming's figure disappeared like a puff of smoke. At the same time, the coiling dragon steel needle shot into the center of the flame boy's brow. Puff! With a barely audible sound, the coiling dragon steel needle shot into the center of the flame boy's brow and shot out from the back of his head. The flame boy's face was stagnant for a moment, and then he let out an inhuman scream. His originally tender and cute little face had been completely distorted into a devil. Caillou's hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and the blue veins on his head bulged like earthworms, covering his bald head. You actually destroyed my clone. The spiritual imprint of the clone is connected to the main body and is a part of Caillou's soul. Once it is destroyed, his own soul will also suffer a severe blow. Not only will I destroy your clone, I will also kill you. Lin Ming decided Caillou's fate like a judge. The tip of the spear turned and pierced Caillou's throat. This spear was integrated with the artistic conception of wind. The speed was extremely fast. Caillou had no way to avoid it. Let's die together. Caillou's face twisted violently. He pulled the long staff violently. The complicated spindle-shaped part on the staff was directly pulled out, revealing a sharp knife with a cold light hidden underneath. Caillou, who had fallen into madness at this time, ignored Lin Ming's attack. Holding the end of the staff, the long knife at one end stabbed Lin Ming's heart, wanting to die together. Puff! The purple spear instantly pierced Caillou's throat. Caillou's hand froze, his eyes lost their spirit, and the long staff knife in his hand was still a long distance away from Lin Ming. At this time, Caillou realized that Lin Ming had already retreated far away. He held a long red chain in his hand, and one end of the chain was connected to the end of the purple spear. Chapter 316 Bloody Night. Caillou spat out blood, grabbed the gun with his left hand, and waved his right hand in front of him in vain, as if trying to grab something. He looked unwilling and unbelievable. He never thought that one day he would die at the hands of a teenager, and the other part is cultivation was only at the initial stage of condensing meridians. Plop. Caillou knelt on his knees. His eyes had lost their spirit. In the final analysis, Caillou was just a low-level warrior who was not from a sect. He could only be the king in a remote place like Nanjiang. Compared with Jiang Boyan, Qin Wuxin and others, his talent was not worth mentioning at all. The strongest genius he knew was only Nanjiang Yuhuang, but even Nanjiang Yuhuang could not compare with Lin Ming at all. Zixid's spear was drawn out, bringing a burst of blood rain, and Caillou's body was overturned to the ground, and he died with his eyes open. At this time, the fat-headed chieftain looked at Hen, and his body was trembling slightly. Everything that had just happened was like a nightmare to him. The leader of the Fire Kai cult, who seemed unfathomable to him, was actually dead. Until the spear pierced through the throat of the leader of the Fire Kai cult, the fat-headed chieftain still couldn't believe that the boy in front of him was simply a demon. The several female slaves in the room also felt as if they were dreaming. In their eyes, the leader of the Fire Kai cult was as powerful as a demon god, and was simply invincible. He was actually killed by a boy who was only 17 or 18 years old? Question mark? Then how terrifying was this boy? Could he be the reincarnation of the witch god who came to save them? Lin Ming was looking at his right hand at this time, and he was very satisfied. With the King Kang true essence and the marrow tempering realm, his defense had a qualitative leap, and he could block the attack of the Red Moon without the use of fire essence with his bare hands. As for the flame power that rushed into Lin Ming's body, it was also suppressed by the evil god seed, and failed to cause any damage to Lin Ming's meridians. The last time he encountered Caillou, he was unable to control the opponent's firepower. It was obvious that the control of the firepower by the evil god seed was closely related to Lin Ming's own strength. After pinching out the remaining flame in his palm, Lin Ming looked up at the only high-ranking figure of Huokai left in the stone house, Fathead Chief. "You, what do you want? I'll give it to you," Fathead Chief said as he retreated, his voice trembling. He was completely panicked. The guards around him were only in the bone tempering stage. They charged like sharp knives on the battlefield, but compared to the head of Huokai, they were as weak as grasshoppers. They were not worth mentioning in front of this demon, and could not bring him any sense of security. Lin Ming looked at the fat-headed chieftain with disgust. This kind of scum should not exist in this world. He shook his spear slightly and said indifferently, "You have nothing that interests me. I just want you to die. No. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you wealth, beauty, and a throne." The fat on the fat-headed chieftain's face had been squeezed together and trembling constantly. At this time, he was already extremely frightened. What on earth was going on? He had already released the sound transmission talisman a long time ago, so why hasn't anyone come yet? Where are the masters of the Fire Kai sect? With such a loud noise, even if they can't see the sound transmission talisman, they should have heard the sound and rushed over. Could they have been killed? Realizing this, the fat-headed chieftain's heart sank deeply. Lin Ming approached step by step. The footsteps seemed to be stepping on the drumbeats of their heartbeats. The invisible pressure emanated, making it difficult for people to breathe. Several female slaves all knelt down, prostrating themselves, and performing the ceremony of worshipping the witch god. The fat-headed chieftain was sweating profusely. He was already scared out of his wits. Even the group of death warriors around him who were in the bone forging stage could not resist the pressure. "Kill." The captain of the guard team suddenly roared, and more than 20 death warriors drew their weapons and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming glanced at them expressionlessly and said coldly, "You all have the way to die." Swish. The purple spear stabbed out, and countless thunders shone with blazing purple-white light. The whole room seemed to have a purple sun rising. Bang, bang, bang. The more than 20 warriors were pierced into the body by the lightning. The power of thunder raged along the meridians, destroying their internal organs. In an instant, they were dead beyond death. Just one shot, more than 20 guards were killed, leaving only the fat-headed chieftain. Several female slaves watched this scene in horror. Killing more than 20 top masters with one shot shocked them more than Lin Ming's killing of the Fire Kai sect leader. When their hometown was trampled by the Fire Kai Iron Cavalry, they witnessed these masters easily killing the warriors of their hometown. But now, they were all killed by the young man in front of them with one shot. What kind of terrifying power is this? God. It must be the witch god who came to save them. Several female slaves knelt down and worshipped devoutly, while the fat-headed chieftain was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. As a person in power who usually deprived others of their lives, he deeply knew the horror of death. Lin Ming snorted in disgust and said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my gun." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned into black whirlpools. Bang! The fat-headed chieftain's eyeballs exploded, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. He was barely able to reach the peak of the internal organs with the help of elixirs. Under Lin Ming's reincarnation martial intent, his sea of spirit exploded directly, and his brain was already a mess. In a blink of an eye, only 3 female slaves were left in the room. They were still trembling and kneeling before Lin Ming. "You all can go now." Lin Ming was not a man who killed indiscriminately. The guards he killed before were also, because they were too murderous. They had followed the Huokai tribe to fight for so many years. They didn't know how many innocent people they had killed. They all wanted to die. "Kill them if you want." After he finished speaking, he picked up the dying flame boy on the ground with a spear. Before he could make any move, a red fireball flew out of the flame boy's heart and rushed straight to the window. Pop! The red fireball hit something hard in front of the window and bounced back violently, as if there was an invisible film on the window. Lin Ming calmly put away the zigzag and spear. When he entered the spire, he had already set up the dream barrier. The dream pearl given to him by Mu Qianxue could only be broken by warriors above the innate level. This little human level middle grade fire spirit was naturally powerless. So the so-called immortal holy fire essence is actually the earth's core red flame. Lin Ming ejected hundreds of King Kang's Zenyuan, bound the fire essence, and muttered to himself. These days, he has read a lot of classics that introduce fire essences and thunder spirits, and has a very good understanding of fire essences. The immortal holy fire is just the name given by the Huokai tribe. The common name of this fire essence in Xianan continent is the Earth's core red flame. The Earth's core red flame is a human level middle grade. Although the grade is not high, after so many years of careful cultivation by Huokai, its power has grown to almost the peak. Once the fire essence is born between heaven and earth, its grade is already determined, but its power can be cultivated slowly. The Earth's core red flame in Lin Ming's hand has been roasted for a long time, and the internal energy has been close to saturation, which saves Lin Ming a lot of time. After swallowing this fire essence, I wonder how much the fire essence in the evil god seed can grow. Lin Ming muttered to himself, and his fingers moved together, and began to seal the fire essence up and down. Neither the fire spirit nor the thunder spirit can be directly put into the Sumeru ring. It requires a fire or thunder warrior to use the true essence in his body to seal it. Lin Ming had learned this sealing method before. He could only seal the human level fire spirit, and he could not deal with the earth level fire spirit. After sealing the fire spirit, Lin Ming found that the 3 female slaves were still kneeling on the ground and did not leave. "Why don't you leave?" The 3 women kept kowtowed, and the one in the middle said tremblingly, God's messenger, they are all dead. We will be killed if we go out. I beg the God's messenger to save us. We can do anything. The woman's voice was not confident at all. She wanted to be a slave to Lin Ming, but she knew she was not qualified. After hearing the panicked voices of the 3 women, Lin Ming sighed. This is a world where force is supreme. The weak can only be controlled by others. This rule has continued for countless thousands of years. He is not a good person. He can't save so many tragedies in the world, but since he has encountered it, he will not turn a blind eye. Tell me, who here deserves to die? The woman in the middle was slightly startled, then gritted her teeth and said, those who can live in the center of the Huokai cult are all high-ranking members of the Huokai tribe. If they had not followed the army to burn, kill, plunder, and kill countless people, how could they have accumulated military merits and sat in high-ranking positions? Lin Ming looked at the woman in surprise. Although she was a slave girl and was frightened by him, she still spoke clearly and reasonably in this situation. She must have been a daughter of a noble family before being captured. This is not surprising. The slave girl who could be chosen by the Huokai chief to stay by his side and serve him was mostly of extraordinary origin. I understand. Lin Ming drew out the zigzag spear from the Zumi ring, removed the dream barrier, and disappeared into the vast night. After Lin Ming left, the 3 women looked at each other in confusion, at a loss. Soon, they heard screams coming from under the tower. Several female slaves hurried to the window, only to see a purple lightning flash in the middle of the night. 7 or 8 people were burned to ashes. The woman in the middle was shocked. She recognized that the dead people were all powerful figures in the Huokai sect and masters of the sect. Usually, any one of them would be a powerful figure, but now, under the hands of the black-clothed boy, they were killed at will like ants. Although they had known Lin Ming's strength for a long time, the 3 women were still shocked when they saw this scene again. The spears were dancing, thunder and fire were flying, and each shot killed several or even dozens of people. Among these people, the worst were also in the bone refining stage, and many even reached the vein condensation stage. Tonight was destined to be a bloody night. Chapter 317 Absorbing the Earth's Red Flame. Under the spire, screams came one after another, and each scream was extremely short. It was obvious that the dead were killed instantly. This was a one-sided massacre. Slowly, the 3 women on the tower became numb. The former rulers of the Huokai tribe have now become just a pile of messy corpses. A moment later, the cells were opened, and a large group of prisoners rushed out. The slaves also broke the shackles on their feet, and gained their long-lost freedom. The male slaves who were serving labor knelt on the ground and kissed the land, and the female slaves who were ravaged in the military camp cried bitterly. Chaos began to spread. Overnight, the 3 leaders of the Huokai tribe all died, and the real power figures of the Huokai sect died. The slaves and prisoners of war in the capital rose up one after another and headed straight for the palace. In this chaos, Lin Ming flew out of the Huokai city like a ghost and came to the residence of the Na sisters of the Wugu tribe. He was covered in blood and murderous, as if he had crawled out of the Shura hell. The Wugu tribe, which had not received the news, was still quiet. Nashu was still sleeping. Naoyi, wearing only a white nightgown, hurried out to greet them. Bang! Lin Ming threw a blood-stained bundle on the ground. Naoyi saw the dark red bundle rolling on the ground. Her pupils shrank, and she suddenly realized something, her lips trembling. Kaiyu's head, you can take it to sacrifice to your master. The Huokai tribe is in chaos, and the slaves are attacking the palace. Maybe from now on, there will be no Huokai. One day later, the war may burn to Wugu. You and your sister, you should leave. Lin Ming said calmly, but he felt a little depressed. The second time the magic cube was opened, it absorbed the essence and blood of a peak-acquired master. This time, by killing Kaiyu, Lin Ming finally got the essence and blood of an acquired master again. When dealing with Kaiyu's body, Lin Ming hoped that the magic cube could absorb Kaiyu's essence and blood and open it again, but he was disappointed. The magic cube did absorb a little bit of Kaiyu's essence and blood, but there was no reaction. Was it that the blood essence on the purple gold soft armor given by the prince was special? Or was it that the blood essence of the acquired masters was meaningless to the magic cube? Lin Ming felt that the latter was more likely. From his current perspective, the soft armor given by the prince was not worth mentioning at all, and was unlikely to be special. Kaiyu's head. Nei took a deep breath. She did not expect that Lin Ming would not only kill the Fire Kai sect master as he said, but also come back so soon. She stretched out her hand and trembled to untie the package. Seeing the head of the Fire Kai sect master who died with his eyes open, she looked excited but painful. She remembered the tragic death of her master that day. With her great revenge, she finally fulfilled the poisonous oath she had made and could use the head of the Fire Kai sect master as a sacrifice. Thank you, benefactor. Nei bit her lip and said, her eyes moist. No need to thank me. He is the one I want to kill. Now that things have come to this, Miss Nei, take care. We will meet again. Lin Ming said as his figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. Lin Ming's prediction was correct. After the top leaders in the core group were swept away by him, the remaining mob in the palace could not resist the anger of the slaves at all. The Huokai palace was captured that night, and the entire Huokai tribe was destroyed overnight. Under tyranny, there must be resistance. Behind the huge slave empire, there are often extremely sharp contradictions. Once there is a fuse, it will erupt like a volcano. Since ancient times, in the chaotic wilderness of southern Xinjiang, many slave empires have risen at an astonishing speed within a few years, encroaching on large tracts of territory, but they will fall apart after a short period of standing. Such things are not uncommon. The Huokai tribe is not the first, nor will it be the last. Then, the flames of war spread across the entire country, and new forces emerged one after another like mushrooms after rain. Some new tribes had only a few hundred people. What Lin Ming did not expect was that in this chaotic situation, Nei, relying on the gold given to her by Lin Ming, and the head of Huokai, established a very large force in the name of the god's messenger. After more than 10 years, it has gradually developed into a large tribe with a population of more than 100,000. Nei finally realized the wishes of her master and parents one by one. Not only did she get her revenge, but she also rebuilt the Na tribe. Later, she and her sister Nashu relied on the resources gathered by the tribe to enter the acquired realm. The two sisters, one cold-blooded and the other gentle, became the queens respected by everyone in the new Na tribe. And in the tribe, there was also a new spiritual belief. He looked like a black-clothed boy holding a spear, called the Wood Emperor. It was said that he was a more powerful figure than the Feather Emperor 6,000 years ago, but he retired after achieving success and disappeared. Not only the Xena tribe, but also the classics of all the tribes clearly recorded that the Wood Emperor slaughtered all the masters of the Huokai tribe overnight, and the boy was only about 16 to 18 years old. Such things are unbelievable, but countless witnesses that night can prove it, and 3 women swore that Lin Ming was the messenger of God who instantly killed the leader of the Huokai tribe. Naturally, people couldn't help but believe it. The people of southern Xinjiang believe in the strong. To them, the strong are gods, so several surrounding tribes that had escaped from the slavery of the Huokai tribe also added the belief of the Wood Emperor to their religion. The Wood Emperor was eventually recorded in the history of southern Xinjiang like the Feather Emperor, but these are all later stories. When the Huokai sect was destroyed, Lin Ming was hiding in a hidden cave in southern Xinjiang, retreating to devour the red flames of the Earth's core. He used the Dream Pearl to set up a barrier, so there was no need to worry about the beasts disturbing his retreat. The fire spirit that was sealed layer by layer was taken out from the Zumi ring. The fire spirit was still rushing left and right, as if trying to break through the seal. Although the fire spirit is immortal, its power will slowly fade away. If the fire spirit is sealed for a long time, it will become extremely weak. In the battle with Caillou, Lin Ming not only won the fire spirit, but also roughly understood the limit of his own strength. Caillou is a late stage acquired warrior. Because he has the fire spirit, his own strength is probably comparable to that of a peak acquired warrior from a civilian background. Caillou's so-called hard to beat in the acquired world is only in southern Xinjiang. There is a big difference in strength between civilian warriors and sect warriors. This is because the two have different resources, and there is a huge gap in the inheritance of skills in martial arts. In addition to the difference in their own qualifications, they cannot be compared when accumulated. Jiang Lanjian, Bao Ming and others, any one of them can rival the middle stage acquired warriors among civilian warriors. For example, Jiang Boyan, Beishugsun, Mu Qianxue and other earth level geniuses can even rival the late stage acquired warriors. Now, with the help of the purple spear and the Panlang steel needle, Lin Ming can easily defeat the peak of the acquired realm. However, this peak of the acquired realm is much weaker than the peak of the acquired realm of Qinzhia and other sect warriors. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. If he faced Qinzhia directly now, he would definitely be defeated. But if he added this fire essence, Lin Ming's eyes shifted to the earth core red flame, but he didn't know how much his strength would grow after swallowing it. Even if I add the fire essence, it's probably impossible to defeat Qinzhia. My strength is still too weak, not to mention Aoyang Boyan who is in the innate realm. Thinking of Aoyang Boyan, Lin Ming felt like a thorn in his back. With such a hidden enemy lurking behind him, he would naturally not feel comfortable. Aoyang Boyan naturally didn't dare to kill him openly. On the other hand, Lin Ming couldn't use Mu Qianxue's power to kill Aoyang Boyan. The rules of the Seven Profound Valley would not only protect Lin Ming, but also Aoyang Boyan. No matter how high Mu Qianxue's status was, he couldn't kill Aoyang Boyan, just because Lin Ming had no evidence. That might even cause the alliance to break up. Strength. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. He urgently needed strength. As long as he went out alone and revealed his whereabouts, he would most likely be hunted down by Aoyang Boyan, and then he would be dead. Lin Ming didn't think that he had any chance of escaping from Aoyang Boyan now. Moreover, his parents were forced to hide because of Aoyang Boyan's threats and lived a life without going out, which made Lin Ming more eager for strength. Marrow quenching is too difficult. Now I'll put it aside for the time being and first make all my efforts to break through the acquired realm. Lin Ming made a decision in his heart. As long as the marrow quenching was completed before the age of 20, it would not be too late. After the age of 20, the best period for marrow hardening has passed. The marrow is aging, and it is difficult to harden the marrow thoroughly. He tore open the seal of the earth's core red flame and directly pressed the fire essence into his chest. The scorching flame power immediately rushed into Lin Ming's meridians and began to destroy wantonly. Lin Ming groaned, his body trembled slightly, and his face turned red as blood. With his current strength, combined with the suppression of the flame power by the evil god seed, it is not difficult to absorb the human level middle grade fire essence. It's just that the fire essence of the Huachi tribe is too well fed. The same is to subdue a tiger, but the difficulty of subduing a strong tiger and subduing a young tiger is naturally very different. In order to absorb the fire essence, many fire-type warriors have to consume the energy of the fire essence before they can barely absorb it. When Lin Ming jumped to absorb the purple dragon god thunder, he had to use the UN magnetic stone embryo to first divert the thunder power of the purple dragon god thunder before he could absorb it dangerously. But this time, Lin Ming didn't have any natural treasures that could hold the power of fire. It was easy to consume the energy of the fire essence, but it would be troublesome to refine it again after absorbing it. Lin Ming didn't want to waste this time. Enduring the burning pain in his body, Lin Ming circulated the Mu Qianxue essence and continuously poured it into the evil god seed. Waves of pressure emanated, trying to tame the earth's core red flame. The evil god seed had a great suppressive effect on the power of fire and thunder. The earth's core red flame was divided into strands, running around in Lin Ming's meridians. Faced with so many flames, Lin Ming was very patient and swallowed and absorbed them one by one. Thank you, spare you for the reward. Thank you very much. Because I have something to deal with. The update will be very late in the evening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Destroy the Family. How powerful is the power of the fire essence? Normally, only the late stage or peak stage masters of the human level fire essence with the peak energy state can absorb this kind of energy essence, and they often need some external objects like the ice god spring to assist. Lin Ming now completely relied on his physical strength to resist. Even though his meridians were extremely tough, they were still burned to the point of curling. The pain came like a tide. Lin Ming urged the Mu Qianxue essence in his body to protect his meridians. Mu Qianxue essence is endless, and after being burned by the flames, it can regenerate quickly. With such support, Lin Ming eliminated the flames running around in his meridians one by one. For every one less, the power of the fire essence weakened by 1 point, and the evil god seed became stronger by 1 point. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming finally completely controlled the situation. It was only a matter of time before he completely absorbed the red flames from the earth's core. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The little fire essence in the evil god seed flew excitedly, greedily devouring the endless flow of firepower, and its body was constantly growing. For ordinary warriors, fire essence is like a weapon. Once a weapon is cast, its grade is determined. In the future, as their strength grows, they will have to constantly replace fire essence like replacing weapons. However, the evil god seed does not have such a situation at all. As long as it is fire essence, it can be directly absorbed to strengthen itself. An hour later, Lin Ming used his soul power to pull a small ball of red flame to slowly flow through the meridians. The flame power that originally remained in the meridians was also completely fused by this ball of flame. As this fusion progressed, the red flames at the center of the earth became more and more condensed. Finally, the absorption is over. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief and absorbed the red flame back into the evil god seed. A vast flame power burst out and merged with the fire energy that Lin Ming had condensed when practicing the Suzaku Forbidden God record before. There was a light pop sound, as if something was shattered. Lin Ming was slightly startled in his heart, and then he was overjoyed. He broke through the middle stage of the condensed meridians. Finally, he broke through. The small amount of medicinal power of a heaven-entering pill, plus the support of the fire essence and the high-intensity training in Zhangan Mountain for a month, all three together completed this breakthrough, which was not easy. If it were an ordinary civilian warrior, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. After taking a heaven-entering pill, as long as they did not explode and die, they would be able to rush to the late stage of condensing veins or even the peak of condensing veins in one breath. This was the price Lin Ming paid to lay a solid foundation. Every time he broke through a realm, he had to put in twice the effort of ordinary warriors. Not only Lin Ming, but also the geniuses of the sect, including Jiang Boyan, Bai Shuxun, Qin Wuxin, etc., did the same. They made perfect breakthroughs in every realm below the Xianshan, which is why the geniuses can fight across levels and sweep the civilian warriors. Once one day, their talent is not enough to support them to complete a perfect breakthrough, then their ode of cultivation will come to an end, and it will be difficult for them to enter a higher realm in this life. After breaking through the middle stage of condensation veins, Lin Ming needed some time to refine the impurities in his body. He planned to return to the 7 mysterious valley for meditation. At the same time, he would use this time to learn the illusion sect's disguise technique and discuss the mystery of mental attack with Jiang Boyan. Southern Xinjiang was very close to Lin Ming's hometown, but he couldn't go home. He was alone now, and our Jiang Boyan was watching him closely. He didn't want to be exposed in public, which would only bring danger to the family. Lin Ming couldn't feel at ease without killing Jiang Boyan. Sighing, Lin Ming blew a clear whistle, called the flying dragon, jumped on its back, and flew straight towards the direction of the 7 profound valley. However, plans are always slower than changes. Lin Ming never expected that on his way back to the sect, a major event that shocked Shenhuang Island in the 19th grade 3 sect happened, and even affected the situation of the entire southern sky region. 2 days later, Lin Ming sat on the back of the flying dragon and flew towards the 7 profound valley at full speed. The oncoming strong wind blew his clothes and his black hair fluttered wantonly. At this moment, a ball of fire suddenly lit up in front of Lin Ming. The fire flashed and was quickly thrown away by the flying dragon. Sound transmission? Lin Ming was slightly startled. He was now in a remote area of the 7 profound region. The only person who could find him with the sound transmission sound was Mu Qianxue. This super long distance sound transmission sound was very valuable, and even Mu Qianxue would not use it casually. What big thing happened that actually needed to use a super long distance sound transmission sound to inform him in a hurry? A few breaths later, Mu Qianxue's intermittent and vague voice sounded in Lin Ming's ears. The Lanyu sect was tragically wiped out overnight. Only 1 in 10 disciples survived. Tides of beasts broke out in various places. It has been confirmed that the leader of the beast-taming sect of the South Sea Demon Realm personally took action. Be careful when you act. HMM. Lin Ming was shocked. The Lanyu sect was tragically wiped out. Question mark? How could this happen? The Lanyu sect is one of the 19 third-grade sects near Shenhuang Island. Although its strength is not as good as the 7 mysterious valleys, it is a third-grade sect after all. The number of innate masters is probably not less than 100. At the same time, there may even be a Zuundan elder in the sect. It was tragically wiped out overnight. The South Sea Demon Realm actually took action first. After Lin Ming was shocked, he suddenly understood the intention of the South Sea Demon Realm to do so. It wanted to destroy the alliance between Shenhuang Island and the 19 third-grade sects. The Lanyu sect is the closest to the South Sea Demon Realm. As long as 5 or 6 Zuundan masters cross the sea and sneak into the Lanyu sect, they can be wiped out overnight. The South Sea Demon Realm cannot move Shenhuang Island for the time being, but it can move these third-grade sects. With 5 or 6 Zuundan masters coming together, who can stop it? If the South Sea Demon Realm can destroy Lanyu sect, it can also destroy Kixuan Valley. I'm afraid that only the top third-grade sects such as Loyan sect and Conquishan can barely protect themselves. In this way, the alliance between Shenhuang Island and the 19 sects will be in jeopardy. Shenhuang Island cannot protect other third-grade sects. The tragedy of extermination is in front of us. Who is not afraid? Shenhuang Island was defeated by the South Sea Demon Realm. The South Sea Demon Realm ruled the entire Shenhuang state where the 19 sects were located. These sects may still be able to survive, but if they unite with Shenhuang Island to resist the South Sea Demon Realm, they may not see the sun tomorrow. Thinking of this, Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh and be shocked. The South Sea Demon Realm is indeed the style of the magic sect. They act decisively and ruthlessly without dragging their feet. They didn't even send a warning letter and directly killed the whole family. Not only did they wipe out the entire family, but they also used the beast taming sect to launch a beast tide. The horror of the beast tide has been recorded in countless historical books. Over the past tens of thousands of years, countless countries in the entire Xianan continent have been destroyed in the beast tide. Not to mention the distant ones. The Naklan tribe and southern Xinjiang was annexed by the Huachi clan because of the beast tide. Beast tide. Lin Ming was suddenly shocked. It's bad. Qianxue City, where their Lin family is located, is to the south of Qianxue Mountain. Qianxue Mountain stretches for thousands of miles and extends all the way to southern Xinjiang. There is nothing outside Qianxue Mountain, but the deeper you go, the stronger the beasts become. Once the beast tide breaks out, Qianxue City, located at the foot of Qianxue Mountain, will bear the brunt. Thinking of this, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. He must go home immediately. Qianxue City is his hometown, just like his roots. He can't watch his hometown being destroyed. As the new year passes, the weather is getting warmer day by day, the ice and snow melt, everything revives, the trees have sprouted green branches and leaves, and various small animals are running happily in the forest. This is a deep valley that looks like a paradise. Few people know that in this deep valley, there is a post station set up by Qianxue Valley. The so-called post station is actually a transfer point for the teleportation array. With the foundation of Qianxue Valley, it is difficult to build a long-distance teleportation array spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. It is necessary to set up a transfer point on the way. This post station is guarded by masters all year round. Among them, the chief deacon Liu Yushan has reached the late stage of the acquired realm. Outside the post station, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, but inside the post station, there is a heavy atmosphere. Liu Yushan frowned and was thinking about something with his head down. At this time, a clear whistle came from the sky. Liu Yushan went out and saw a dragon-shaped creature with wings twisting its body and flying quickly from the top of the mountain. It soon sank between the two peaks and disappeared. Before Liu Yushan had time to figure out what it was, he saw a black figure jumping down from the air and landing steadily on the ground. The visitor was a black-clothed teenager who looked about 17 or 18 years old. The corners of his face, which were just beginning to show their outlines, seemed to hide a sharp aura that made people's heart palpitate. Liu Yushan's pupils shrank. Who was this person? Liu Yushan? Lin Ming shook the token in his hand. It was a red gold 7 mysterious token that only the direct disciples of the 7 mysterious valley had. Liu Yushan was shocked. Direct disciple? Question mark? As a post station steward, his status was not as good as the palace master of the 7 mysterious mansions of Hualuo country. As for the direct disciples, who were higher in status than the elders, they were definitely high-ranking figures to him. Liu Yushan, the head steward of the Hualuo post station, greets you, sir. Lin Ming's heart was burning at this time. How could he care about these cumbersome etiquette? He said directly, Liu Yushan, let me ask you, has there been a beast tide in Qianxue country? The post station under Liu Yushan's jurisdiction was also used to transmit messages, and its location was not far from Qianxue country, so it was very likely to get the news first. My lord, I haven't received any news. Now the beast tide has broken out everywhere in the Qianxue area. The messages seeking advice are like snowflakes. The main sect is already a little overwhelmed. The Qianxue area is so large, but there are very few people in the Qianxue Valley. There are 1 or 208 masters, thousands of acquired masters, and the total number of condensation veins disciples and ordinary disciples is only about 10,000 or 20,000. Not only must they concentrate on preventing the Qianxue Valley from being wiped out, but they must also put out fires for the 36 countries everywhere. How can they get so many people? Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. There was no news from the Qianxue kingdom. Now no news was good news. He hesitated for a moment and said to Liu Yushan, Deacon Liu, please notify the main sect and ask if you can send some people to the Qianxue kingdom. As long as they are in the condensation veins period, it will be fine. Chapter 319 Beasttide. Liu Yushan looked at Lin Ming in embarrassment. If he applied for such a thing, he would probably be scolded. Now the 7 Profound region was in crisis. It was said that some great demon sect had emerged and was going to annex the entire Shenhuang state. Under such circumstances, how could he, a small post station steward, be qualified to casually use the valuable long-distance sound transmission array to ask the 7 Profound Valley to send more people to defend a small country? This, sir. Lin Ming had no time to listen to Liu Yushan's excuses and complaints. He said directly, just say that it was Lin Ming who asked for help. Lin Ming? Liu Yushan was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the disciple in front of him was Lin Ming. Although he had not been in the sect for a long time, Lin Ming's name was also well known to him. A civilian warrior from the 36 countries, won the first place in the general sect martial arts competition. It was hard not to hear such an exaggerated thing. At this time, Liu Yushan remembered that Lin Ming's hometown seemed to be Qianxue country. No wonder there was such a request. As far as Liu Yushan knew, Lin Ming had been called the only Qian level genius in Shenhuang Island. This status was naturally not equivalent to an ordinary direct disciple. Even if the sect could not spare any manpower, it would not ignore Lin Ming's hometown. Thinking of this, Liu Yushan immediately responded, "I will send someone to notify you immediately." As he said that, he immediately called for someone to start the sound transmission array. Lin Ming did not jump on the flying dragon until he saw the sound transmission array in operation. His personal strength was strong, but no matter how strong he was, he could not stop the beast tide alone. He had to rely on the army and helpers. The warriors in the condensation vein stage could not protect the sect if they stayed in the sect. In front of the Zuandan masters, they were not even cannon fodder. With Lin Ming's status, it was not too much to ask for some to protect Qianxue country. The flying dragon was galloping all the way. Lin Ming rode on the back of the dragon and flew 2,000 miles in just 1 hour. Are those black spots in the sky ahead ferocious beasts? The flying dragon was so fast that it took only a few breaths to see these black spots clearly. There were a large number of fire falcons, flying leopards, man-eating birds, and many other ferocious beasts of strange shapes that Lin Ming could not even name. There were tens of thousands of them, and these were just the ones flying in the sky. There would probably be even more on the ground. Lin Ming took a deep breath. This was the first time he had seen a tide of beasts since he flew all the way. Although the beasts in front of him were only low-level beasts of level 1, level 2, and level 3, their large number could slowly kill a master. It was hard to imagine what kind of magical power was needed to drive the ferocious beasts in the huge area of millions of miles in the entire Shenhuang state to erupt into such a terrifying large-scale tide of beasts. The South Sea Demon Realm was demonstrating to make the 18 sects surrender first. In this case, the 18 sects had to gather together and gather all the Zuandan masters to face the South Sea Demon Realm head-on. But which sect would leave and abandon the base camp they had run for many years at this time? If they dispersed, they would either surrender or wait for death, but if they gathered together, the price they paid was too high. The move of the South Sea Demon Realm was too cruel. After the rioting beasts found Lin Ming, they all rushed towards him. Lin Ming drew out the purple Zuan spear and stabbed it out. His true essence triggered the flame power in the evil god seed. The red flame flew out like a long dragon. Wherever it passed, the beasts turned into charcoal and fell from the sky. With just one shot, dozens of beasts were killed. The beasts around seemed to be shocked by this shot and did not dare to move forward for a while. Lin Ming fired several shots in a row and was about to tear open the encirclement. With the speed of the flying dragon, he broke out. At this moment, he heard a roar, and a lion-headed eagle with a wingspan of 4 or 5 feet rushed towards Lin Ming. It was the leader of this group of beasts in the air. Level 4 beast. Lin Ming glanced at it and stabbed it again. Bang! The lion-headed eagle was still shot dead, without any suspense. With this shot, Lin Ming rushed out of the encirclement in one breath and shot away. At this time, Qianxue country, the news of the beast tide outbreak had already spread throughout Qianxue country. All over the country, all cities close to the mountains and forests were in panic. From yesterday to now, there have been continuous news of cities in neighboring countries being destroyed in the beast tide, especially Dongyang country, which is close to the terrifying forest, where people were even more devastated. The beast tide came so suddenly that Dongyang country had no time to mobilize its army before it swallowed up half of the country. Qianxue country was much luckier than Dongyang country. Large areas of the country were plains, and there were not many tigers at ordinary times. Only a few cities were close to the mountains and forests. The largest of them was Qianxue City, which was backed by the Dazhao Mountains, and Qingsang City, which was south of the Qingsang Mountains. Both the Dazhao Mountains and the Qingsang Mountains stretched for thousands of miles. Deep in the mountains, there were extremely terrifying groups of ferocious beasts. However, the situation in Qian'an City is much better than that in Qingsang City, because the 7 Zuanwu Mansion is located on the main peak of the Dazhao mountain range. With the 7 Zuanwu Mansion as a super shield in front, people always feel much more at ease. Even if the beast tide breaks out, it will swallow the 7 Zuanwu Mansion before rushing to Qian'an City. In addition, this is the capital of Qian'an Kingdom and is heavily guarded, so the nobles in Qian'an City are relatively calm. The 4 Qian'an City Guard army leaders usually do not have a very prominent status, but at this time, they have become hot figures in the capital. The army guarding the border is rushing back to the capital, but how can the army's speed match the beast tide? Before the army returns, Qian'an City must rely on the 4 major guards in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. Zhang Danian is the commander of the Western Army among the 4 major guards. In the past few days, the threshold of his house has been trampled. Many princes and nobles with higher status than him are very polite to him. Many people even give him gifts and ask the guards to take care of their families. These nobles value their lives very much. Zhang Danian likes this feeling very much. He has been running the Western Army for many years. As long as the leaders are not confused, they will not change the commander in the middle of the battle. The Western Army is commanded by him. Zhang Danian is considering whether to send troops to the 7 Mysterious Valley to cooperate with the masters of the 7 Mysterious Valley to use it as a battlefield and keep danger out. At this time, they got a piece of news that stunned them. This morning, they learned that Qin Ziyao had taken away all the postnatal warriors of the 7 Mysterious Martial Mansion, including most of the warriors in the condensation vein stage, and Qin Ziyao himself, and flew to Qingsang City on the Divine Wind Eagle. As for the students of the 7 Mysterious Martial Mansion, they were also sent to the very safe Moonlight City. The entire 7 Mysterious Martial Mansion was soon deserted. Zhang Danian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did Qin Ziyao give up the 7 Zuanwu mansions? He felt that his brain was not enough. Qin Ziyao would actually give up the 7 Zuanwu mansions. Even if resources and inheritances can be moved away, what about the cultivation array, the Linglang Tower, and the 10,000 killing array? Which of these arrays is not worth millions of gold, tens of millions of gold? Just give it up. Of course, these issues are not what we need to care about now. The key is that, since Qin Ziyao has given up the 7 Zuanwu mansions, what should they do with Qian'an City? Without the masters, how can their guards defend the city? Not only Zhang Danian, the entire Qian'an City high level instantly became ants on the hot pot. Their foundation is in Qian'an City. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one is willing to leave their hometown and abandon their family foundation. What? Qin Ziyao actually deserted the battlefield? Prince Lan, the younger brother of the current emperor, smashed the teacup to the ground fiercely. It's absurd. Qin Ziyao, this guy, only knows how to run for his life, and he doesn't care about the overall situation. Contact Qin Ziyao immediately. I want to ask him in person what's going on. Not long after Qin Ziyao abandoned the 7 Zuanwu mansion, the news came out. At this time, they had not flown far, and the sound transmission note was completely in contact. When Qin Ziyao, who was standing on the Divine Wind Eagle, received the sound transmission note from Prince Lan, questioning him why he disregarded the overall situation and deserted the battlefield, he pinched out the flame of the sound transmission note with one hand and was too lazy to even reply. Disregarding the overall situation? The so-called overall situation is nothing more than the ruling class represented by the royal family. Qin Ziyao is not a general of Qian'an Kingdom and has no obligation to protect the royal family. The order to abandon the 7 Zuanwu mansion and retreat to Qingsang City was issued by Qin Ziyao. The 7 Zuanwu mansion is located in Dazhao Mountain. Once the beast tide breaks out, it is easy to be besieged by ferocious beasts. The 7 Zuanwu mansion does not have high walls. If it is defended to the death, it will surely suffer heavy losses, and those disciples who are not strong enough will surely die. In this case, the only way is to abandon the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Compared with human lives, the loss of buildings and training formations is nothing. Qin Ziyao has no obligation to be a shield for the dignitaries of Qian'an City. Since it is necessary to retreat, it is the freedom of the 7 Zuan Valley to retreat to any place. Qianxue City became Qianxue's first choice. It is Lin Ming's hometown. Lin Ming has done Qianxue a great favor. Qianxue will naturally not forget this favor. The next morning, it was dawn. It had been 2 days and 2 nights since the beast tide broke out. Qianxue City had already entered the first level of combat readiness. The soldiers in the city were extremely nervous. Although Qianxue City was a big city, it was located in the hinterland of Xianan country, so there were not many troops stationed there, only more than 10,000 people. It was too difficult to stop the beast tide with such a small army. The military document asking for help had already been sent out, but at this time, everyone in the major cities of Xianan country was in danger, and it was impossible to withdraw personnel to assist Qianxue City. To recruit more personnel, they could only withdraw them from the border of Xianan country, but the distance was too far, thousands of miles away. By the time the army arrived, Qianxue City might have been trampled by the beasts. In this situation, some people had already abandoned their family locations out of fear, took their gold and silver, and left their hometown. But small families can do this, but the larger the family, the greater the loss will be if they give up their roots, not to mention the loss of property, family business, and fields. Just talking about the clan members, a very large family may have at least 1,000 people, with old and young. When the beast tide is rampant, how can it be easy for a weak team of thousands of people to flee to other cities? Chapter 320 Return to the family. The sky gradually brightened, and the morning mist was gradually dispelled by the sun. In the watchtower above the city gate, 2 soldiers on duty, who had not slept all night, were still alert, and looked around vigilantly. It has been 2 days since the beast tide broke out. If the beasts in the depths of the Qianxue Mountains have been heading towards Qianxue City since then, they are very likely to be close to the edge of Qianxue Mountain now. The city gate had just opened, and the fleeing crowd passed through the city gate sparsely. Men carried dry food and belongings, women carried crying children, and some wealthy families drove carriages with large and small boxes of belongings tied to them. Even some larger families joined the fleeing team. They hired some warriors, but if they really encountered a beast tied halfway, the warriors they hired would not even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. The refugees only accounted for a small part of Qianxue City. Escaping from Qianxue City did not mean safety. Of course, staying in Qianxue City might be more dangerous. It was time for the guards on the city gate to change shifts. 2 soldiers walked up to the watchtower and were about to replace the other 2. At this moment, they suddenly saw a vague shadow piercing the morning mist like a sharp arrow and rushing towards Qianxue City at an incredible speed. Ferocious beast. Alarm. The beast tide is coming. The refugees under the city were in a panic. The soldiers on the watchtower were about to sound the alarm, but at this moment, they found that the so-called beast tide was actually only one fierce beast, and there seemed to be a human figure on the fierce beast. Because the speed was too fast, they couldn't see it clearly. Could it be that the fierce beast with lightning speed was just a mount? But it was clearly not a divine wind eagle. In the minds of ordinary people, flying mounts are divine wind eagles. These are mounts that only those high-ranking figures, such as the city lord and general, can have. Many big families may not have them. The soldier Zhu Hang still did not sound the alarm, but used the sound transmission note to notify the city lord of Qianxue City. At this sensitive time, ringing the alarm is likely to cause chaos in the whole city. They can't bear this responsibility. At this time, the Lin family of Qianxue City. Half an hour ago, Lin Ming used a long-distance sound transmission note that could cross 1,000 miles to inquire about the family's situation, and the head of the Lin family, Lin Wanzhan, also received the news that Lin Ming was about to return. This sudden good news made Lin Wanzhan stand up from his chair happily. Lin Ming is finally back. At this juncture, the Lin family really needs a magic needle to stabilize the situation. Although Lin Ming is very strong, it is unlikely to solve the problem of the beast tide, but his return can always bring people hope. Not only the Lin family, but also important figures from several other families have learned about Lin Ming's return. At this time, the major families in Qianxue City naturally work together to overcome difficulties. Old Lin, is Lin Ming really back? The important figures of several major families have gathered at the Lin family at the first time. LV Wuyan, the family elder of the LV family, asked worriedly. Lin Ming's return at this time is of great significance. Although Lin Ming's power alone cannot change anything, his identity is more important than the Emperor of Xianan Kingdom. As long as he is in Qingsang City, it is at least easier to get support. Of course, I just received Lin Ming's sound transmission note. He should be here soon. Lin Wanzhan said in a low voice with a teacup in his hand. At this time, he was no longer in the mood to drink tea. Did Lin Ming bring back some masters this time? Zhuang Fan, the head of the Zhuang family, turned his eyes and asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. The others in the hall immediately pricked up their ears and looked at Lin Wanzhan eagerly. Lin Wanzhan sighed and said, Lin Ming happened to pass by Nanjiang and was close to Xianan Kingdom, so he could come so quickly. He was alone. Qixan Valley was hundreds of thousands of miles away from Qingsang City. Even if Qixan Valley sent people to ride the divine wind eagle to come day and night, it would take at least 10 days. As for the army, that's not to mention. Only one person. Zhuang Fan sighed and forced a smile. It's good to be back. One more expert always means more hope. It would be a lie for everyone to say that they were not disappointed. Once the beast tide breaks out, there will be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. There is only one person. No matter how strong he is, how much impact can he have on the beast tide? Once Qingsang City is broken, Lin Ming can easily leave with his strength, but their family will be finished. At this moment, people suddenly heard a clear whistle from the sky. Is it coming? Several people hurriedly walked out of the house, but they were slightly confused in their hearts. What made this whistle? Looking up, they saw a red dragon-shaped creature hovering in the sky above the Lin family. Huh? What is that? Zhuang Fan was a little stunned. That thing looked like a dragon with 2 wings. The wings were spread out, and they were 6 or 7 feet wide. They could cover a house. The body was also 7 or 8 feet long, and the whole body was covered with red scales, as if burning with fire. This kind of momentum is totally incomparable to the divine wind eagle. The red giant beast folded its wings and fell straight down. With a strong energy rush, the people around couldn't help but retreat. From a close distance, this beast is even more amazing. Its wide wings extended out, covering most of the courtyard. Its dark golden pupils, sharp teeth, and cold scales all exude a frightening momentum. Is this clearly a dragon? Several people present are also masters of the condensation vein stage. From the momentum emanating from this beast, they can roughly feel its strength. I'm afraid it has reached the level of the late stage of the acquired world or even higher. It's unimaginable to ride on such a thing. Lu Wuyan was very envious. It would be a luxury to have such a mount. Needless to say, its speed and appearance, its strength alone has reached the late stage of the acquired world or above. You know, in the entire Xianan Kingdom, if you don't count the 7 Zuanwu mansions, there is only one hermit who barely reached the late stage of the acquired world. For example, the famous Mr. Mu Yi and Marshal Qinzhou were only in the middle stage of the postnatal period. And among the major families in Qingsang City, there was not even a master in the early stage of the postnatal period. A black-clothed figure jumped down from the back of the dragon. It was Lin Ming. Lin Ming. It's him. Everyone present had seen Lin Ming's portrait and immediately came to greet him. Although only Lin Ming came this time, it was better than no one. Lin Ming meets the head of the family. Lin Ming naturally recognized Lin Wanzhan. The last time he saw him was at the birthday banquet of an important figure in the family. At that time, Lin Ming only appeared as a chef's assistant. Nephew Lin, please stand up quickly. I can't accept this courtesy. Lin Wanzhan hurriedly stepped forward and supported Lin Ming's slightly bent body, his eyes full of relief and satisfaction. Good. Good. Lin Wanzhan felt Lin Ming's strong muscles and bones, saying 2 good words in a row. He was also full of emotion in his heart. This was actually the first time he met Lin Ming. A collateral disciple could actually go this far and affect the fortune of the entire Lin family for hundreds of years in the future. It was really unpredictable. Except for Lin Wanzhan, the other important figures of the family were standing respectfully not far away, without speaking or stepping forward. Lin Ming is now a direct disciple of the 7 Mysterious Valley. He is a person with a higher status than the elders of the Seven Mysterious Valley, the Seven Mysterious Envoys, and the Emperor of the Xian'an Kingdom. The gap between their status and Lin Ming is too big. Lin Wanzhan is Lin Ming's elder, so they can get along calmly. They have nothing to do with Lin Ming. If it weren't for the fact that the Seven Mysterious Valley didn't pay attention to court etiquette, according to their status, they would kneel down when they saw Lin Ming. Master, haven't there been beast tides in the nearby cities? Lin Ming hurried all the way here and didn't know the surrounding situation. Not yet. Xian'an Kingdom is far away from the gathering place of fierce beasts, unlike Dangyang Kingdom, which is probably half destroyed now. Lin Wanzhan sighed and said heavily, Dangyang Kingdom has always been the enemy of Xian'an Kingdom, but now it is being tortured by fierce beasts, which only gives people a feeling of grief. At this time, a maid hurried to the door and reported, Master, the city lord is here. Huh? City lord? Lin Wanzhan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the city lord to get the news so quickly. As he spoke, a tall man in his 50s, wearing a python robe and unicorn boots, strode in. He was very thin, but with a broad frame. He walked steadily and imposingly. As soon as the tall and sturdy man stepped into the courtyard, he had a respectful smile on his face. Hero Lin. Qingsang City Lord Zhao Yanming, meet Hero Lin. Zhao Yanming said, clasping his fists and bowing. Given Lin Ming's current status, he naturally couldn't call him by his name, but being a direct disciple didn't count as an official position, so he had to call him Hero Lin. Lord Zhao, there's no need to be so formal, just call me Lin Ming. I grew up in Qingsang City. Lord Zhao is my elder. Lin Ming naturally recognized Zhao Yanming. This lord had a good reputation in Qingsang City, and Lin Ming also had a good impression of him. Zhao Yanming let out a light breath, and his originally uneasy heart was slightly relieved. A genius like Lin Ming, who was successful at a young age, had amazing personal strength, and was in a high position, was inevitably arrogant, but it seemed that Lin Ming was still very humble. He was about to say something, but he caught a glimpse of the flying dragon that landed in the yard, and in an instant, Zhao Yanming's face changed. This is Flying Dragon. Zhao Yanming called out the name of Flying Dragon, which surprised Lin Ming. This kind of mount is something that is difficult for the citizens of Xian'an country to get in touch with. Young Master Lin, can the disciples of your Qingshan Valley ride this kind of mount when traveling? Zhao Yanming's voice was a little unsteady. This flying dragon, he had seen it in the classics when he was practicing in the Qingshan Wu mansion before. It has the blood of a holy beast, not to mention its speed. Its strength can reach the Xianxian realm after it reaches adulthood. That's Xianxian. For the people of Xian'an country, Xianxian masters are like mythical figures. Can the disciples of the Qingshan Valley ride this kind of mount when traveling? Or, is this a privilege that only Lin Ming can enjoy? Lin Ming looked at Zhao Yanming in surprise and said, City Lord Zhao is really knowledgeable, but this flying dragon is not from the Seven Mysterious Valley, it's mine. The third update finally caught up. Kanjian kept his promise and is about to unfold a new plot. By the way, I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Just vote as many as you like. Special thanks to Spare You for his $10,000 reward again and becoming the head of Wuji. Chapter 321 The Beast Tide Attacks. My own. Zhao Yanming was stunned. Well, a senior gave it to me. For a Zuundan master like Yan Patriarch, a beast mount that can reach the Xianxian stage when it grows up is naturally not very precious. Given. Zhao Yanming swallowed his saliva. He couldn't imagine what kind of person the senior Lin Ming was talking about. Would he just give away a Xianxian level tamed beast? Among the 36 countries and 16 martial arts families, except for a few forces such as Jingchen country and Zhang family, that have Xianxian masters, the other forces have never produced such people. If a country can have a Xianxian master sitting in, it can sleep soundly, and don't have to worry about the enemy country invading. It has a great initiative in diplomacy, and can say whatever it wants. If any country offends them, a Xianxian master can go there and take the emperor's head overnight. Therefore, the value of a beast that reaches the Xianxian level when it grows up is immeasurable. This kind of thing was actually given to Lin Ming. Zhao Yanming didn't know how to express his feelings. He opened his mouth and finally regretted that the flying dragon had not yet reached adulthood. Otherwise, with an additional innate level helper, this beast tide might not be a big problem. The news of Lin Ming's return, under the deliberate publicity of the city lord's mansion, spread quickly throughout the entire Qianxue city like a tide. That morning, the number of people fleeing from Qianxue city decreased by as much as 90%. Even some people who had already left the city returned after hearing the news. For ordinary people, they did not know what role Lin Ming could play in the trend of the beast tide. They only knew that Lin Ming was a hero who walked out of Qianxue city. With Lin Ming, people had an invisible spiritual belief. At noon, the city lord's mansion, Lin Ming's return naturally alarmed the Qianxue city's high-level officials. If it were in the past, with Lin Ming's status, a grand banquet would definitely be held to welcome Lin Ming. The celebrities of Qianxue city, including those in nearby cities, would all gather at the banquet to see the demeanor of this Qianxue city hero. However, now, with a powerful enemy at hand and people in panic, it is naturally not the time to hold a banquet. In the center of the meeting hall of the city lord's mansion, there is a 10-meter long table. 6 or 7 people sit around the table. These people are all powerful figures in Qianxue city, including the heads of the major families, as well as the city lord and deputy city lord of Qianxue city. Zhao Yanming, the lord of Qianxue city, stood up first and said, "Young Master Lin, I would like to thank all the young and old people in Qianxue city for coming back from afar after the beast tide broke out." Lin Ming waved his hand and said, "Lord Zhao, there is no need to be polite. I'm also from Qianxue city. Well, I won't say polite words. Our temporary meeting this time is to discuss how Qianxue city should defend against the beast tide if it breaks out. Let me introduce the people present. This is General Zhu Ping, the commander of the 10,000 garrison troops in Qianxue city." Zhao Yanming pointed to a middle-aged man sitting next to the conference table. This man's cultivation reached the middle stage of condensation veins. He had a pair of thick eyebrows with slightly upturned eyebrows, which made his eyes look particularly sharp. Zhu Ping greets young Master Lin. Zhu Ping bowed slightly, clasped his fists, and said with a smile. Although it was a respectful word, Lin Ming felt a bit of coldness in the other party's smile. Zhu Ping? Someone from the Zhu family? There are only a few big families in Qianxue city, Lin, Zhu, Zhuang, Zi, and Lu. Among them, the Zhu family has always been the first family in Qianxue city because they have a queen, and the son of the queen was also made a prince, that is, the 10th Prince Yangzhen, who was once the biggest enemy of the crown prince to inherit the throne. But later, Zhu Yan, the genius of the Zhu family, was forced into a desperate situation because of various conflicts with Lin Ming. In the end, the Zhu family was forced to expel Zhu Yan from the family because of the overall situation. But even so, the contradiction between the Zhu family and Lin Ming was not resolved. Lin Ming supported the crown prince, while the Zhu family was tied to the same boat with the 10th prince. Later, Lin Ming became a direct disciple of the 7 Mysterious Valley in one fell swoop. The crown prince gained power because of this, and the position of the 10th prince was precarious. In this case, the situation of the Zhu family can be imagined. Even Zhu Ping's current position as the chief of the Qianxue city guard may not be guaranteed. In this case, how could Zhu Ping not hate Lin Ming? Moreover, Zhu Yan was Zhu Ping's nephew. Zhu Ping watched Zhu Yan grow up and saw that he was talented and entered the heavenly palace of the 7 profound martial palaces. He might even become the future heir of the Zhu family. However, he was eventually forced to the point of being in a state of nowhere by Lin Ming. He has lost contact with the family and his life or death is unknown. Zhao Yanming continued to introduce other people to Lin Ming. Lin Ming responded with a smile, but he always felt that there was a hint of murderous intent in Zhu Ping's smiling eyes. This murderous intent was extremely subtle. If it weren't for Lin Ming's superior soul and perception, he would not have been able to detect it at all. After introducing all the meeting participants, Zhao Yanming said, "Now, let me introduce the situation of the Qianxue Mountains to you." The Qianxue Mountains stretch for 6,000 miles, and its southern end extends into southern Xinjiang, where it is called the Nanzhao Mountains. The mountains are covered with large tracts of primeval forests, and there are countless level 2 and level 3 beasts. There are also many beasts equivalent to warriors in the condensed vein stage, and even level 4 beasts equivalent to acquired warriors. If a beast tide breaks out, it will be difficult for our King Sang city to resist with its current strength. However, we believe that the probability of a beast tide breaking out is still a small part. After all, the beasts in the Namsheo Mountains are closer to southern Xinjiang. If a beast tide breaks out, they should be more inclined to attack the southern Xinjiang tribes, rather than going far away and rushing 5 or 6,000 miles to attack King Sang city. Zhao Yanming said, looking at Lin Ming. Most people in King Sang city still had a fluke mentality, thinking that the distance was too far, and the probability of a beast tide outbreak was not high. If a beast tide really broke out, hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of beasts would attack King Sang city. Then the 10,000 defenders of King Sang city would not even be enough to fill the gaps, and King Sang city would find it difficult to hold out until the army came to help. Lin Ming pondered for a moment and slowly said, I don't know if a beast tide will break out in the Namsheo Mountains, but I can be sure that once a beast tide breaks out in the Namsheo Mountains, the beasts will definitely not attack Nanjiang, but will travel 5 or 6,000 miles to attack King Sang city. Huh? Why? Zhao Yanming was startled after hearing Lin Ming's words. Although Lin Ming was young, his status was there, and he should not say anything nonsense. Lin Ming said, because this beast tide was planned by humans, and the other part is target is the vassal states of the entire Shenhuang's 19 third grade sects, and our Kixuan Valley is also included in it, and Nanjiang is just a remote place, there is no big sect in it, so it will naturally not be listed as an attack target. What? When Lin Ming said this, everyone was shocked. Man-made planning? All over the Shenhuang province? The area under the jurisdiction of Kixuan Valley is just one of them? This was too shocking. Everyone present had never heard of Shenhuang province before. However, according to Lin Ming, Kixuan Valley was just one of the 19 third grade sects in Shenhuang province. In other words, the scope of Shenhuang province was likely to be more than 10 times or even dozens of times larger than the Kixuan area with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. What kind of terrifying magic power is needed to drive the ferocious beasts within a radius of 1 million miles to erupt into a collective beast tide? With their knowledge, it was simply unimaginable. Young Master Lin, what you said sounds a bit like a notebook of gods and monsters or a biographical novel. Zhu Ping tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said with a smile. This smile made it difficult to tell whether his words were a joke or a mockery. General Zhu, don't you believe it? Lin Ming asked with narrowed eyes. Believe it? Young Master Lin is such a person. How could he speak without thinking? What he said is true. It's just that I'm a frog in the well of King Sang city with shallow knowledge, and I can't imagine such great power. Zhu Ping kept a respectful smile on his face when he spoke, as if he was really speaking modestly. Lin Ming smiled faintly and didn't respond. Zhu Ping said again, since young Master Lin is sure that once the beast tide breaks out, it will definitely go straight to King Sang city, then young Master Lin, how do you think we should resist it? Defend it until support arrives. Well, as far as I know, young Master Lin has a mount equivalent to a late stage warrior, named Fishan Jiao. This Fishan Jiao should be the strongest fighting force in my King Sang city now. I wonder if young Master Lin would mind lending this Fishan Jiao to the military? Zhu Ping raised his eyebrows and said slowly. Well. Lin Ming frowned. Borrow Fishan Jiao? Why did Zhu Ping borrow Fishan Jiao? A flying dragon is not very useful to the military. The flying dragon has not grown up yet. In such a large-scale beast tide, if it is used improperly, it may not be without the danger of being killed. Lin Ming does not want to lend the flying dragon to the military. If it dies at that time, what can he say if they say sorry? Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, the flying dragon is unruly by nature. Your soldiers can't control it at all. It's useless to lend it to you. On the contrary, it can exert the strongest combat power with me. Really? That's a pity. Zhu Ping's mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed in regret. This beast tide was a great opportunity to kill Lin Ming and the chaos. Now the Zhu family, like the 10th prince, has no way out, and as long as Lin Ming is not dead, their failure is a foregone conclusion. The day before yesterday, Bao Hangboyan was recalled to the Seven Mysterious Valley headquarters because of the Lan Yu sect's massacre. Before leaving, Bao Hangboyan left 2 confidants, one in Xianan City and the other lurking in Qingsang City. The man lurking in Qingsang City has reached the late stage of the acquired realm and is only 1 step away from the peak of the acquired realm. In ZHU Ping's opinion, if Lin Ming came back alone, he could kill Lin Ming with the help of this confidant left by Hangboyan. But now, Lin Ming has a flying dragon. This flying dragon is not only very fast, but also has reached the late stage of the acquired realm. With it, it is not so easy to kill Lin Ming. So ZHU Ping wanted to borrow the flying dragon on the pretext of borrowing it, but was rejected by Lin Ming. The house is too messy. As you all know, during the Chinese New Year, there are many children, relatives, friends and so on in the house. The whole house is noisy, and it is difficult to calm down and write. Today is another chapter. I'm ashamed that I owe chapters. Kanjian will remember it. Chapter 322 Fierce Battle. ZHU Ping was thinking about how to deploy a plan to kill Lin Ming in the chaos when a firelight lit up in front of him. This was a sound transmission node from the military sentry. After hearing the sound transmission, ZHU Ping's face changed drastically. What's wrong? ZHU Junsang. Zhao Yanming stood up and asked. The beast tide is coming. It will hit Qingsang City in just half an hour. ZHU Ping said in a deep voice, after taking a breath. Before that, the military sent scouts to disperse in the Qingsang Mountains. Just now, they sent the news with the chain sound transmission note. Is it coming again? Zhao Yanming's mouth twitched and sat back in the chair. He always had the idea of luck, but now, this idea was shattered. How serious is the situation? Zhuang Fan asked. The forest blocked the way, and my people didn't see how many there were. The strongest among them were some 3rd level beasts, which were roughly equivalent to warriors in the condensation vein stage. ZHU Ping said as he put on his helmet. The 10,000 soldiers of Qingsang City had already set up their formations outside to prepare for battle. Half an hour was enough time to prepare. ZHU Ping turned his head and glanced at Lin Ming. Young Master Lin, what do you think? Well, I will go to the battle with you. At this time, Lin Ming would naturally not refuse. With Lin Ming's status and position, if he sensed ZHU Ping's hostility under normal circumstances, he would find an excuse to kill ZHU Ping without any evidence, and no one would dare to say anything. But now, the monsters are attacking the city, and ZHU Ping is the commander of the Qingsang City garrison. Lin Ming naturally cannot do this. Thank you very much, young Master Lin. We will set off immediately. 10 miles south of Qingsang City is where the garrison is stationed. The sky is full of dark clouds. Although it is spring, the earth is still cold and the wind is still cold. 10,000 soldiers have set up a large battle array, waiting for the next fierce battle. The flags fluttered, and the cold glowing war halberds and steel swords showed a solemn and murderous intention. In fact, the elite troops of Xianan Kingdom were all guarding the border, and the defenders of Qingsang City could only be regarded as second-rate troops. However, under the current situation, they showed a kind of momentum that only experienced iron-blooded divisions had, and they were ready to die. Because this was not a battle for territory or to protect the interests of the royal regime, but a battle for survival. The city behind them was inhabited by their parents and their children. Mixed in these armies, there were more than 100 high-level warriors who voluntarily joined the army. These people were dressed strangely. Some carried hexagram flags and looked like fortune tellers. Some wore bamboo hats, like woodcutters, and some wore long gowns and looked like scholars. These people were between 20 and 50 years old, and many of them had a strong atmosphere of Jianghu. What surprised Lin Ming was that 6 of these people were warriors in the condensation vein stage. You know, most warriors in the condensation vein stage would surrender to the imperial court and be promoted to an official position. There were very few who wandered among the people. Even if there were, there would not be 6 of them gathered in Qingsang City all at once. Zhao Yanming, the lord of Qingsang City, said, "Let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Qingsang City Salt Gang, Shi Lingke." Zhao Yanming pointed to a middle-aged man wearing a wolfskin cloak and introduced him to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Salt Gang. Since ancient times, successive dynasties have stipulated that salt and iron should be state-run in order to control the economic lifeline. The profit from selling salt can reach dozens of times. The so-called salt gang is actually a gang of bandits who sell private salt. This kind of gang has existed in every generation and is very large in scale. It often gathers more than 90% of the power of the civilian warriors in the entire country. These people are the so-called Jianghu people. They are independent and disdain to surrender to the imperial court. They form gangs and factions on their own, establish various associations and gangs, and act with loyalty as their code of conduct. The Qianxue City Salt Gang is the largest civilian force in the entire Xi'an Kingdom. If it were normal times, the Qianxue City Salt Gang would naturally be the target of the government's crackdown. However, at this time, the government would naturally unite all the forces that could be united to fight against the beast tide. Hero Lin, I have heard of your name for a long time. Today I'm finally fortunate to meet you. Lin Ming clasped his fists heavily. He already knew Lin Ming's identity. The heroes of the Green Forest respected the heroes the most, and Lin Ming was no exception. You are too polite, gang leader Shi. Lin Ming clasped his fists in return, but he was slightly surprised in his heart. Lin Ming's cultivation had actually reached the late stage of condensation veins. Although he obviously broke through reluctantly, his foundation was weak, and there was no hope for him to break through in this life. It was not easy for a pure Green Forest person to reach this point. After hurriedly saying hello to the people of the Salt Gang, Lin Ming went to the front line. There was only less than a quarter of an hour left before the beast tide arrived. After Lin Ming left, Lin Ming kept shaking his head and praising him, feeling that Lin Ming's talent was amazing. Boss, this is still a child. His cultivation is just enough to reach the middle stage of condensation veins. How can he become the #1 expert in that valley martial arts competition? A middle-aged man with a bamboo hat on his back and an iron stick in his hand said in confusion. He originally thought that the martial arts competition should be a grand gathering of experts, and the #1 expert should be at least in the postnatal period. In fact, for these Green Forest people, how terrifying Lin Ming's identity is. They have no intuitive concept. Qianxue Valley is a very distant organization for ordinary people. Before Lin Ming entered the Qianxue mansion, he had only heard of the name of Qianxue Valley. He didn't know the details. In the eyes of these Salt Gang disciples, Qianxue Valley is essentially the same as them. They are all gangs, but the scale is larger than this. Nonsense. The martial arts competition held by the headquarters of the 7 Profound Valley is for young talents, so of course the first place goes to the kid. Even though he has only just entered the middle stage of condensing veins, in a real fight, even the second and third brothers combined may not be able to defeat him. Lin Ming glared at the middle-aged man in the bamboo hat with a lecturing tone. The second and third brothers he mentioned were the second and third in command of the Salt Gang, one in the middle stage of condensing veins and the other in the early stage of condensing veins. No way. Second brother has been stuck at the peak of the middle stage of condensation veins for 10 years and is only one step away from reaching the late stage of condensation veins. With the addition of the eldest brother and the third brother, the 3 of them can't beat a kid who has just entered the middle stage of condensation veins. Just wait and see. The difference between the 7 mysterious valley and us is like the difference between the capital's noble families and the country's rich people. The strength of this young man Lin may have caught up with the acquired warriors. Lin Ming stood at the forefront of the army, holding the purple Zuan spear, with the tip of the spear pointed at the ground. Facing the upcoming life and death battle, he said that he was completely calm, which was a lie. The worst plan was that Qianxue City would be broken, and his hometown would be destroyed. However, Lin Ming's parents and his good friend Lin Xianadong were not in Qianxue City. As for the Lin family, Lin Ming's feelings were weaker. If the Lin family was destroyed, he would not be unable to bear the blow. In the worst case, he could save several important family members with the help of the flying dragon, so that the family bloodline could be maintained. Perhaps Lin Wanzhan had already transferred some of the clan members. As Lin Ming was thinking, some vague black shadows appeared in the sky. At first, the shadows were only the size of flying insects. After just a few dozen breaths, they covered the sky and the earth. The beast tide finally arrived. The first ones to come were naturally the fastest flying beasts. Judging from the number, there were probably hundreds of them. There are only hundreds of them. Most of them are level 1 and 2 beasts. The highest level is only level 3. They can still hold on for the time being. Lin Ming knew that the beasts in the depths of southern Xinjiang did not gather together, but were scattered one by one. If all the beasts rushed out of the Nanzhao mountains and formed a beast tide, there would be gaps between different groups of beasts. The ones that came at the beginning were just appetizers. They would become stronger and stronger later. However, this gave Qianxue City a chance to breathe and hold on until reinforcement arrived. Javelin throwers, archers, get ready. With Zhu Ping's shout, the 200-man javelin thrower team and the 500-man archer team immediately prepared for battle. The javelin troops trained by Xianan country were specially used to deal with heavy infantry phalanxes. Within 100 feet, they could penetrate a palm-thick shield. Facing flying beasts, only javelins were heavy weapons that could threaten them, and bows and arrows were too light to cause damage to them. However, the defenders of Qianxue City were not elite troops, and there were only 200 javelin throwers, who were expensive to train. When the beasts entered the range, the messenger waved the flag and 700 soldiers shot together. Swish, swish, swish. With the whistling sound of sharp blades breaking through the air, sharp spears and flying arrows shot out like a storm, and the beasts in the air were shot, and shot one after another. Some of the first and second level beasts were seriously injured in many places, and rolled directly from the air. If they fell from a height of dozens of feet, they would die, and there was no need for the land army to make up for it. Hundreds of beasts were killed in an instant, but they were all low-level beasts, and more than 10 third-level beasts with the strength equivalent to ordinary condensation vein stage warriors were unscathed. Moreover, after this round of volleys, the group of beasts had already rushed to the front of the army. The third-level beast, the green-eyed falcon, which was in the front, swooped down and directly hooked up several soldiers, bringing up a rain of blood. Son of a bitch. Get down. When the third-level beast was about to soar into the sky, Lin Ming, who helped the Salt Gang, jumped up and chopped down with his saber, directly cutting off half of the wings of the green-eyed falcon. Ah! The green-eyed falcon screamed, and its body fell directly into the army's gun formation, and was stabbed to death by random guns. Boss, good job. The Salt Gang's children cheered and chopped down a third-level beast with a knife, which greatly boosted the morale of the coalition army. Awesome. You are indeed a master in the late stage of condensation veins. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Kill. The soldiers cheered and thundered, and for a while, javelins, bows and arrows, and spears were thrown at the beasts. Cold light flashed, blood rained, and the masters of the Salt Gang became the swords of the entire army. Their strength also attracted the attention of other third-level beasts, and they all pounced on the masters of the Salt Gang. Chapter 323 Sweeping all the way. The third-level beasts are also strong and weak, and their strength is roughly equivalent to that of warriors from the late stage of bone forging to the peak of vein condensation. The one that was chopped down by Lin Ming before was just a weaker one among these third-level beasts, and its strength was only equivalent to that of a warrior in the early stage of vein condensation. More than 10 third-level beasts came at once, and the 6 warriors in the vein condensation stage of the Salt Gang could not resist immediately. Go to hell. The second in command of the Salt Gang also drew out the thick-backed knife and chopped an iron-winged wolf away with one knife, but it was just chopped away. The body of the iron-winged wolf was as hard as diamond, and it was not seriously injured at all. For a while, the warriors of the Salt Gang were in danger, but Lin Ming's eyes lit up. The target he chose to attack was naturally these high-level beasts. He was worried that they were too scattered, and it would be difficult to kill them. Unexpectedly, because of Lin Ming's attraction, these third-level beasts actually gathered together. This was a good opportunity to attack. First Spear Team, support them. Although Zhu Ping hoped that all the guys from the Salt Gang who affected Qianxue City's annual tax revenue would die here, he still had to rely on them to defend the city at this time. The masters of the Salt Gang were originally with the archers and javelin throwers. Now that the archers have retreated, the spear troops have replaced them. In a relatively dense army formation, such a change is not easy, especially since the troops of Qianxue City are not elite, and the formation was a bit messy for a while. Ah. A blood crow with a strength equivalent to a warrior in the late stage of condensation veins whistled past, directly tearing a hole in the messy spear troops. However, just as it hooked up a few spearmen and was about to soar into the sky, hundreds of blue light beams shot over. These beams gathered into streams and directly sank into the body of the blood crow. Bang! With a muffled sound, the blood crow's body shook violently, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and rolled down directly from the air. Because of its high speed, its huge body rushed out more than 10 feet away under the action of inertia. A bunch of soldiers were knocked over by the impact force. The rest of the soldiers raised their guns to stab, but found that the blood crow's eyes had exploded, and it was vomiting blood and internal organs. It was dying. In fact, when it was hit by the King Kang's neon beam just now, its internal organs had been shattered by the vibration force. Dead. Before everyone could react, they only heard the sharp whistling sound of swish, 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 and the King Kang's neon condensed into beams flew out. Each beam of Xeneon accurately sank into the body of a 3rd level beast. After being hit by this inconspicuous Xeneon, those beasts that had been fiercely attacking before fell down like kites with broken strings, twitching all over, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and it was not far from death. In just a few breaths, 11 of the 13 level 3 beasts died. The remaining 2 saw that the situation was not good and turned around to flee. Lin Ming would not let them do that. He flicked his hands and 2 beams of King Kang's neon chased after them. With 2 bangs, the 2 beasts were shaken into mud in the air. In the end, the 2 level 3 beasts fell to the ground like 2 piles of rotten meat. One fell between the masters of the Salt Gang, and the other fell into the square formation of the spearmen. Looking at the 2 level 3 beasts that were smashed to pieces, people couldn't believe it for a while. They are all dead. From beginning to end, Lin Ming didn't even fire his gun. He just shot out a series of strange blue beams. Each strange beam killed a level 3 beast in one shot, killing it without any hesitation. After more than a dozen level 3 beasts were killed in an instant, those level 1 and level 2 beasts screamed and turned around to flee. Stop them. Lin Ming's eyes darkened. These beasts in the air were just the vanguard. When the beasts on the land arrived, the real war would begin. When these beasts in the air came back, it would be a big trouble. Now that they were defeated, they should kill as many as they could. Lin Ming's performance just now made his words unconsciously like a military order. The javelin throwers and archers were only slightly stunned, and then they immediately reacted and started shooting. Lin Ming also shot out a series of vibration true essences, specifically shooting at the strongest level 2 peak beasts. As for the level 1 beasts, he ignored them. The vibration true essence beam was Lin Ming's most labor-saving attack method. Before the real war came, Lin Ming was stingy with every bit of energy and tried to make every shot just right. He knew in his heart that the next battle would be a protracted war, and he had to conserve his strength. Puff, 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 puff. All kinds of flying beasts fell like a rainstorm, blood was splattered, and pieces of meat flew everywhere. Hundreds of beasts flew, but only dozens of them escaped in the end. Seeing the dozens of injured beasts fleeing desperately, the man dressed as a woodcutter in the Salt Gang swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, you are right. Even if you and the 2nd and 3rd brothers are added together, you are no match for that man. Is he really only in the middle stage of condensation veins?" Lin K's Adam's apple twitched slightly, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. Not to mention the 3 of them. Even if more than 10 of them were added together, they would not be able to defeat him. As long as a blue beam of light came over, they would be dead. What kind of attack is that blue beam? Everyone is a warrior in the condensation veins stage. How could there be such a big gap? When Lin K smiled bitterly, he did not notice that among the spearmen not far behind him, there was a middle-aged man in black clothes who looked at Lin Ming with a gloomy face, and his mouth twitched slightly. You can reach this level without using a gun. It's really tricky. The beasts in the air had just retreated, and there was no time to catch their breath, and a terrifying roar came from the distance. Roar, roar. The beasts on land are attacking. This is the real battlefield. There are far more beasts on land than in the air. Rumble. The sound of the beasts running is like thunder. The scene of tens of thousands of beasts running wildly is so spectacular that the whole earth is shaking. The one rushing in the front is a rotten wolf, which is good at long distance raids. The rotten wolf of the second level beast is equivalent to the warrior of Yijin period. They are running wildly on the ground with tongues sticking out like wild dogs, with white fangs exposed outside, and dark green eyes full of killing and bloodthirstiness. That is their eager desire to tear the enemy's body apart. The rotten wolf, a beast of this kind, only exists in southern Xinjiang. Lin Ming once encountered it in the sacred land of witch gods. At that time, 2 rotten wolves almost took the lives of the Nazistas. They eat rotten corpses all year round, and there is corpse key plague on their claws. It is easy to be poisoned, and die after being caught. This poison is not without medicine, but in the life and death battle, how can there be time to apply the antidote? TSK. What a hassle. Heavy shield soldiers in front, spear soldiers in the back. Following the military order, the heavy shield soldiers wearing hundreds of kilograms of heavy armor carried a tower shield more than 1 person tall, and rushed to the front, heavily stabbing the tower shield into the ground, while the spear soldiers shrank between the 2 heavy shield soldiers and thrust their spears through the gaps in the tower shields. For a moment, the entire army array formed a forest of heavily armed spears, and this momentum was no weaker than the charge of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. This is the strength of the army. No matter how powerful Lin Ming is, he can't stop the beast tied outside Qianxue city alone, but 10,000 defenders, after using flesh and blood and metal armor to build a defensive wall, can do it. Because of the short time, the defenders of Qianxue city could not prepare too many of these beasts. After losing thousands of rot wolves, they finally rushed to the front of the army. Pointed wood formation. Fire. With the order of the messenger, rows of sharpened logs were pulled up from the ground, with the tips pointing directly at the rot wolves. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the rot wolves were unable to dodge, and rushed directly onto the sharp wood. At the terrifying speed, they were pierced from head to tail and died. Bang bang bang. After crossing the last line of defense of the pointed wood formation, a large number of rot wolves rushed onto the heavy shields. Some heavy shield soldiers could not withstand the impact, and were directly knocked away. Spear formation. Or 1,000 spearmen, or 1,000 10-foot long spears pierced out from between the tower shields, and pierced into the soft abdomen of the rot wolves. As they stabbed and retracted, blood splashed and internal organs flowed. Although the soldiers' individual strength was far inferior to that of the rot wolves, with the coordination of the formation and equipment, they could exert a terrifying force that was more powerful than the sum of their individual strengths. Lin Ming shook his spear and rushed out of the barracks. Following Lin Ming, the masters of the Salt Gang followed closely. The masters of other major families did not retreat at all, including Lin Wantan, Zuan Fan and other heads of various families. At this moment of life and death, no one dared to hold back. Shilin Ke took the lead, and the 5-foot-long saber in his hand opened and closed. Every time the sword slashed, a large amount of blood was wantonly swayed. This kind of reckless charge is the most suitable way for Shilin Ke to kill the enemy. His saber is suitable for charging and killing. In addition, his cultivation in the late stage of condensing veins makes it no different from killing chickens and dogs. To kill the rotten wolves that are only equivalent to the warriors in the Yijin stage. Other warriors, including Lin Wantan, Zuan Fan, Lu Wuyin and others, are slightly weaker in strength, and their weapons are not good at group combat. Swords, but they are not slow in killing. With one sword strike, a rotten wolf must be killed. Shilin Ke is more and more addicted to killing. In a dozen breaths, he has killed more than 10 rotten wolves. On average, one wolf was killed every breath. One man and one sword, unstoppable. Such a speed of killing enemies was terrifying. However, Shilin Ke glanced at Lin Ming inadvertently, and he immediately took a breath of cold air. Lin Ming suddenly swung his right hand, and the spear in his hand shot out like a sharp arrow, and 7 or 8 rotten wolves were directly pierced by his spear. Chapter 324 Hidden Murder. The spear was fired, and there was a crisp sound of metal collision. The purple spear suddenly tightened the red chain at the end of the spear. A red chain formed by materialized flame stuck to the end of the spear. Sweep the army. Lin Ming waved the red chain in his hand, and with himself as the center, the purple spear drew a big full moon. Wherever the spear passed, the rotten wolves burst like blood bags. In just a breath of time, more than 20 rotten wolves died on the spot. Then Lin Ming moved his feet and appeared in another place on the battlefield. One shot, one sweep, and more than 10 rotten wolves died. Really not a human. Lin Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although the rotten wolf was not strong, it was also made of iron. It took 80% to 90% of his strength to cut a rotten wolf in half with one knife. His arms were sore after cutting too many, but Lin Ming shot out with one shot and directly pierced through 7 or 8 of them. With one sweep, more than 10 were killed. This was simply inhuman strength. Lin Ming's strength has indeed increased to a level far beyond that of ordinary warriors, especially after completing the marrow tempering of his right hand. His strength has reached a new level, and he can be said to be indestructible. Moreover, the purple Zuan spear is also extremely sharp. The defense of the corrupted wolf is strong, but that is only relative to ordinary warriors. In front of the top level earth level upper grade treasure purple Zuan spear, the defense of the corrupted wolf is no different from tofu. Lin Ming fought all the way, and the corrupted wolf fell like wheat. For the second level corrupted wolf, he didn't even need to use the vibration of the true essence beam. Killing it directly with the gun piece was the most energy saving way. The gun was born to be a weapon for group battles. At this moment, Lin Ming heard a roar and saw a two-headed black wolf with 2 huge heads rushing over. Two-headed corrupted wolf. A top level third level beast. Its strength is comparable to that of a peak condensed vein warrior. Then, there was another roar. Next to the two-headed rotten wolf, an iron-armored violent bear rushed out. Its strength was no less than that of the two-headed rotten wolf. What was more fatal was that the iron-armored violent bear had amazing defense. It was the most defensive beast among all the level 3 beasts in the Qianxue area. In the case of a large army charging, a beast with strong defense is definitely more difficult to deal with than a beast with fast speed. 2 top level 3 beasts appeared and rushed straight into the army formation. If such beasts rushed into the army formation, it would be easy to tear a hole in the defense of the heavy shield soldiers. Once the defense gap was opened, the loss of the army would be great. Lin Ming was the first to meet them. Lin Ming saw Lin Ming rushing over and wanted to rush over to help, at least to help Lin Ming contain the surrounding rotten wolves so that Lin Ming could kill these 2 top level 3 beasts more easily. But at this moment, Lin Ming's speed suddenly turned into a residual image. Stepping on the golden peng breaking void body technique, the barrier of the group of rotten wolves was useless to Lin Ming at this time. Puff, puff, puff. A shower of blood flew, and all the rotten wolves along the way were killed by Lin Ming with one shot. Behind Lin Ming's figure moving forward quickly, a gorgeous blood mist was left. Roar. Facing this arrogant human, the iron-armored violent bear roared angrily, and the two-headed rotten wolf king also roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not even pause and continued to stab with one shot. Crack. The blue-green spearlight passed through the void, and the body of the iron-armored bear that rushed forward suddenly paused, and its chest was directly torn open. Blood splashed, and the blue-green spearlight pierced through the body of the iron-armored violent bear without any pause. This beast, which is known as the most defensive beast in the Qianxue area, is as fragile as waste paper in front of the purple spear. After the King Kang spear pierced through the armored bear, it continued to move forward and hit the two-headed rotten wolf king again. The two-headed rotten wolf king, which was famous for its speed, had no time to react. Its body was split in half from the center line, and the two heads that had been connected since birth were completely separated. One shot killed 2 top-level third-level beasts. It was almost the same as stabbing an ordinary rotten wolf to death. Lin Ming was stunned, and Zhuang Fan, Lu Wuyin and others also took a breath of cold air. How did he practice this? They couldn't imagine how a warrior in the condensation vein stage could be so strong, killing a third-level beast equivalent to a warrior in the late condensation vein stage in seconds, and killing 2 with one shot. Before, they had always said that Lin Ming won the championship in the 7 Profound Valley General Sect martial arts competition. They just knew that Lin Ming was amazing and created the record of the first 36 countries' disciples winning the championship in 200 years, but they didn't have a direct impression of how strong Lin Ming was. Until this time, they saw it. After killing 2 level 3 beasts, Lin Ming suddenly paused, and his gun speed slowed down. Just now, he once again felt the hidden murderous intent in the crowd. Using the crowd to hide yourself? Lin Ming snorted in his heart. His soul perception was even better than that of the Kixuan Valley illusion sect. When he made his first move, he felt that someone in the crowd was emitting a faint murderous intention towards him. This time, he killed to level 3 beasts and felt it again. But when he really spread his perception, he lost the trace of this person and could not find him at all. This made Lin Ming frown slightly. The other party seemed to be proficient in the art of hiding and could hide himself in the murderous aura of 10,000 troops. Could it be that he was sent by Yangboan? After the Lanyu sect was wiped out, all the innate masters were recalled to the main sect. With the help of the mountain ceiling formation reinforced by the Zenzang and the Shenhuang Island formation master, they prevented the sneak attack of the South China Sea Demon realm. In this case, Bao Yangboyan could only leave a few trusted subordinates in Xianan country. Murdering a disciple of the Seven Profound Valley is no small matter. If such a thing were to be leaked, Bao Yangboyan would probably be executed. The only person he could trust was probably his own disciple. Logically, Bao Yangboyan's disciple should be from the Hehuan sect. Unexpectedly, the disciples of the Hehuan sect were also proficient in the art of concealment. If it weren't for Lin Ming's amazing soul perception, he would not have noticed it at all. There was a hidden enemy hiding behind him, and Lin Ming felt uneasy. I can't expose my combat power anymore. The opponent probably doesn't know that I have discovered him. In this case, I have to keep my trump card, lure him out, and kill him by surprise. Lin Ming just stabbed and killed to level 3 beasts with one shot. This was shocking to ordinary warriors, but it was nothing to the genius of the Seven Profound Valley. Not to mention Lin Ming, even Jiang Lanjian, Qin Wuxin, and even Fang Qi, the worst disciple, could do it. Those two magic beasts were just equivalent to ordinary peak level warriors of condensed veins, while Huan Xiaodi, Fang Qi and others could catch up with the early and middle stages of the acquired realm. With such a gap in strength, it was not difficult to kill a pair of level 3 beasts in one strike. So Lin Ming's performance just now should have been within the expectations of the hidden killer. Lin Ming wanted to keep other trump cards. He wanted to hide his strength and play the pig to eat the tiger. I will suppress my strength to the peak level of the middle stage of the acquired realm to lure you into the trap. The beast tide came, and the chaos was naturally the best time to kill Lin Ming, but it was also the best time for Lin Ming to kill these hidden enemies. Lin Ming did not want to leave a time bomb around him. He wanted to uproot Yangboyan's power, sweep the army, sweep the clouds. Every time Lin Ming attacked, he used a large-scale gun attack. With the flame chain, Lin Ming's purple gun was like a dragon rolling in a sea of blood. Wherever he passed, there was blood and rain. When charging in the chaos, the gun is definitely the best weapon. Of course, the premise is that one must have condensed true essence and endurance to support such a terrifying killing speed. And these 2 points are not a problem for Lin Ming. His blood and ki are vigorous, and the airflow exhaled every time he breathes out is like a long snake condensing in the air, and it will not dissipate for a long time. Die. Lin Ming held the red chain, and the tip of the gun drew a huge full moon. The blood was wantonly splashed on Lin Ming's body. His muscles were dyed red, and the blue veins bulged, twisting like scarlet earthworms. Puff, puff, puff. The Qingsang City defenders used Lin Ming as the tip of the gun, and marched forward bravely. Within a range of 10 feet around Lin Ming, the fierce beasts could not get close at all. Once they got close, they would be strangled by the gun. Even if a third level fierce beast comparable to a warrior in the condensation vein stage occasionally appeared, it was no exception. It was killed by Lin Ming directly like an ordinary fierce beast. Too amazing. Is this the strength of the first place in the martial arts competition of the Seven Profound Valleys? He has killed more beasts alone than all of us combined. Zhuang Fan's cultivation has just reached the condensation vein stage, and he uses a sword, so he is the slowest in killing enemies. Seeing that Lin Ming has already rushed into the depths of the beast tide, he is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He couldn't help but say enviously, "Brother Wanzhan, your Lin family has produced a peerless monster. In the next few hundred years, your Lin family will probably become the #1 family in Xianan country." Lin Wanzhan was not as happy as Zhuang Fan expected. Instead, he sighed and shook his head bitterly. A few days ago, when Lin Ming's huge honors came like snowflakes, it really earned enough face for the Lin family. But now that Lin Wanzhan saw with his own eyes that Lin Ming was so powerful, he suddenly felt complicated. A question kept lingering in his mind, making him unable to let go. Can Lin Ming really be considered a disciple of their Lin family? Before Lin Ming grew up, he didn't use a single penny of the Lin family's resources. Even Lin Wanzhan knew that when Lin Ming's childhood sweetheart left him, he did not get any help from the family. For Lin Ming, this family did not have much sense of belonging. If we have to blame it, we can only blame the family for not recognizing talents and missing such a rough gem. Otherwise, if they could have helped Lin Ming in time, provided him with enough support, helped him win back his first love, and even confronted the ZHU family for this, then how could Lin Ming not have a sense of belonging to the Lin family, and why would it be so? Lin Wanzhan was sighing and regretting, and suddenly his heart jumped. He stared at the red shadow coming from not far away with wide eyes. Oh no, that's a 4th level beast, a red dragon python. The 3rd update. From the Chinese New Year to now, although there have been a series of messy things such as chores, writer's card, noisy children, etc., the silkworm cocoon has successfully made up for the arrears again, and has not missed a single chapter so far. I breathed a sigh of relief, and continued the battle tomorrow. Chapter 325 Killing the Giant Python. The body of the red dragon python was more than 20 feet long, and its body was thicker than a 100-year-old tree. Each scale was as big as a soldier's shield. Its sharp fangs were like spears, and its bloody mouth was wide open, enough to swallow an elephant alive. This kind of python was only the lowest level among the 4-level fierce beasts. Its strength was equivalent to that of mid-stage acquired warrior. In the entire Xianan kingdom, if the masters of the 7 Zuanwu mansions were not counted, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat it. You know, even the Grand Marshal Qin Zhao and the famous Mr. Mu Yi were only mid-stage acquired warriors, and Qingsang City did not have any acquired warriors at all. Lin Ming, be careful. Lin Wanzhan shouted at the back. Lin Ming rushed too deep. Young Master Lin, that's a level 4 beast. Let's go over and join forces with young Master Lin. Shi Lingke and the others were closest to Lin Ming, and they immediately approached Lin Ming with sabers waving. Once this giant python got close to the army, it could sweep away a large area of the tower shield defense array with just one flick of its tail. Once the array was destroyed, the army would suffer countless losses. They had to kill it outside, and the only one they could rely on was Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the giant python that was like a hill in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The beast of the middle stage of the acquired realm was at most equivalent to the level of Huan Luo. For Lin Ming now, it was not difficult to kill it in seconds. However, there was still a pair of eyes in the crowd looking at him, and Lin Ming did not want to expose his hidden strength. Puff puff puff. Lin Ming swept his spear horizontally, and with a circle kill, he directly cleared the surrounding rotten wolves, and then he thrust his spear straight and stabbed the red dragon python. Young Master Lin, be careful. The warriors of Qingsang City had no idea where Lin Ming's strength limit was. To them, the genius of Qixuan Valley was too far away. Although they knew that Lin Ming was powerful, they couldn't help but hold their breath when they saw him rushing towards the red dragon python alone. The gloomy eyes hidden in the crowd were always locked on Lin Ming. A mere red dragon python is definitely not his opponent. It depends on how much strength he uses. The chess piece arranged by Yang Boyan was born in Qixuan Valley. Of course, he knew the terrifying power of Qixuan Valley's direct disciples. However, with his identity, he had no chance to fight against a genius like Yang Boyan when he was young. The channel for him to understand the strength of direct disciples was just to listen to rumors from others or watch the battles of geniuses. However, this time in the general martial arts competition, he stayed in Xianan country and did not witness the battle between Lin Ming and Yang Boyan with his own eyes. He did not have an intuitive concept of Lin Ming's strength and had to understand it through Lin Ming's actions. Haha. The red dragon python let out a harsh and hoarse hiss, and its huge tail whipped towards Lin Ming like a whip. Golden Peng Piozu. Lin Ming deliberately suppressed the speed of Golden Peng Piozu, but he still easily dodged the attack of the red dragon python. Boom. The snake's tail slammed heavily on the ground, the soil and rocks collapsed, the earth trembled, and more than a dozen rotten wolves were directly crushed into meat paste. Shi Lingke, who was rushing over, saw this scene from a distance and felt a chill down his spine. The 4th level beast was too terrifying. Anyone who was hit by this tail would definitely be killed. Moreover, its attack speed was so fast that it was still unknown whether he could dodge it with his mediocre body skills. Just now, Shi Lingke shouted that he wanted to join forces with Lin Ming to fight the enemy, but now let's see, can he really play a role in restraining the enemy if he rushed forward? I'm afraid he will be killed instantly if he is not careful. Even Shi Lingke was like this, so other warriors were even worse. Zhuang Fan and the others were only in the early stage of condensation meridians, and their personal strength was not as good as Shi Lingke. If they were touched by the red dragon python's tail, they would probably die. Except for Lin Ming, no one was qualified to fight with the red dragon python. If they went up, they would die. Boom. Boom. The red dragon python smashed its tail on the ground again and again. Lin Ming used his body skills to dodge left and right. It seemed dangerous, but he could just avoid the red dragon python's attack every time. Lin Wan's hand was sweating. If he couldn't dodge in time, Lin Ming would die. Lin Ming was the hope of the Lin family's future. If he died here, not only would the Lin family suffer heavy losses, but Qingsang City would also be unable to defend. Lin Wan's hand swallowed his saliva, feeling extremely anxious, but he was completely helpless. Dozens of rotten wolves were smashed to death. Their flesh and blood were a mess. Other rotten wolves did not dare to move forward, leaving a space of several dozen feet for Lin Ming and the red dragon python to fight. For a while, the attack of the entire beast tide slowed down. Aren't you going to use your trump card yet? The gloomy shadow in the crowd muttered to himself. He did not think that Lin Ming had any chance of failure. He only thought that Lin Ming had delayed for so long to preserve his strength. After all, this beast tide was just the beginning. The later the beast tide, the more ferocious it would be. Hula, the red dragon python suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a large amount of venom. It was completely angry at this human who did not dare to fight it head on, but kept pestering it. The venom spread in the air like a heavy rain, and there was no way to avoid it. When Lin Ming was about to be covered by the venom, Lin Ming turned his spear and purple lightning whistled out. Crack. In the evening, when the clouds were shrouded, the lightning of the purple dragon divine thunder appeared even brighter and more dazzling. The venom close to him was directly burned by the lightning. Lin Ming was wrapped in purple lightning all over his body. He thrust his spear straight at the red dragon python. Lightning flashed. Under the grey clouds, Lin Ming was like a thunder god of war. The red dragon python opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit Lin Ming. Puff. Lin Ming avoided the red dragon python's fangs and stabbed the python's jaw with a spear. Then he stepped on the python's body, dragging the spear behind him. The tip of the spear deeply penetrated the python's body, plowing a deep blood groove, and blood and flesh flew. This shot, from head to tail. Ah! The red dragon python screamed to the sky, the sound of the snake piercing the clouds and cracking the rocks. Purple lightning wrapped around its huge body, and blood arrows pierced the sky like a fountain, shooting more than 10 feet high. Lin Ming was covered in blood, his long hair scattered on his back. At this moment, he was like a sure war demon, unstoppable. Seeing this battle in the distance, 10,000 soldiers were speechless. The 20-foot-long giant snake howled to the sky, blood spilled into the sky. This scene was too shocking. Lin Wan's hand was excited. Lin Ming actually won. He actually killed the 4th level beast, the red dragon python. As soon as the red dragon python died, the offensive of the rotten wolves slowed down immediately. After a few rounds of symbolic attacks, they retreated like a tide. The wolves retreated. We held on. After withstanding the impact of tens of thousands of rotten wolves, the exhausted soldiers cheered. The archers were still shooting arrows from a distance, but it was impossible to chase them. Not to mention that the soldiers' physical strength was close to the limit. Even if they were fully physically fit, they could not chase the rotten wolves that were good at long distance raids with all their heavy equipment. Lin Ming carried a spear and walked back from the battlefield alone. In this battle, he killed hundreds of rotten wolves alone, and also killed several level 3 beasts and a level 4 red dragon python. The combined record of all other condensed vein stage masters is less than half of his. Of course, there is no comparison at all. Lin Ming's strength is not at the same level as this. Finally, I saw him use the power of thunder. but he didn't use his weapon with thunder energy. When the soldiers were withdrawing, a figure muttered to himself. Although he didn't see Lin Ming's participation in the main sect martial arts competition, he got a lot of intelligence. Lin Ming's trump card is the power of thunder, and there is also a needle-shaped weapon condensed from thunder energy. That weapon is Lin Ming's real killer. If we don't count the needle-shaped lightning energy weapon, what Lin Ming showed just now should be his full strength. He can probably beat an ordinary late-stage postnatal warrior, which is about what I expected. This is not my opponent, but if I want to take action, I must ensure that I will kill. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. The confidant arranged by Yang Boyan has a cultivation level of late-stage postnatal, but after all, he is a disciple of the Seven Mysterious Valley, and his combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary late-stage postnatal warriors. The wolves retreated, and the casualties were counted. More than 800 soldiers were lost. This casualty is already very good. After returning to Qianxue City, Lin Ming began to retreat and regulate his breathing. In fact, his original consumption was not much, and with his strong recovery ability, his true essence has been replenished. He was just pretending to retreat, lure the snake out of the hole, and kill it unexpectedly. This is Lin Ming's plan. After winning the first battle, the Qianxue City defenders' momentum soared, but now is not the time to celebrate. There may be other beast groups behind them, and they must hold on until reinforcement arrive. The dinner was very sumptuous. The major families brought out good meat and food, and they were all able to eat as much as they wanted. The only regret was that they could not drink alcohol. The soldiers ate heartily, and ate water instead of alcohol. At the banquet, the soldiers kept talking about the scene in the chaotic battle where Lin Ming, with a single gun, rushed into the pack of tens of thousands of wolves, and slaughtered the red dragon python. In the eyes of ordinary soldiers, this was simply a legend. Old Lin, your Lin family is going to produce a great power that will be passed down through the ages. After dinner, Zhuang Fan walked to Lin Wan's hand with a pure gold hooker and said, among the several forces in Qianxue City, the Lin family and the Zhuang family had the best relationship because of their business cooperation. I didn't expect that our knowledge was too short-sighted. The strength of the disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley could actually reach such a level. Lin Wan's hand looked at the warm light emitted from Lin Ming's retreat tent, and his mood was complicated. The gap was too big. So far that he couldn't understand that the warriors of the condensation phase of the disciples of the Seven Mysterious Valley were actually stronger than the acquired warriors of their Cheyenne country. The border army had already set out the day before yesterday, and it will take another 7 or 8 days to arrive. With Lin Ming here, we may be able to hold on. The wolves killed by Lin Ming alone today accounted for 1/10 of the total number of enemies killed, and all the high-level ferocious beasts were killed by Lin Ming alone. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.